Hello, y'all. Good morning. Morning, everyone. Everyone is having a good morning. I'm a wee bit tired, but we're here to support Team Liquid. It's go time. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone is. Oh my gosh, there's a huge daddy longlegged climbing on the wall. And I just don't think I have the guts to kill it. Okay, yes, I do. Be right back. Okay, it's done. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, it's time. I am a wee
chuẩn bị tinh
bit
thần và chiến
tired.
đấu hết mình để mà hợi chiến thắng team, và mình sẽ cố gắng hết mình cũng như là sẽ nỗ lực hết mình để mà có thể mang một cái vinh quang gì
What's
đó
going
để cho
on, Vard? What's going on, Sproutsy? What's going on, JT? What's going on, Cupcake? What's going on, CC? What's going on, CV? Let's go, Team Liquid. Good morning, Purity. Good morning. Morning,
I wouldn't
Cutie.
say this is RP.
I didn't make a smoothie. I ain't do nothing.
I don't think we've been playing too well so far.
24 minutes is all it took.
Dang.
It was the same last year where we lost.
Not 24 minutes.
This time we are ready to make it different.
Heck yeah, make a
去年
difference.
我们在瑞士伦敦场地其实也是一杠的一个开局。去
Morning,
年的话，
Nina.
简单来说的话，就是越打越自信吧。
No one expected Weibo to be the ones in this position.
但是今年比起去年不同的地方是，
It's falling
Yeah,
apart
guys,
for
Weibo was
觉
in
得比起这
World's
个对流
Finals
更加
last
压抑的
year,
是
and they look
我是能看到很多我们
horrible.
队伍很基
Not
础的
gonna
问
lie,
题的，
they look like some
但
doggy
是一
cheeks.
直不能去很好的改。
I
For
will
me, I
not
think
lie to you.
it just increases the pressure from before.
Good morning, Nina. What's going on,
knowing that if you lose
Mikey?
next time, you are out.
How are y'all
But I think
doing?
it will also bring us confidence at the same time, because I think we do
I don't have
sometimes
back
good in
next
high
time.
pressure situations.
Fnatic will find the win.
Fnatic is ready for the next match.
Okay, ready for the next
我的话
match.
就是尽量去从自身出发，然后也可能多选一些主动的角色，多去指挥配合一下队友。然后来世界赛目标肯定是为了
Let
夺冠的，
me turn on the back
然
light.
后后续的比赛我们也会尽全力去赢下来，来改变这个现状。
We are gonna stomp you because this is our region.
Good morning, Acro. Good morning, the Tiger. Good morning, Mika. Good morning, Mikey. What's going on, Steven? Yes, Saturday morning. Thank you for spending your Saturday morning with me. Thousands of people watching League of Legends at 7 a.m. It's 5 for me.
Welcome,
Everybody
ladies
up.
and gentlemen, to the
Proud of y'all.
world's Swiss stage.
All right,
I'm Atlas.
world
I'm going to be
Swiss
joined by
stage.
Chronicler and
Let's
Kobe. And Kobe's going to have to
go.
catch us up just a little bit. This is the first time that Chronicler and I have been here, and there was a
Fnatic
lot
versus
that
Weibo
happened
Gaming
while we were
and
gone.
PL versus
Very much looking forward to it.
Well, first of
Yeah.
all, LCK is doing great, boys.
Oh, thanks, man.
You guys are
Yeah.
arriving at a great
It's
time.
freaking
Of course,
time.
today we have some very stressful games as both of these teams arriving on stage just now. We're talking about. You can tell both these teams
Oh,
really
yeah.
feeling the
Morning,
pressure.
Brooks.
I mean, Shahu talking about it's so frustrating seeing all these fundamental issues within our own team, but being unable
right.
to quickly
Go
fix
Weibo.
them.
I
Time has
mean,
run out.
for
at
my
Worlds.
pick'ems,
We're
yeah, I
already
think I
at the
need
very
Weibo
end
to
of it here
win,
for one of these two
unfortunately.
teams. So better fix the issues
And
quickly.
honestly,
and then,
I
of
need
course,
them to
Fnatic
make it a quick
outspoken about the
2-0 because
draft
we're trying to
issues
see
and then letting the Yone through.
Team
I have a feeling that
Liquid.
Yone will be banned.
We're trying to see
This-
Team Liquid versus GAM. So
I've seen some discussion
if
within the team,
Fnatic could
and I think that
lose
perhaps
in
maybe that's a
record
consensus that they perhaps
time,
got to.
It's been
that
a
would be
recurring theme,
fantastic.
you know. Do we leave open Yone? Do we have enough counter
ready
picks
for
to
the
go
real
through? I think,
opener.
unfortunately, sometimes champions don't reach that point where
Weibo Gaming to
in
somehow
theory,
fraud
give it
their
like
way
that.
out
This
of
counter,
Worlds and let Fnatic
I
win.
swear this is
No,
gonna
like
work, and then in practice,
I
it just doesn't
wouldn't-
seem to really work out that way.
like
And as the
they-
Nightshare, the
last
coach was
year,
talking about,
going
they
up
felt
against
like they were in a
T1 in
situation where
finals,
you have to
and they
give
didn't even put up a
something in
fight
draft.
was crazy.
Let's get into this one though, as we will start out with the Poppy ban. Interesting.
Whoever
Already looking
loses
at
this
so many different Dash
series
champions
goes home. Like this
that
is
Poppy
it.
would shut down. Meanwhile,
It's
Weibo
time to do
respecting
something.
the Ivern from Razork.
It's going to be taken away, and as we dive through this draft, I'm kind of thinking that
T1
there's quite a few
absolutely
things that have been
annihilated
already
them.
left available, with only 3 bans left to go. Something
was
good is getting
actually
through
quite
here.
tragic.
And I want to pick up one interesting thing with the pattern from Fnatic.
In
They have actually
Worlds.
banned Aurora
In
on blue
Worlds
side. Oh, and they're
finals.
going to do it
Still.
again.
G2
So
get
that's one of the
eliminated.
things. They
No,
had
they
banned
will be
Aurora
playing
every
tomorrow
single game thus far,
for their
which
last
made me think
chance at
maybe
moving
Humanoid
on
and
to
Arscarin are not
quarterfinals.
quite ready with that champion. Don't feel fully comfortable with it, because usually it's on red side to ban both the Aurora and the Yone.
Yeah, they're
but,
not quite out
They
yet.
obviously trade it here.
And also, if you are Fnatic, in some scenarios, maybe you want to try and go for a trade, right? Take either the Yone or the Aurora. Not going to be the case. Interesting that the Skarner is the
go.
highest priority here. I do think that in the right
I'm not
situation,
really
this jungler
caring for
can be
anyone.
really, really strong.
I
but
just
especially
want
with the
my
Poppy ban, I feel
pick'ems
like
to
the
look
Vi
good.
power
So far,
just
my
rises
pick'ems
up
look
even
good.
more so.
Everybody
makes a
who I've
very
voted
proactive
for
playstyle a lot easier
for
to
my
execute as well.
pick'ems
But it looks like
has
instead,
gotten in.
Weibo going towards that direction as
all
well with
four.
that Renekton and Lucian.
So far,
And I
so
love
good.
this, because this makes it
I
very easy
just
for me.
need
Because even when
them
I was casting
to
Shahu
finish
back
it
in the
up,
LPL many, many years
wrap it
ago,
up,
he was still
and
the
let's get
Lucian
Weibo
guy.
Gaming in
And so
there.
I just get to go
It
back
would be
to my
great if
roots
Weibo
and
Gaming,
think, this is looking terrifying for Fnatic. This guy is so
FlyQuest,
incredibly good at solo
TL,
lane Lucian,
and
and now
G2
that
all
he's
make
back,
it in.
it could be scary, but that
Do I
is
think
also
they all will?
a
Oh yeah,
hover that I'm not
BLG.
gonna talk
BLG
about.
needs
Okay,
to
I was
make it in
baited this
too.
one time, I'm not going to be baited anymore.
Yeah, we'll see
I don't know
later
how
on into
BLG
the
is in
series
the
if,
losers
you know,
bracket,
Cardinals
but
or
here
some
we
other
are.
AD
Well, it
jungles
could
pop up.
work on the
We
Weibo
support
side
Fnatic,
of things
right?
with double
My
very
pick'ems
physical
don't, but
carries already.
Very well.
I'm
noted.
honestly not like
the Lucian though that you talked
cheering
about
for
for
anyone
Xiaohu, and
specific.
being both a top lane and a
Not
mid lane
gonna lie to
Lucian
you.
for him.
Yeah.
Different periods of his career, definitely powerful. Of course, it technically
Oh
could
wait,
be
I
flex pick,
didn't
but that's what we're
predict
thinking for him.
LNG getting in.
Nidalee and Zyra are kind of
did
what
not
you go
predict
towards. I
LNG
do think with the
getting in.
Zyra specifically, you are not as reliant
No
on
matter
setup
who
the way
wins
that
this,
you are
my
with
pick'ems is
Nidalee.
cooked. Oh
But
no.
given Tarzan's history,
Who did you
I
pick to
think
win
that either
Worlds?
would work
Genji.
quite well here.
My
Jax
top
being
3 were
locked in as
Genji,
well.
HLE,
And yeah, that Nidalee
and
makes sense. I do think
BLG.
that when it comes to the 2v2 mid jungle, it's a little bit weaker, but we saw it work with Tristan. for
I do
basically
not
the
like
entirety of
these
summer as well.
teams
And I know there
enough
are a
for
lot
them
of
to
people
play
that
the
just
same exact
generically
champions
hate
that we've been
Nidalee
seeing
as
all
a,
Worlds.
competitive jungle
So I'm
pick.
really
But
gonna need
Tarzan's
some
Nidalee in
spice.
LPL was insane.
I'm really
the
gonna
amount
need
of
some spice.
punishment so early on too. So this
Oh,
already
thank
for
you,
Weibo
Smiley Face. Hope
streams
you're having a
so
good day
much early
today.
pressure. I feel
What's
like
going on,
this is a
Puma?
very intelligent strat to go for against
Yay,
Fnatic,
thank you for
since
sharing
Razork
live.
has been
I have 3 out of
exceptional.
8 for my
you know,
pick'em
one
so
of the best
far.
players for this team, a
Okay.
really big part of
How
Fnatic's
many
dominant early
teams
game.
have like
Yeah, the
officially
way that we
made it
talk
into
about
it?
Nidalee's is you need a Nidalee license.
Let
We
me check.
have a few players that have them
Tarzan's
in the LCK,
definitely got it.
and
Oh,
Tarzan
there
is definitely
are
one of the
5
players that
teams
even when
already
he
in.
was still in Korea was
So,
a
you're
whole
missing 2.
set
That's
of
not
license.
too
That
bad.
has only gotten better with time.
That's
so
not
already
too
a couple
bad. You
bans
can
come
end
through
up
here as
going
Ashe and
6
Ezreal
rate.
taken away by Fnatic, and the Ziggs and Kai'Sa. Very bottom lane
I
themed. This
have-
Misfortune is going to be picked up. Now Noah considering what he wants to do.
Not the biggest
4.
fan of the Misfortune. I do think
I
that
have
already
4
there's
out of
obviously a
5.
ton of AD carry
I
and
just
bot lane
didn't
bans.
predict the
Ziggs also
LNG.
included, and MF does have
So
a
one of my
really solid
teams
laning
is
phase.
not gonna make
but
it.
for
I'm
me,
not sure
MF
which one it
really
is.
looks their best when there is multiple sources of
Good
setup.
morning.
And right
What
now,
time is it
we
there
have
for
Nidalee and
you?
MF,
It's
and your only
5 to
CC on this
10.
team so far
There should be a
is
clock.
Renekton.
Yeah, and the Rel was already stolen away, so you're not going to get the Rel combo with the Misfortune.
Here
So it's going to
or
have to be
here if you
another,
guys need the time.
you know, like Nautilus or Alistar or something. I mean,
All good,
Alistar is
not
always good
together.
into rel and can be good setup for Misfortune. So maybe that
A lot of
sort
Bars
of
having
angle.
0% win rate
in
and
the last couple
still
of picks
getting
here,
picked.
with Syndra being
And
locked
still
in
getting
for
picked,
Humanoid. A
Invisible.
pick that we kind of thought was going to be more prevalent here at Worlds, but hasn't really seen as much as
Yeah,
Crisp.
I
Yes,
thought
there's a fair
Syndra
bit
would
of CC that
be
he's going to be relied on. I
more-
think Leona or Nautilus, certainly some champions with a lot of that. But I'm confused by the Kaiser ban, because a lot of mixed damage coming out of that champion, and I think for solo AP Nidalee, it doesn't have the same feeling as like solo AP Carthus.
Okay, but hear me out.
Zyra.
What if
They're
Weibo's
very consistent
gaming
in
is
getting that
going
damage
AP
down.
Lucian?
I'm
Like,
just looking
don't
forward to
count 'em
seeing
out.
the Syndra into Lucian, because usually when you pick Syndra into these
Don't
80
count 'em
carries
out.
and you're
These
looking for
games
that
are very
arm like
early.
outplay, you know, maybe Xiaohu like rushes an early Hex Drinker, No Magic Mantle at the very least, because that's exactly where the buffs for Syndra went. We're into the R damage and into that capability to at
Oh, the
level
Shy is
6
taking a break.
just destroy an 80 carry.
And both these compositions, particularly
I
when you
thought they
look
said
towards
that
that
they
mid
switched
lane
him
jungle
out.
duo for Weibo and mid lane and AD carry for Fnatic, like if
No,
you get
never mind.
ahead,
That was somebody
and
else.
you are the opposing
There
team
was
trying to
another
play in
team
either
that
like
swapped out one of
the
their
amount of
players
lockdown that's available
because
between Skarner, between Syndra and Varus, absolutely insane. Even if
think
you're
it
Leona
was
trying to face check, that's really hard.
BLG.
I do think though
They
that
swapped out one of
Weibo's
their
laning
players
strength is going to make it very hard for
because of
Fnatic
the
to actually get
results
to a
during
point where you're
scrims.
ever to an objective first. And I think whoever falls apart, falls
Dedicated
behind early
extra.
here is going to be in some really
Alright,
deep
let's
trouble,
get
because
into it.
coming
Game
back
one.
is going to really require some major plays, because I don't think there's a lot of angles.
Weibo needs to win for my
and honestly, the best part of Fnatic's games have been their early games.
Yeah.
Like,
The later stages, you know, in,
one of
LEC
the
were
teams
a bit
win.
throwy, so
But yeah, Weibo
definitely both
gaming.
teams fighting very heavy over that early prio.
Well, now it is
For
time
my
to jump onto the
Wiggums,
Rift
I
for our
need them
very
to
first
win.
game of this best of 3 Fnatic
What's going on, What
taking
Even? How
on
are you doing?
Weibo Gaming here. And I actually think that if there's ever a game where you want to have that Fnatic thing where you get ahead early, it's a game with
Did
a
they
draft
say why
like
he's
this
taking a break?
into what Weibo has. Because
Or why
Weibo
the Shy
kind
is
of
taking a
have
break?
all of the power in the early game and will rely on the snowball. I don't think the same is true for
I
what
don't think
Fnatic have put
the-
forward here. It's a team fighting composition, lots of CC.
We've
I think
got
at
the
any point in the
old
game, you can
interface
find a
right
pick
now.
and turn things around. Whereas Weibo, like, we're all in. Renekton, Nidalee, if that doesn't work, if that doesn't get off the ground, you've got a handbag and a kitty cat.
The only risk you do run
Thank
with
you,
Fnatic if you do fall behind,
Jamie.
although I do think their comp is definitely better just because of the
Appreciate you,
prevalence
love.
of CC and setup on basically every single member of the team, is that if you fall too far behind against champions like Renekton and Lucian specifically, you just don't get to ever push in a wave. And if Nidalee gets fed, itemizing against her is going to be really hard. It looks like Noah is looking to go towards that lethality with the Halo Blades here, which I do think makes a lot of sense looking at what you're playing into. Both these comps very bursty in terms of the damage.
I'd be
And
happy
he's
to be
also
wrong
looking
if
to
they
go
did.
towards
Yeah,
the
like, that
top
would
side
honestly be
for the
pretty
lane
cool if
swap
they
here.
beat
So
Weibo.
Fnatic with their sweeper, they chase out Tarzan to make sure
Oh,
Tarzan
physical
does not
inventory
steal
says
away, quote
Gotcha.
unquote, any of their camps on their weak side for this lane swap.
Who are you
The
rooting
one
for
big
to
risk,
win
especially
Worlds in
versus champs
general?
like this that can really
Rain,
accelerate
I
jungle,
am
is giving some
rooting
extra camps
for
early
NA.
to a Nidalee, because
I'm
Nidalee
rooting
will
for T1.
just
Who
severely
do I
outpace
think will
the
actually
Skarner
win it?
if you allow any of those extra ones
Lindy,
stolen. So it should be
HLE,
a pretty
or
normal and calm start here
BLG.
to the lane
But
swap.
honestly,
the only thing is we don't
after
see
watching your
Jun
gameplay,
actually soaking
I
any
feel like top
experience in mid
esports is a
lane.
very strong
The biggest
contender.
kind of change was that supports and top laners trying to get to their levels 2 so they can teleport in and try and defend on the bottom tower, but just walked over there with 0 experience on the rel. Feels like level 1 will be okay.
Yeah, but I'm wondering whether Weibo have a plan for this, right? Because I think if you see this draft that they put together, you're almost always lane swapping no matter what you have, because it's all about lane strength and power. And what
Alright,
their
the
strategy is going
3-minute
to be is what I'm
4-man bot
most
tower
interested
dive
in.
is
So
coming
far, you
up.
can see the bottom side being cleared out by Tarzan, and possibly looking to just try and go for something here. Is a nice little stun from the Counter-Strike out of Oscar in there, but otherwise not too much.
Definitely somewhat of a risk taken, but
We've
I think
got
you saw
20
there as well.
seconds
Oscar
before
and
the
Jude
tower
can play more
dive
aggressive the moment that
commences.
brief TPs towards top side. I don't think Weibo really would have wanted to look to try and make a 4v2 play. Not going to do
Nice
that
scatter.
as good scatter, as you point out there,
That's good
from
from Humanoid.
Humanoid. And getting the counter picker, we'll see how much he's able to get out
Shy
of it.
would give
Tarzan
Ben a
is
run for
expected,
his money, which
just
is
doing a
actually
great job
crazy
on
to
the
think
clear,
about.
and right
Dude,
now, neither team seeming to
I don't
get
know
out
if there's
too
anyone that
far
could
ahead.
give
As
Ben a
Fraser
run
looking
for his
play on
money,
mid.
man.
Yeah,
That man
he's
is
driving through. There is the turnaround, though, from Xiaohu. He does
that man's too good.
have Tarzan here, but the first blood still just comes through, and Tarzan diving onto Razov now underneath the turret, and it's a double for the little Tiger. My God!
Big Tiger now.
This is it's a Sure Khan. He's got Tarzan with him. They're used to that, and they're pushing in this wave.
That's a bit of a disaster. As it turns out, if you just hit your Nidalee spears, you don't need setup.
Yeah, I saw the scatter come through, the stun happen. I was thinking that's going to be time for, like, we're just going to back away. It's going to be okay. But Xiaohu going very aggressive.
Tough.
I think just very, very good, setup here by Weibo and Tarzan ready for it.
That's one.
The spear already hits, so Fnatic know that he's there, and then they still go for it. It's really hard to get a Skarner charge onto a Lucian. Xiaohu just goes straight in onto him. But you have to say, Tarzan spears, they just don't miss.
They kind of made it
so
look
as you're saying,
easy.
that makes it very easy to play the 2v2.
Double ADC
if all
for
your
Weibo,
spears are going to
correct.
hit,
He's got
Humanoid
the
just
Lucian
down.
mid, and then
Technically, he
Misfortune
still does
ADC.
have his flash, which is saved. But, that is going to be very hard, even with a flash advantage, to retake control from a Lucian that has all of this early prio.
And now he's 2-0. I gotta say, the fact that they knew as well that Tarzan was already put
he was
that play
playing
in a
well
different light from the
against
get,
Finn
right?
last
Saw that initially, right?
I
But the
wish
moment
we
that
could've
first
seen
spear
it
hits, I
then.
think you have to piece out. I don't think you should be looking for these
Finn
2v2s
is a
early on, because the amount of
monster, man.
damage that the Nidalee and Lucian have that is gonna really outpace what, especially a level 3 Skarner
Y'all
is
know
gonna be
that
able to do.
song?
And
She don't want
realistically,
no girl
Xiaohu,
puppy. She
like,
want a
at
big
worst
dog.
flashes,
They
but
were
he should
talking
never
about
really
Ben.
be in any threat on the Lucian when
They were
Skarner
talking
tries to
about
look for a
Ben
gank
when
like
they
that.
made that
Yeah,
song.
and you just see the difference in skirmishing there. I mean, it's the mobility of Lucian with the dash and being
He the
very
big
willing
dog.
to instantly flash in on
He
the
really
Syndra, finish off this kill.
And
Whereas-
we're thinking as well that this could have been one of the weak points for Weibo as well, with the fact that there's 0 CC. But there is CC on this bottom side. Crashdown going to be flashed here by Light. Creates some distance, but the
Are we
Zenith Blade
twinning?
gets Crisp right back in there. Jun burning down, but still trying to turn. Finds a Shattering Strike, but otherwise we're just going to back away, sharing some health bars.
Really, really big win there for Fnatic. Able to get
Yeah,
both
that was a
summoners
good
out of
trade
light.
onto
We
their
have
ADC.
seen that Misfortune in general can really struggle, given that she doesn't
What
have an
time will
escape.
your
It's very
reaction be
quick,
on the new skins?
but
Are you
when you're
talking
playing
about
against the
for
amount
the
of
Dark
lockdown that's available
Star?
for Fnatic, that is definitely big. My main question is going to be, can they actually use it and get anything out of it? Because just the summoners being down alone, not really enough.
Man, I just love watching Xiaohu here in the mid lane as well. He's going to be so confident with his extra gold. He did not, by the way, invest into any early No Magic Mantle. He's going straight offense first.
Yep, Recurve Bow already in his inventory. Unfortunately, Humanoid only with a book. He's still just trying to build up these splinters, get to that point where you can press your gameplay button, which is located on R, and just force your opponent to not be able to play the game. Tarzan will be starting off these grubs, and of course Nidalee pretty happily getting through those.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to get at least some of them here, but Fnatic have the earlier move with Jun heading over. There's no teleport on Humanoid, though, because of the early skirmish and loss. So
They got
now
two,
their mid
just gotta
laner's
get
not
the
going to
last
be here.
one.
It looks
It's
a little
3v3
sketchy.
right now with the last
grubs
two
already
moving
taken down.
up.
That was where
Their
Tarzan
top laner
invested
and
his
their
smite.
mid on Fnatic's side is not
So
here.
maybe
So
Fnatic going to be putting a little bit more pressure
just
on
a
the
quick
next
three
Yeah,
void
it's one of the
grubs
benefits,
for
too, of
Weibo.
having Misfortune as
as
your
they
bottom
do
laner. You saw Light
invest
kind of walking
the
up very quickly with the
entire
strut movement
team's
speed.
time.
And once you see the bottom
Good
lane has
morning,
also
I
made the
Love
rotation
Disney.
here.
So in
No
this
chance
first
for
one,
Fnatic. So 3 grubs
think
plus
I would
the
want
early 2
Fnatic to
kills
win,
for Weibo
but
is
Weibo Gaming is who I
massive for
picked for my
them.
pick'ems.
We
So
talked about them really wanting to
kinda want them to
snowball
advance.
with the, especially the top
But
3 champions on the map.
if Weibo got knocked out,
Kind
that
of
would
the worst of both
mean
worlds for Fnatic as well, because you don't really have
an easy
anything
slot
that you can
for
do there
Team
towards
Liquid
the
or
grubs with the
FlyQuest to
rotation.
have.
As,
So maybe
Razor
we do
looking for a
root for
play here.
Fnatic here.
Going to be spotted on a ward as he does make his way in, but there's Jun with the engage. They do a lot of damage, and Light will be going down. Jun's still going to be sacrificed, so a 1-for-1
Now that I
in
think
the
about it,
end, but
maybe
this
we
might
do
give
want
Fnatic
Weibo
enough
to get
time
knocked out.
to grab some plates as well.
Do you
That's
stay
the
up or did
punish
you wake
of
up
that
early?
lack of
I
summoners
woke up
onto
early, but I
Light.
also
And
stayed
it
up
makes
pretty
the
late last
previous
night,
grub play
which
feel a little bit
was
less
a
bad, because
really bad
ideally be
idea.
looking for a side lane play
But
or
my
for a
roommates
cross
were
map.
doing
Fnatic
so
didn't
many
really
fun
find anything
things.
there. With this kill
I couldn't
onto Light
just
and
not
it going to Noah as
participate.
well, it's a lot of power
Just went on
necessary
energy.
still. About 800 gold behind, but at least they're trying to stem the
Double
bleeding.
whammy, right?
You do pay a small price by showing jungle up for that dive as they stop the recall here from Oscurin. By showing jungle up there, Tarzan moves in and steals away your red buff as well, so a very small price to pay, but still being able to get it.
Well, it's a 2-for-1. You got free grubs as well.
There you go.
So in the extended trade, definitely still not the end of the world. And I really like this play from Fnatic, exactly what we talked about. When there is an enemy with no summoners that needs to be punished, Jun goes for the Q flash, And from that point on, Light doesn't really have any counterplay.
Yep, wall slam comes through
Chris
from
getting the kill
Razov,
on the
and
support.
that is all she
I think
wrote.
we're
And I think
chilling.
you're happy to trade Jun for that one. As
Went
yeah,
to
we'll
Crisp as well.
just have to see exactly how this one's going to go. Crisp, I think he could be deadly on this Leona. We've seen Leonas pick up some
Our
kills in
Leona,
the past.
yeah. Battle Leona.
Exactly. Battle Leona is something to be feared, Chronicler, as we know. Tarzan going to be starting off
I'm
the
so
first Dragon, though.
tired.
We'll see whether Fnatic can get down here and try to contest. Looks like
I think I might get
there's
a
a couple in
jersey
the
mic
area, but
sub
with
today
Razov going
to
home,
cheer me up.
looking like that is just going to be given over. I think the first Dragon, not something you necessarily need to lose your minds over. 600 gold to lead for Weibo, but I think to go back to what we were talking about in the draft, this isn't that bad, right? For Fnatic, they have this composition that can certainly survive into the later stages, and Weibo sort of have to get more of a lead than this to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think what I'm worried for
You
Fnatic
look sleepy
mostly
today.
is
I'm a
second grub
little
fight,
bit sleepy.
because I feel like
It's
Weibo are going to have a big
5:21
advantage there.
a.m.
You know,
for me at
Renekton
the
on second
moment.
grubs is always a monster,
Would
something
you ever want
difficult
to
deal
become
with,
an
and
announcer?
we'll
I
see
feel like
about
you'd
the
be great
swaps
at
and
it.
taking it back, but
I wouldn't mind it.
currently, Tarzan
but
on
I
the bottom
think-
side is we're still a minute
So I've
away
been on
from that second
LCS a
grub
couple of
pack
times,
spawning, and he wants to punish
and
bot.
Yeah, as the bullet
I've
time to come
noticed
through there. Not
my
really doing
element
very
when I'm
much,
really
but
in
Noah
my
still
element
has
on
to use the
broadcast
cleanse. The
like
Ignite
this
comes down afterwards. Good
is when I'm
sidestep there
interviewing
from at least
the
Noah,
pro
but Jun
players, or I'm
unfortunately is
doing
going to be left to the
prep work.
wolves. Nice Magnet Storm just to make sure that his
Those are
Varus is
my-
safe, but it's
that's
not
when
going
I
to keep him
flourish.
alive as Light gets his revenge.
Still massively successful gank
sweet.
there for
Thank you.
Tarzan. Gets both summoners from Noah, and even though you don't get the kill, they're going to be able to shove in that wave.
I
Kill
think I
going
just need
over
to make it to the
Light,
TL games, and I'll be wide
Weibo,
awake.
with this Nidalee, really trying to snowball the game as much as they can.
And that just makes me really even more worried for the grub fight, because now, like you're saying,
Yeah.
with no summoner spells for Noah, and Weibo having Breathe with the ultimate ready for Renekton, definitely looks very scary, but they are swapping them over, so Noah and Jun headed up to the top half of the map.
Now Oscar going to be seen there on the recall, but Breathe not going to force him away or anything like that.
One advantage that Fnatic got, because, you know, Jun died earlier, they have been able to get vision, set it up here, so they do still really want to go. I do think that the gold lead that is there for Weibo isn't by itself detrimental, but
Jungle
if they're getting
Warrior.
caught off
Yeah,
guard,
Razov does come through, does find the
he's
stun
got
into the wall. The
4v3
Impale
right
comes
now.
through, but he was stunned. Not actually going to bring him anywhere, and Breathe
Is this looking
with
good
that
for
ultimate is
Fnatic?
keeping himself alive for so long. Almost
Okay.
survives, but
Oscar
doesn't. Gets
dies.
cut down by Noah.
Okay.
He's going to be traded through, though. Both top laners to go down as Chris getting
Uh-oh,
taken down
getting
over and over again. You can see Razov
TP'd.
down low. Jun as well, just trying to get out the crash down the flash, and Fnatic are out of there.
Ooh.
But are they healthy
That
enough to still
last
fight for this
Nidalee
objective?
spear.
I don't know about that.
So all 6 Void
Given that I
Mites
think
going over to
flashed
Weibo,
over
they're
there,
gonna
they
have some
really
real
needed more kills
turret-taking power.
to make that worth their while.
Oh, Chris finding the interruption on the
Ooh.
recall. Will be able to take down Humanoid
That's
there, and that
not
means these
good.
grubs are definitely going over to Weibo.
That is such a tragedy for Fnatic. Chronicler, Humanoid did flash over into the Tri-Brush in the earlier play, and so then here, while he's recalling by the Tri-Brush at their tower, just gets spotted by Crisp, and Crisp just waits around. They get another one, Weibo here. Even though it starts out with a decent focus onto the Renekton, it still turned around so nicely.
That
and notice that it actually
stun
takes Xiaohu a long
on
time
stun,
to join and teleport
so
in.
Razor
But Fnatic know
had
that
the
that possibility
ulti,
is
it
here.
hit,
The
but
big
he
thing is
couldn't
that
drag
you are
him back
throwing everything,
he
including Humanoid's
himself
offensive
got
flash,
stunned.
into
That was kind of crazy.
like lightest summoners and a Renekton.
Why
Like level 9 Renekton has his
recalling such
ultimate
a risky
available.
position?
They invest so much, meaning that they don't actually have the tools to then
Yeah,
win the fight the
that's a
moment that
very
Xiao does
dark
TP
place.
in.
They
And then
have
that
not a
alone would have already
singular
been rough,
ward.
and you're for sure going to lose the grubs. But then the fact that because he doesn't have the flash, Crisp with a really nice read cancels the recall.
Yeah.
And right now,
think a
things
lot
are
of us
looking
can relate.
dire.
And Xiaohu
Like,
went
they
back
didn't
and
have
he
a vision
finished
in that
his Kraken
bush.
Slayer
Oh.
and
They
his
didn't have a vision
Mercury
in
treads.
any of their bot side
So
jungle. Like
you
their
thought he
bot
was going
side,
to play
their
very
top side jungle,
aggressively
their top side jungle
previously,
is
but now with the
completely
tenacity
dark.
and the magic resist of your Merc treads
I guess
on
he
top
just
of
thought
your
that they were going to
offensive
do
ability
void
to punish,
grubs
like, this is
and
Xiaohu
not walk into their
unleashed.
jungle, but I
Very,
don't know.
very scary. As Weibo
Yo,
with 6
Markella, thank you
grubs
so
as
much for
well,
the 2
and the
months
fact
of
that they have
support. I
double
hope you're
AD
having a
carry, if they give
beautiful
it
day
any
today.
time on
Hello,
these turrets, it is going to be a
It ain't over till
disaster.
it's
1
over.
minute until the plates do fall down. We'll see whether they're able to collect any more of that money. But I think there is a lot on Fnatic that need to keep
Vision
away Weibo from these turrets to eliminate the opportunity to get all of the extra cash.
Let
that is
Oscar
going to
get
be
it
there.
back. Man, every time.
Yeah. I feel like that's what we see on screen when we pan
So
over top.
Fnatic has already
Actually, not
lost
too
in
bad, though,
record
for Fnatic.
time
This is working.
at Worlds so far.
Obviously, topside was, I
The
think, going to get
quickest
taken
game at Worlds
nonetheless
has been
with their bot lane
24
already
minutes.
showing towards that bot wave. You can't really fight this topside right now. 3-0 on Xiao.
Weibo has a pretty good
Tarzan
pace so far.
obviously really fed due to
13
the early
minutes.
impact that he's made.
And
Brief, even though he was focused in the last fight, like still very much doing
we're
his job.
hitting the
That one
second tier
turret I think
tower.
was okay. Definitely can't give this one up.
Yeah, giving
Oscar
it in,
alone
not
is
it.
not going to be enough.
Yeah,
Again,
they've
6
seen
scrubs.
Yeah, they're just
24 minutes.
hitting it. Tarzan as well can give attack speed over to
it's dead.
Xiao. It is just going to be
Emojis
taken
on
out, and
TikTok
that's what
because
happens. I think
I'd be expressive.
you can't really
I think you
adjudicate
can,
how
yeah.
much damage you're going to do in what amount of time with these 6
But-
scrubs there. It's just
I
not really
think
working.
it's
Noah's
lethality.
been here for forever.
It's lethality Varus. Like he's trying
can
his
I see
hardest, but
them?
he doesn't have a lot of attack speed to get
use
through the
one.
turret.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
Let me see.
Chris taking
Cat for help. Thank
a
you for the
little bit of
follow.
damage there, but not
This
really
game is
too
lost
much to
for
worry about as
Fnatic.
Noah finally does get
It
through
looks
that structure.
tough, but it's
And
not.
so I think 6 plates to 7 is where it was at.
Weibo Gaming
if,
has
memory
every
serves.
single
So not
last
actually that bad,
objective
but
on
an
the
Inter
board.
going down?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you know
It's very
how
rare
hard
in
it
this,
is to
you know,
get every
check-in at the
single
14
objective
minute
on the
mark and where
board.
they're checking in on turret plates for
Have
also
some
a
gold. Thank you
secondary
so much for
turret
the
to
research
have already been
minus
so much extra gold there, and Weibo doing a very good job of accelerating off of the early
thank you for the
success of their
100
plays.
bitty bitty
Remember, it
bits.
all
I appreciate
started
you, boo.
with their success in those small skirmishes, and then being able to
Yeah,
translate that
I
up
think
to the
that
grub fight
they're
is
not
just kind
completely
of
count out, but
insanely difficult now for Fnatic to really
all
retake control.
objectives, 6 Void
Maybe when
Knights,
they get
First
Humanoid to level
Dragon,
11 on the
Herald,
Syndra, because he at least does have the Storm
like,
Surge
in
now.
good
There is
pacing and good
huge burst
time.
potential in this item.
That's
Currently,
a
that
little-
item is in a very good state.
Good
So
morning,
if Humanoid can get his
Munchie.
level 11
I
to
slept alright.
you know,
I
just
slept
tiny
a
bit of
little late,
experience here,
so I'm a
then
little
maybe
tired,
that
but
R button outplay
we're
will be
here.
the start of something good for them.
The problem with Fnatic
We
falling this
are
far
here.
behind for me is that even though, again, I think their composition is a little
This
bit more
looks way
playable
different
when
than
you
my
are in
Iron
deficit
4
because of
games,
the
yeah.
Crisp
speed.
is deep.
But do you
He
have
is
the
very
damage?
far forward
Okay,
as
they
Bree does
got
get through the
bot
turret. Let's
turret.
see how Eclipse is going to work here. Taxi's out with the Zenith Blade as now
Ooh,
Oscar in,
they're
and he's
gonna
trying to
take it
make
down.
his way, and he's teleporting right on top of 2 members of Weibo, and now he's dashing after Tarzan.
Wait,
Flashes
whoa.
over the wall. Tarzan should be
Oscar.
taken down here, but meanwhile, the rest of the fight, the culling comes on through.
Oscar,
Oscar
are
is
you
able to
mad?
finally take down the Nidalee.
That was so
Xiaohu
fast-paced from
dashing through,
Oscar.
finds that piercing light, but can
I'm
he
gonna
get
need a replay on
anything
that. That
more?
was
As
so
the
good.
round rounds coming through, this could be the team fight. Another huge counter strike
Wait.
onto 2.
Oscar?
As Humanoid gets the kill on the Misfortune. The
Oscar?
damage is falling, and Fnatic will find it.
It's the reverse
I have
Fnatic, but
literal
fell behind
chills.
early, but find a
That was
monster fight
crazy.
here. And just as I was
the
wondering,
heck
do
just
they have the
happened?
damage to kill Crisp?
Okay,
Well, they
let's
did,
watch him
but
TP in,
everyone
watch him
else from
TP
Weibo
in.
joined as
He
well.
TP'd
And it
on
all
2 Weibo
started there
members.
when Oscar's teleport comes in, and he just says, forget it. I'm going all in on
Look,
Tarzan
watch,
here.
watch,
I'm
watch.
just going
Watch
to punish
this
this
upper
Nidalee,
right-hand
whatever's
corner.
right in front of me. He comes in with the
Nidalee
instant
running,
counter
he's like,
strike.
no, I'm coming
does
with you.
not
Nidalee
hesitate.
flash. He
Follows
like, I'm
Tarzan
coming
over
with you, ho.
every wall
Like, you
that
getting
Nidalee
this
tries
work.
to jump over.
You getting
And
this
after he gets
work.
this kill, Weibo are now
And then
pincered. Like they
he's
have
gotta
no way out. He's
re-engage
got
his
them
team.
trapped.
He
He
heals
goes
up a
back.
little bit
He
off the
actually
juicy
heals up
fruit.
on some honey fruit in the
Team's
river.
waiting for
so
him.
after he's already
And
taken
he's like,
down
alright,
the
let's
Nidalee,
go
he comes
again.
in with
Wop,
another
wop,
counter
wop.
strike,
Two-man
healed back
stun
up to
on them
50%,
hoes. It's
and
okay.
just immediately
Bow.
takes
Kill
down
the
Light.
Misfortune.
Beautiful
Bow.
stuff
Kill the
from
Leona.
Fnatic to
Bow.
fight their way back in.
And what's crucial there is the amount of damage that Resurrect tanked. Got the early spear that was thrown towards
Oh
Humanoid. Also,
my
the
God.
culling from Xiao didn't actually end up amounting
Okay,
to
we got a
anything.
game on
And
our
you saw,
hands.
without
I thought
him
this
really
was just
pumping out
gonna
a lot
be
of
a
damage and
Weibo-
Tarzan taken out
a
of the fight
Weibo stomp.
immediately, wasn't too
Not
much
at
that
all.
Weibo could do there.
That's a tough play
You can't,
to do.
you can't
as
walk
well.
away
You know,
for 2
this is an
seconds, Kevin. They got too
elimination
much
series.
action going on.
And Oscar on teleporting in, the game is starting to
Too
slip away
much
from you.
action.
Yeah, they know exactly what Razok's trying to do
okay.
here, but he doesn't
I'll
waste
fix
any
that.
time. He's just going to drive
Is that
on
better?
through. They do get the charge out of the Rift
Little
Herald, but
Sproutsy?
not too much more than that, and the turret will survive. As Fnatic now set up to play defense.
Is that better?
They control a mid lane
What's going on? Roll the dice.
to the Weibo jungle. Fair bit of vision here available
Insane.
defensively
That's
from
why
Weibo.
I
think they've been
love
very good
and
at
both
keeping
hate
wards down,
this
keeping
game.
traps around.
Valid.
Make sure that they have
Valid.
as much information as possible.
Thank you guys
But
for
right now
letting me
you can
know.
see that
Appreciate
Fnatic
y'all.
feels so much more confident than they did about 5
I want to see
minutes ago.
Faker Trigger on Ari
And with the
flash
gold
in
lead,
and you're on
a
the
lot more
mic.
equal,
Like, okay
especially once John has his flash
then.
available again. Like Weibo, as
My baby
strong as
daddy
I
was
think they are
putting
when
in
they're the
work
ones initially setting the fight,
yesterday.
you see, if
He
Chris gets
was.
taken out early
Every
and he doesn't
charm
actually get to
landed.
provide the CCs, no, and should be okay here. Doesn't seem like he's too threatened. Getting a lot of value out of the Edge of Night there.
When do you go to London? So I'm going
more of an
to
attack speed build, not really
Paris
going to be
in
buffing
2
up the,
weeks.
Cullen damage as
I
much
am
as
going to
others
Paris for
could
2
be,
weeks.
for
In
Xiao
2
Hu. Yeah,
weeks
still
for
very, very deadly.
semifinals, and then I'm gonna
Yeah, I
take
think it does.
a cute
that
little
little play does
train
kinda
over to
demonstrate some
London.
possibilities from Weibo later on,
And
too,
I'm
'cause not
so
only Noah, but also Humanoid, you know,
excited. I booked
both
the
of the
train
carries here
yesterday.
for
It was a little
Fnatic
expensive because I
have
waited
pretty
so
low
long.
mobility,
But
if they
I
don't
booked
have
the
their
train
summoner
yesterday,
spells,
and I'm so
Leona Ultimate can set up not
excited.
only the poke from Illusion Ultimate, but also
I
Tarzan
can't
Spears.
wait.
So
I'm
there actually is
borderline,
a lot of
like,
long-range
half of it
danger
is
here
I've always
for
wanted to go
Fnatic
to
have
Europe.
to deal
I've
with, not
always wanted to
mention,
go to Europe.
the
Granted, I
misfortune
did
as
want to go to
well.
Greece, and I'm not going to Greece this time around, but that doesn't mean I'll never go to Greece. But the fact that I'm going to Europe,
If either team can get the ocean,
I'm so excited. I mean, like, who doesn't want to go to Paris for the first time or London for the first time? Like, I have a little bit of history there with, like, I know a couple of people over in London, so I'm kind of excited to kind of like see the world that they see. So I'm really, really excited. And I think it's just the cherry on top that I'll be going to Worlds, you know. And I love a little cute French pastry. I can't wait to wee all throughout Paris. Root for Europe then.
Because of Weibo's dominant early game, but
See.
really big stuff there from Fnatic and especially Oscar to get themselves into a much more capable situation.
I also expect
I will not be going with either of them, Chomp, but if I see them, even better. Yes, this is an elimination series, so if you lose, you go home. You're eliminated. That is correct. I just love how they use their abilities blindly, knowing I would also do this. The owner Baron Steel yesterday, divine. Europe is Fnatic. Like, Fnatic is a European team. Yes, JT. My boyfriend and I were gushing about Faker last night. He was just divine.
Very, very nice.
We
Now,
need a
pretty set up for this dragon.
Paris.
It's spawned just now as we were talking about it.
Jealous waited 2 hours
Still a
in
fair bit
queue
of
to try and
vision
get
available.
finals
There are
tickets,
traps
did
available
not succeed.
so
Okay, so
we
I
do
heard
understand
that a lot of
what's
people
going
were
on,
still
they
having
will, I think,
trouble,
look to
but
take down
it
this turret
was
first, and let's see
like,
whether Fnatic let
it
them.
would
And
say the
another smash
tickets
to the wall. Sterling Pale from Razzle. There's the counter strike as well. He barely needed it. Xiao just going to fall. Crisp immediately afterwards, and the rest of Weibo are reeling. They're going to lose the dragon. They could lose more.
It's a double fake out. Weibo also think, okay, we can give up this Drake. Who cares? It's the first Drake. We can take mid turret. But Fnatic are ready to punish.
Okay.
Yeah, Razork says, get off of our turret now.
It's still there.
And Xiaohu tried to finish it. Xiaohu has flash, by the way. Chris has flash, by the way. And they
That
wanted
was
to
crazy.
finish the
The
turret.
MF
They
ult,
thought they could
like,
finish
talk
the
about
turret
it. Talk
in
about it
time,
for
that then
4
they could turn and take
seconds.
the fight. But the Skarner is just driving right at you. You have to respect
Yeah, that
it.
was his
They
100th
do not respect
win.
it. He can't finish the turret, and he just gets
Yeah, he
clapped
didn't
up by the
respect
ultimate,
Razork at
immediately
all.
taken down. Huge
The
for
misfortune
Fnatic
ult
here.
was
What
good.
a punish.
It hit them.
That's Xiao
But,
going down,
like,
the most fat member.
oh, look at the GAM CEO there. Yeah, it hit them, but baby, it didn't do nothing. It didn't do nothing.
Reeve was at the ready. Tarzan wasn't ready. Fred, and if it's just Crisp, I think that's playable. But instead,
Last Worlds?
Fnatic now with a goal
I don't
lead.
think so.
And a kill lead as well. With a composition like this feels absolutely fantastic. Because Weibo, they were starting to run away with things. As soon as that bot lane fight happened, you could even
Thank
see
you,
the
JT.
split,
I
right?
will.
Tarzan
I
hanging so
will.
far back as Crisp and Xiaohu were looking to try and grieve
I'm
for
in
that
London
turret.
for a day
I
this
could
week
hear
for
the
a total of
comms, you
8
know,
hours
in my mind's ear.
for a
I
meeting
could
and then
hear
flying back
Tarzan
same
saying,
day.
"Please
Oh, okay,
don't
business
die," and they were
money.
just still underneath
Okay,
that
business
Tarzan's
money.
ear. Yeah, my mind's
I
ear. That's
see
what I was
you.
going for. You know how you say mind's eye, but I couldn't see it. I,
Yeah.
could hear
I
it.
got my
It sort of
Zeus
had to be
or
in my mind.
Zeus
Totally
lip mask.
understood what you're going
Dude, I love that product, honestly. I have it, but not like the T1
It's okay.
one.
I don't think that one's being coined
They're
before.
really good.
Please let me know if you
That's
have
an
any
Atlas
idea.
special.
Yeah. But you made me feel like right home about something was not actually a thing that people said, Kobe. So I never know.
Love the
when
team
I'm on a
combos
desk
you
with
see.
whether
My solo
something's
queue
real or
could
not.
never,
You really
literally.
did. I heard somebody else say
Okay,
it with you just the other day.
Too much
and I was like, he's
coordination.
not berating him for it.
I really want to hear this. I feel like we
I'm
need to focus
saying
on the game.
Sprouts.
We'll
Okay,
look
fair
back
enough,
to
fair
this
enough.
later.
We'll unpack our trauma later.
As we do see now, third item done. Noah.
No way they're
on
going for
Lethality Varus. And Varus
$2,000.
in general,
You're
but I think with
joking.
Lethality Varus, you do have
No, before
a
that
lot
fight broke out, what I was saying was, I saw that a lot of people were really frustrated because they still didn't get tickets. But I also saw two things. I saw that people, it would tell people that they were sold out, but they were still able to purchase them. And I also saw like there were a lot of like actual fans, actual humans who were able to get like at least one ticket.
He is soaking a lot. The Sterix is going to be there.
Is Fnatic?
Just tickling Oscar in it, who's
Ooh,
still dives
Oscar.
forward. I'm not sure about that one. Xiaohu going to finish him off in the end. Bullet time not doing a whole
Hey,
lot
baby,
of anything
like,
in the minion wave.
hear
Is
me
there
out
to
real
soak
quick.
these
Hang up that
spears.
misfortune.
In the end, it is going to be a
Hang it up.
1-1. Both top laners falling down, but Chris
Hang it up,
losing
baby.
his health bar, and Tarzan just don't think he can quite do enough here. As still Weibo trying to push forward, not finding too much.
Hang up the
Really
misfortune.
good flash there from Xiaohu. If he ends up getting counter-struck, I think this might be an opportunity for Fnatic. Now instead, Weibo trying to punish with Humanoid, not having teleport available. I don't think they should. I don't think the game state is that desperate that they have to flip for Baron, so they rightly so decide not to.
Yeah, it's actually something you see a decent amount with Fnatic. After they make a good play, then they get a little bit too antsy with trying to squeeze more out of it. And
Could have just taken the Renekton.
Exactly. Oscar was a little bit too greedy in the the +1 on top of the play. Because here, Breathe is so separated from the rest of Weibo. You know, his plan as they approach the brush is to dodge and outplay, but he can't last long enough for the rest of Weibo to get here. By the time they get here, he's actually dead. And then the rest of the team actually walks back because of the Leona ultimate. But Oscar was forward from the Leona ultimate, and so he wanted to make the huge play onto Xiaohu. But as you mentioned, it's just a flash.
Those MF ults are giving plat.
Really
Ooh.
pinpoint the timers on those
Don't do that
spells,
now.
and keep that in mind.
Also,
The
even
MF
though you
ults are
see how much
giving
CC Fnatic has, Jun missing stuff,
unranked.
still leads
How about
to
that?
the Renekton going down. I'm pretty sure they
Don't
can
do
actually
that
100 to
about
0
no
Breathe
plat,
there
yeah.
if they fully stun lock him.
Fnatic
Right? If Q goes
winning
off,
worlds,
then the crash
perhaps?
down, then slam
See,
into the wall,
I
'cause a
think
really big
there's
part of why
like
that fight
a
looked even
thin
close was
line
Breathe again,
between
already
like
has level 2
hope
ultimate, had his Sterix
and
lead. So
delusion.
how
I
much
think
time
you're
it took
treading that
to
line.
actually take him down. But looking at the
You
summoners,
might be dipping
Xiaohu's
over
flash, I
into the
think, is a big
delusion
deal.
category.
Outside of that,
But
nothing too crazy, and this game at 25 minutes still feels like it very much could go either way.
what's going on,
Really does. I
Queen?
do still feel like Fnatic
Okay,
are in a
I can't
great
see
spot
emojis over on
given what they
TikTok.
have. We'll just have to see what they
You do
with
have
it.
a little
As Breathe pushing in
foot
this lane
over
towards
the
bottom.
line.
Turret
You
plus pull
do,
over. Pick
but
that
I
one
love
up.
the
Couple of items for the
enthusiasm,
Jacks already,
so
I think.
I will
Breathe
support
going to
it.
struggle in the 1v1
However,
against this
I
guy.
do
it means
think
so
if we
much for
want to
Fnatic with this
keep our
composition. You
emotions
mentioned
in
already the fact that
line,
it's difficult for these
we
less
should
mobile
not,
champions to hang out in the side lane. As soon as Oscar's just going to be winning insides, their line wave clear is absolutely
overestimate.
absurd. So you can hold whenever the team is pushing in, even if you have a man disadvantage.
Who are the top two teams in Worlds? At right now, there were only two teams that went 3-0 during Swiss stage. Those two teams were Genji and
And actually,
LNG.
him going in that last
So,
fight, that made me feel good. Even though it
in
was
terms of
objectively
top
not a great
teams,
moment in the fight for
technically,
Fnatic,
that's
him
them.
having that
Does that
killer
mean that they're
instinct,
the
it's a
best?
great
Does
thing
that
to
mean
see
that
here
they
for
played
Fnatic up against
flawlessly
Weibo
through and
right
through?
now.
It does
I
not.
think they still need to
But
hold on to that.
they are
still
the
need
ones
to not be
that
afraid to just go in for these fights, find these angles.
Again, Weibo can
went
give this up when it comes
undefeated.
to the power of the objective, but they might
Who are
feel
you rooting
like
for
they
in
are on a
Worlds? I am
timer.
rooting
Breathe
for
looking a flank, does
T1,
get marked by
FlyQuest,
Oscar, and
Team
not a lot of
Liquid.
vision available here.
Yeah, Breathe going to get pushed away. Counter-Strike not really going to fight
Yeah, those
too
are my
much. Fnatic kinda getting
favorite
split here as
teams
Humanoid
in Worlds,
off to the side. Doesn't
but
want to have to flash
like
to get in
I
towards the
predict
fight here.
Genji to win,
Xiaohu clearing out vision
Genji,
over and over. It is going to be the Drake picked up as Razork.
BLG,
He
or
wants to find the
HLE.
angle, but that is a
Ooh,
beautiful
nice ult.
interruption. And the bullet time coming through as well, going to soften them up. The piercing arrow, I mean, Noah is really hurting right now.
No,
4-0-3
Fluffy.
on this Varus. He needs to be respected. And I think that that was like a
Who are
bullet
your
time that
three
did
favorite
the same amount
players?
of damage
Well,
as the Q.
Faker, of course,
Yeah.
as
Without the
you can
Varus,
tell.
ever since we saw one get buffed again, I think it's more so.
I also
funnily enough,
like
'cause it used to be in early game
Yun.
power
I think
rounds, but feel
Yun's
like
an
it's
amazing
really his late
ADC.
game where it feels now like if you can land these
And
Qs
I
consistently,
like Viper.
it's a really, really big deal. Again,
Are there any
Noah
other
summers
players
to
that I
be
like?
a big thing as well. Xiao almost has the flash available, which will lead to him being
Like
able to play
singular
a lot
players.
more aggressive. These two Drakes for Fnatic,
I think
they're
those are my
nice, but
three.
again, I think that as far as this
I
was
like
an
all
Infernal,
of
this was a
T1.
Hex
Like
deck,
Guma's
feel
so
very different
cute.
about this
Karia's
game.
so cute.
Execution still
Guma's so
needs to be
good.
crisp here on
Faker,
either,
that's my
on
baby
either side,
daddy.
really. But
Owner,
Weibo is gonna
amazing.
start reaching the
And
point where,
Zeus
like Oscar, once he
is
finishes
insane.
Zhonya's, that's not a target that you're going to be able to go
Love
for
Ben.
anymore. And Weibo do really need to take
Love
someone out
Ben.
of the fight early.
JoJo
unless
in the
the
corner,
fight,
like, well,
gives them
JoJo isn't at
And Weibo
Worlds.
have a lot to
I will
dodge
ride
as
for
well.
JoJo,
It's not just
but
the poke, but also the
JoJo
Syndra
isn't even
long-range
here.
stun, as well as
He
Noah,
can't hate
throws
from
out his
outside of the
ultimate
club.
here
He
onto
can't even get
Varus.
in.
Anyone getting snagged by that, very
Don't forget
viable
about
big target.
Bwip Bwip.
So we'll see about
So,
the split push on
I
bottom
think
side,
Bwip
as
Bwip
it is
is
4-1 for both
good.
these teams trying to battle over mid lane pressure.
He was doing well,
A lot of power when Fnatic have Oscar in the Fog of War.
but did he make my
Because
top
the flank
5
angles
player
for
list?
For this
No.
Jax can make things really difficult because, like you say,
What would you do
even
if Faker
dodging
ever
things that they
approached
can
you?
see
So I
right in
have
front of
had
them
a
is going to be
couple
difficult
of
when you throw Jax
Faker
into the mix as well with that cycle of doom that he's going to be
encounters,
carrying in with him. Certainly be a problem as
and
Humanoid towards that top side,
they
holding
all
on to
are
this
a
CS lead
story
of
to
about 20
tell.
that he's had almost the
What can I
entire
say?
game. Weibo just trying to figure out
I've
that way to get
embarrassed
back.
myself in
And
front
this
of
is
that
one of the
man
things
several
Fnatic will be very
times.
careful about, and I hope Weibo's going to be looking
Several
towards is that
times.
when you're in a front to back,
Bjergsen,
Syndra can be really
I
hard
was
to get on top
not
of because of effective range as
engulfed
well as the
in
scatter.
pro play. Like,
In
I
a
didn't
side
really
lane,
care
though, and
about
I think you
pro
can see
play
this,
when
Humanoid needs to
Bjergsen
be
was
very,
playing.
very careful.
So,
With Lucian, with Renekton, it's a lot
Bjergsen is
easier to
also
get out
not
of
in my
possible
top 5.
collapses. For Syndra, not really going to be the case. Same for Noah. But right now, doesn't
Yeah,
look
Rain,
like
isn't
Weibo
that
really
crazy?
wants to leverage that possibility. Instead, just again going for
Who you want to
these.
win this matchup?
looking
Okay,
for the
so hear me out.
5v5s.
Logically,
Oh, that's the way to go against
logically,
Fnatic,
if
because this front line
Fnatic
is
won,
beefy.
And these last
it would
20
be an
seconds,
easier
Weibo have been
team
losing
to
resources with the
beat
Jax split push.
Yeah, Xiaohu trying to get in there.
than
Chris with the
Weibo,
flash.
I feel
Zenblade
like.
does try
So
to
it would
get
be
Humanoid out of the
easier
fight. Xiaohu just gonna be taken down,
for
though. Noah says
NA
no.
to get
That is gonna be the bullet
into
time. So there's a trade of mid
quarterfinals
laners now.
than it would
But Fnatic
going
feel
up
like they
against
still
Weibo.
want this fight, and you can
But
understand
honestly,
why Chris
after seeing how
thrown into
Weibo
the
is playing
blender,
right now,
chokes
man,
down, and they are not
I
done
don't
yet.
know.
Smacked into the wall is the crocodile, and Bree just has to
So,
slice and dice his way out.
I would
And you could
want
feel
Fnatic
Oscar
to
wanted
win,
to go for the flash counter-strike there. Not going to be
but
the case. Maybe they
Weibo
get
needs
mid-lane
to
turret. We
win.
haven't really mentioned that, but the fact that it's still standing
No,
here
I
for
didn't.
Weibo, kind
I
of
didn't pick
insane
Weibo
how
for
this
my
game has gone
pick'ems.
thus far. No objective.
Let's go
but
Fnatic.
Again, Xiaohu
Fnatic.
going
I want
in
Fnatic to win.
a little bit way too deep.
Weibo
A
isn't
little
in my
bit way
pick'ems.
too deep. I love it.
And it's kind of two.
It's the Lucian flank.
Let's go Fnatic.
It's a story of two different engages because you saw how deep
Rate that
Chris
MF
went as
ult.
well, but there was no follow-up damage for him on Humanoid. Meanwhile, Fnatic have two members just deleting Xiaohu, and so it takes a little bit longer for
2
Weibo
out of
to
10.
actually find their kill, and by
And
that
that's
time,
generous.
Fnatic have the edge in the team fight to follow through with the chase.
What's crucial
That's
though is
generous.
the lesson learned.
Heaven
when
Wings,
this
thank you for
time
the follow,
Oscar
my love.
doesn't flash with this counter strike. Okay, we got what we wanted.
The Weibo
We're gonna
comp.
leave it at that. But that turn from Jun really big because taking Xiao again out of the fight, so much damage for Weibo gone.
Now, Fnatic did have to invest their teleport from Oscar, though, because Oscar was
Weibo
split
in my
pushing. So that is
pick'ems. Let's go
something
Weibo.
that
I
Weibo
just
can
realized,
try
like,
and
I
look
was talking
to
about
answer. Looks
earlier,
like
they're in my
actually gonna
pick'ems. No, they're not.
Use
Oh,
Breeze
scatter.
now.
Let's go Fnatic.
Big shattering strike to come through there as well, but not a lot of meaningful damage onto this turret. So Weibo is still
Spam
going to
the
hold on to their
static
outer
to
and
help
mid lane.
Fnatic.
I feel like this siege, especially as these ocean
Static.
dragons start to stack up for Fnatic,
What is that?
should be really, really strong. But Weibo have been doing a great
Morphin
job
time.
defending it so far
Oh.
this game. Tarzan's
It's
still
the
just
lightning
hoovering up
bolt.
his jungle as best he can. Crisp over the wall, unseen for now.
Y'all are
Razork
silly.
looking for Bree. The
Is Rel
possible
the most
angle
played
here.
champ so far?
As Chris with that hex splash up and available, channeling now, looking for an
honestly, she
angle.
might be.
Solar Flare going to connect onto Humanoid. The bullet time comes through as well, but it's not enough damage. With that culling
mean,
laid
it is
in as well. I think
regularly
in a lot
not
of game
enough
states with a
damage.
composition like this, Humanoid is instantly dead.
Certainly
but in the, state
the
that
most
it's in
dead.
now, he's doing okay.
He's lucky he's got his teleport.
You
'cause he
know
can just
who
go
only
back to the
takes
fountain,
W's?
heal up, and
Weibos.
teleport back
Who
for the
takes
dragon
F?
fight.
Yep, comes in
Fnatic.
immediately here as Razork playing dodge the spear.
You
And you're sort
know,
of forced into playing when there's an Italy on the field. That is going to be the Ocean Drake being taken down to about half health already here as Spear's being avoided.
yeah.
Oscar and still just trying to play that front line. And Razork, if he stands in front of his team, it's very difficult to get anything past him. You can see he's so incredibly tanky, and that is going
that
to be
like
that
their
third
actual,
Ocean
like-
taken down, and now he's driving
Wait,
forward, finds the
guys.
slam into the wall. The Impale goes down as well. The Magnus Storm just sucks them
Guys,
all
I'm
in.
getting
And the
chills
Renekton Italy just
from
lying on the floor
Fnatic
in an
winning.
instant.
Fnatic
'Cause I just
actually
thought it
know
was
that Humanoid getting
no
chunked there
shade,
was
impossible.
a win for them because Humanoid's teleport is not going to have any use in the fight, but the ultimate from Crisp, the ultimate from Light that were used to chunk him out were expended, and so Fnatic
Is
have the
Weibo really
advantage
that
of the fight.
bad?
They take the objective, they get the kill, and they're going to take Baron too.
Cross map being set up here for Weibo. Xiaohu going for that, but that's, I think, all they're gonna get. Oscar has been sent
they
over.
really
Can
that
TP in case of a crazy Weibo contest, but that's not coming
No
through.
shade. I feel like
And
everything I
Fnatic,
say
think
is
the
shady because these are
expectations,
elimination
particularly after, some of
matches
their previous
and people are
games,
going home.
not gonna be
So
very
like,
happy,
I
but
don't
the
mean it
key thing to me,
shadily.
outside of that one play from Oscar, they have looked so restrained, which is definitely something they should have given the lessons they've learned throughout the year. But it's, I think, the big difference maker in the series so far.
Certainly is, and coming into this one, when you
Hello,
don't have that
Veggie.
Leona, Misfortune, or Lucian ultimates on
She
the side of
definitely
Weibo,
means it
they're just
shadily.
kind of standing around
What's going on,
watching,
double
poking at the dragon,
BB?
see if they could steal it or something. Light here, let's see if he gets any
Yeah, I'm not
autos
trying to
off.
be
He
shady.
walked all the way around, he
I don't
casted
want
an E.
anybody
Yeah.
being in my stream being like,
Oscar just
oh, she
walked up to him,
dissing my
helicopters, like, oh,
team. I don't like her
At this
now.
point, I'm feeling like AP Misfortune
That's
would
not
have been the
what I'm
option.
doing.
Yeah, get that Leanders in there.
Yeah, get
Also,
that
just
E
make sure your
damage
team
working
doesn't
out as
suck.
Fnatic with the Baron now pushing down. They finally get the outer turret in the mid lane.
I keep it a bug.
And the inner might be
Like, I
following,
don't
although
know.
They do run out of
I don't
minion
know.
waves. Still, this is so much control, and you can see they're playing as
Weibo
if
Gaming
they have
had laning
checkmate. They've
phase,
been
but it
playing
ended
like that
soon
for
for
the
them.
last
It
10
really
minutes.
did.
That could worry some people, but we'll see
Yeah,
whether
I was
it
about to
works
say
out.
that, but now comes actually killing the Nexus, and I think
Yo,
first
why that
getting
CEO
inhibitors
kinda-
right makes
no,
so
I
much
get it.
easier to play the map.
I get
I
it.
think
Once
you
you have
do have
those,
to do that. There was a
super
team that
Choose
had
one,
got caught up
Wolf
with the
or
whole
Carrier?
inhibitor debacle. So yes, you
Yes.
do need to kill those.
So again,
It's a big
this is
deal.
gonna
It is a
sound
big deal.
shady, but it's not
Fnatic
shady.
now just looking for a
Who
mini
is
wave in mid
Wolf?
lane. Top lane is not really something that they can play through right now, but bottom mid is somewhere that they should be able to crack at least.
Yeah, Oscar should be going back there, catch that one, so that they're at least playing on 2 waves, but they want to be careful. Weibo have been very
Who does
proactive
Wolf
about
play for?
continuously looking for these fights.
What does he play?
I mean,
Who does he
from
play?
this point on, it is just so
Is he
easy
a league
for
player?
Fnatic.
Oh my.
Because
Yeah, he's full.
Weibo's comp
Wolf is
just
behind
run out of
SKT1,
steam, and
Alistar,
Fnatic
and
have
Nami.
all the
Oh, so he's
advantages
an older
here.
player.
They have an advantage in
Okay,
split push. They have
I
an advantage in
recently got
siege.
into
Their front line is
League of
massive.
Legends
Weibo
esports.
would have to come
Like,
up with
I
some
am
miracle play
very
from Chris.
new
Honestly, a Leona
to
ultimate
this
would be their dream
element.
scenario.
So if you're talking about old players, the only old players I know are Sneaky, Meteos.
As Razor's
See
just a
him.
brick wall in front, and they will just
Oh
choose
my
to kill
gosh,
the
they ate
Leona.
him up.
And she's going to go down extremely quickly. The bullet time not really doing too much. The culling, falling too soon.
June, you will Oscar, you will always be. Y'all gonna kill him?
Not going to be doing enough here. And Jun just going to come back just to
Dude,
help out
where
with these guys. As
the
Razor is
frick
immortal, this
did
Skarner
Oscar
is
come
never
from?
gonna die.
And how did
At
he
least
get
not
that
for the rest of
triple
this
kill?
game, as now
Did
Fnatic
you
looking
see
to
that?
push further forward and try to break open this base.
And Noah falls, but I don't think he's going to be feeling
Rate
bad
that
about this one,
misfortunal?
Kobe.
What misfortunal?
Fnatic with the outscale. It's Fnatic.
Like,
with the
she's been
comeback.
irrelevant this whole game.
Oh my
That
goodness,
sounds
this was
so
not on my
shady. I
bingo
sound
card this
really
morning,
mean.
but I'm very happy to sketch it in
I
crayon
sound so
as these
mean,
Nexus
and
turrets
it's not
are falling
me trying
down,
to be
and Fnatic
mean.
on their home turf will not be pushed away by Weibo.
Oh my
In
gosh,
game
Fnatic
one,
just won.
now with that early game composition, they'll move up 1-0 in the
Fnatic
series.
just won. I need a replay on that Oscar play at the end. Oh,
And
he's not
Weibo-
too happy.
The early game,
least his
maybe
jacket
not
is
quite as high
cute.
pace as we were looking for, but
least his
still,
jacket's
a lot
cute,
of the things that you want.
slay.
Xiao getting a lot of
I
early
mean,
kills.
losing in style.
Tarzan being active on the map wasn't enough.
Period.
It didn't quite work out, and sometimes, you know, you see these early game compositions and you're like, oh, that feels good because you've got confidence for a team. Those things don't work out.
He was
You feel
not
absolutely
happy.
terrible. Which is exactly
The
what
shade
happened
is
in
strong
that
this
game one, but
morning.
it's
I'm
best
not
of three, so they
trying
can try and turn
to.
things around. It is now time for us to go to
I'm
a short
not
break when we
trying
get back.
to.
Get
Maybe
ready for that game.
maybe I'm just a little crabby because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night and I didn't drink matcha this morning or make a smoothie. So maybe I'm just like in a little mood. Did you see the way Faker took his headphones off yesterday doing all of this? Like, bae, I get it. You won and you ate down and you landed every charm in existence and you put out damage. I get it, bae. But like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Pluto, thank you for the follow. It's commenting. Facts. Facts. Do you make your own matcha? When I'm co-streaming Worlds, yes, I do. But today I did not. Yeah, I haven't gone like out to buy matcha in a really long time. Which is good.
Red Bull gives you
Well, you have some time right now. I am actually all out of matcha. I'm gonna have to buy some more matcha. splash on F is correct. Is it still too early to order? I believe it is. It is 5:50 a.m. So maybe in about an hour I can. What brand of matcha do you buy? I've only bought 2 cases. Both of them were recommended like online. So I do not know the name of them. You single-handedly got my info watching League of Legends again. Found you start of the year and have fun with League of Legends again. Period, user. I'm glad you're having fun with it again. That makes me very happy to hear. All right, y'all. 3 minutes until we see if Fnatic is about to send Weibo Gaming back to China. I believe they're an LPL team. So if they lose this game, they are completely eliminated from Worlds 2024. Now, Weibo Gaming is the team. Your eyes are not deceiving you. They are the team that was in finals last year. 10 months ago, they were fighting for the crown. Okay, more like 11 months ago. 11 months ago, they were fighting for the crown. The T1, like, literally just, like, ate them up. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie to you at all. But my, oh my. Here they are. Not even about to make it out of Swiss stage. In the losers bracket. Crazy. Crazy. Matcha tastes like grass though. I think it can if you drink it plain. But I also think that if you dress it up, so I am a strong lover of a strawberry matcha. So how do you make a strawberry matcha at home? What you do is you make matcha regularly, and then what you can do is you can put like a little bit of strawberries that have been what do they call it, muddled or like pressed, like you smash the strawberries, or you can even use like a strawberry or raspberry jam and put that in there. And not only does it give it like a little bit of like a fruity flavor, but also it sweetens it up a little bit. You can also use agave. You can put a little bit of vanilla. You can mix up your own whipped cream. There's so many ways to dress up a matcha so that it's not that grassy. Yes, Jamie. Period, period, period. I went from watching competitive Valorant to competitive League. Sentinels started flopping, so I had to stop watching Val. Who is Sentinels? Like what region are they? Oh, what's your League tattoo? Strawberry matcha lemonade. I have tried that. I have tried it. Not my favorite, but it's not horrible. Sentinels are in A. Are they under any specific org, or that is the org, Sentinels? Period, user. I really want to come to Australia. I think that'll be my next like global trip. Oh my gosh, what if Worlds goes to Australia? They never will, but what if they did? That would be so amazing. I don't know if you've ever heard of Tins. I have heard of Tins, and that means he's someone, because I do not know a singular thing about Valorant. So that must mean he's like really big. I've heard of him. No clue what he does. Not a singular thing. Come on, oat milk. Yes, I love an iced matcha. I don't drink it hot. Hearing someone ask who is Sentinels blows my mind. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Bill. I do not mean to display my ignorance. Plus one Australia, period. What do you know about +1?
I didn't doubt them for a second.
What you know about +1?
I didn't.
Oh my gosh, it's Fnatic?
Sorry, I should have backed off.
Is Fnatic
These cold Berlin days.
like mascot a cow?
Yeah,
That is so adorable.
And how I think
that is so
after
adorable.
The
I don't know if you'd invest in into your matcha, but Ipo, yes, I've heard of them. I think that's what I bought.
Network when they were able to catch out Crisp and when they were
What makes it so good? I'm gonna actually go ahead and purchase some.
Yeah, deal a big blow to Weibo.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pick
Thank
off
you
Humanoid
for
on the
that.
side, but it's funny because they don't really have control over the mid lane, and they're so far overextended the spot.
They're bringing together C and Oceania, so it's not that impossible.
Jump on towards Crisp, have this immediate turnaround, and Oscar
We shall
plays this
see.
fight absolutely spectacular. He gets on towards Tarzan.
We shall
Fnatic
see.
play the fight then patient.
So
hold back,
Tins is
wait
the
for
GOAT,
Weibo to
the faker of
overextend.
Valorant.
Oscar able to heal off of these honey fruit up in the
But
top
he
of the
retired
screen,
from pro
and then
play.
with that extra
Oh.
health bar, they turn this around. And
It's gonna
just
be a
able to
sad
pick
day
off
when
Light as
Faker
well. He
retires,
tries to go
but
for
I
planes,
think
but
that day
John
is
able to follow
near,
up over the wall.
and I
It was a
think
really
that day will be
well-orchestrated,
sad, but
fight
also
from Fnatic,
good for
and
him,
honestly showcased a lot more of the
because I know
patience that
he's
we've got from him in this
injured.
game, which honestly was kind of the big
He's
surprise.
been
Yeah, I mean, I think that was
going
by
through
far
it
the most
mentally.
impressive part of this game to me is that
Like, I
Fnatic
do
is
think
known
it
as
would
this team
be
that they have a strong
good
early game, but they're
in the long
hopeless in
run.
the mid game. They're hopeless in the late game. They actually
People
crumbled
do
early,
those Zhonya's
but
on
collected
Jax, yeah.
themselves, played really patient,
I learned that
collected. They were
yesterday.
very
User
impressive, I
ID,
think,
thank
in
you for
how they were
sharing
actually running
live.
around the side lanes, not
Almost every
overextending,
game, no
not
matter what
overforcing. They had a
the
scaling advantage,
team
and they
is,
just played
Skarner
really
has been
intelligently
strong.
towards it.
That's what I
True.
think is the craziest
He's very
about this
dominant
game, and
because
the
of his
reason why when
CC,
we were
his
watching
ability to
together,
engage
I was
off
the
map,
biggest doomer you have ever
his
seen,
ulti.
guys. Because look at this early game and what happens, right? Because we've said
Not
a lot
like
about
this,
Fnatic that
Cupcake.
sometimes they draft a composition and then don't really play to their
Yeah,
win conditions.
JT.
Now, the last thing you
What
want
is so
to
good
do
about
in this
that
situation, I think,
brand?
is,
Like, what do you
give the
notice
Lucian a
is
couple of
better
minutes.
about it?
Yeah, absolutely. And they
Tins
didn't even
used to
have
play
force it. I mean,
CS
not
and
only did
Valorant
Humanoid
for
have
C9,
flash
and his
either the
contract
spears,
got
but it's
bought
like, when you get hit
out
with the
by
first spear,
Sentinels
you don't have to go for the
for a
gank.
couple
Razor can just go back to farm. You don't need to make anything happen, but instead they try to outplay.
This infuriated me, and I'm really happy that Fnatic was able to win the game because you're recalling there, and you already, you gotta sense it, and you know
Oh,
it.
I can only
And this is
imagine how
such a
much that man was
useless
getting paid to
but
press
maybe it
buttons
was
and click
necessary
mouse.
for him to power up through the
Baited them into a false sense of security.
Question,
It
I
was
just
brilliant.
wanted to say it
Yeah,
because,
humble humanoid, bring him back. You know.
No, the little cow on the table is
maybe
so
that is the way, and I
cute.
hope,
Is that
Fnatic
really
fans
their
won't be too angry, but
mascot? Because I
this
think
is
I
an
love
elimination series, right?
him.
And you just can't be making
Look at
these
him with his
mistakes
little
necessarily, and I
hat.
think they played this out really, really
Or
well.
you can, and
Or
you
you-
still win.
He's so cute.
Okay. For Weibo, though, yeah, was it a comp issue once they
It's
got put
considered
behind,
one
or
of
what
the
was your
better
reason?
powders because of
think
how
it was
easily
partly
it
how they
mixes
wanted to
with
try to
water,
operate
so
on
it
the
doesn't
map.
really
I
have the
think
gritty or
Fnatic did a
grainy
really good
taste to
job
me.
of punishing the overextension, specifically from Xiao
Really
Hu
nice
in
taste
these
even
kind of fights.
without milk.
Jun was a big factor for this. I think he was phenomenal.
More of a
in
strong
these
taste
team
compared
fights,
to
being
the
able to
others out
secure so
there.
many of these leads, but also then how
Okay, bet.
Weibo just were constantly trying to force fights when they weren't really in a
So when
position
did
to
we
do
see
so, and
you
I think
play
that
pro?
silent play earlier
You
showed
know,
great.
I announced my I announced that I'm going pro, and that if any teams wants to pick me up as either a sub or you know,
for Xiao Hu, it is ultimate comfort. He's something
a
like an
main
84%
roster.
win rate on it,
Dude,
34,
look at that
33
play.
games, right
Holy
around
moly,
there.
Oscar, you will
and
always
has
be
been
famous.
So good on it. He's played 3 AD carry games at Worlds, lost all 3. They haven't
It's
been able
just
to win
whenever they
anything
want
except
me
the one
to.
Oriana game
Atticus
against
_Ren
TL. They're going to
tipped
blue side. I think that they are going to go
Get you the
towards
turbo matcha
full
bestie.
standard.
Have
Comfort
a
is
great
not working.
stream.
for them.
Oh my gosh,
Really did not work for them.
Atticus.
I think we're going to see them go as meta as meta can be. and see
Atticus,
if they
you
can
did not have
just
to
beat
do
Fnatic
that.
way.
Thank you
But
so
with
much for
their
the
potential
$20
tournament lives on the line, that's not exactly what we wanna be.
tip.
Hey, what we came into
That
this
is
tournament
so
is
sweet of
completely not
you.
working.
I will
Now we
get
are
the
forced to go
matcha.
back
They're
to
not
a style
open
that we're
yet,
not really
but I
practiced on. We
will
clearly
order
don't
the
wanna play.
matcha and
Sure,
have
they
me
won
a
that
nice
game
little
against
matcha
TL,
on
but
stream.
that was
Thank
TL's
you
game.
so
It
much,
was
my
not
love.
Weibo
That
under
is
control for the majority
so
of that game,
freaking
so
sweet. You went
I'm
out of your way to do that. I
nervous for
really
Weibo here.
appreciate
It feels
you.
like that nothing that they have is working, and Fnatic,
Miss Ma'am, who
they look
won the
confident
first
on the Rift.
round?
I mean, yeah, for Weibo,
Fnatic.
they can be so
Fnatic
wildly
won game
inconsistent,
1.
but then they can beat LNG in a game
So
5
if
with Tarzan
Fnatic
and Italy,
wins
and I feel
again,
like they wanted to
they move
channel
on
that
to play
in the
one more
beginning
game
of the
tomorrow,
series, and I can
and
totally
Weibo goes
see
home.
why. I'm not writing them
Atticus,
off
for real,
just
thank you so much.
because
That
I
was so
know
sweet.
how inconsistent they can be, right? But now this is
That was so
possibly
freaking
your
sweet.
very last game.
I think the thing that gives me confidence for Fnatic here is how well aligned
Who
they've
do I
been.
have for this set? Honestly,
Jun
I'm rooting
overextending
for
has been a big
Fnatic.
talking point for a lot of Fnatic.
Go
The
Fnatic.
inability to find success in these team fights.
You can have
but they
all
are
the
patient,
objectives.
they are
It doesn't
supporting
matter.
Humanoid
They had
incredibly well
every
on side
single
lanes,
last
and Jun has
objective
been outstanding.
up
As
to
long as
14
they can
minutes.
keep this control coming into
They
game
had
number 2.
the first
I think
dragon,
Fnatic have this.
Yeah,
both
perhaps
Void
we have a
Knights,
good luck
or
charm
both
in
Void
Atlas
Grubs,
and Chronicler coming
Hero.
over.
What about me?
And they've changed.
I'm not a good luck charm.
You
You've
can't
been
comp-
here.
you
You've
can't
been here.
compete with the
They've been
mustache.
losing.
And I don't think Isaac's ever been a good luck charm, unfortunately. It's just not really been a thing. So
But he broke the curse at least.
That is true. That is true. He's working it back.
Small steps. Baby steps.
Exactly. It's not quite there.
Do you trust him to be here, today?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Crazy. Fnatic is from EU. What part of EU?
Yeah, I don't think we need to. We'll cross that bridge.
I can't answer all of them
now time to get
questions.
towards game
But from
number
EU.
2. And we'll just have to see whether it is going to be more early game, but now it is time for Champion Select powered by Omen and
Been a fan of
HyperX, and
Fnatic
already
since like
the
season
tree has
4, so
been
hoping to see them
removed.
play
Another one
well.
could go, but,
They
it's
about
gonna
to
be
clock
Aurora
in.
first.
I also kind
We've got the
of felt like
Aurora
both
ban. Are we gonna
teams
get an
were warming up
or
to
a
that
Yone
game.
ban?
Yeah. So I definitely want to see about changes not only in draft but also in gameplay here for both of these
Why
teams.
does tap
But
tap
as we
sound
said,
familiar?
Fnatic,
What is
again,
tap tap?
another Aurora
Is that
ban.
a
Seems like they
is that a
really
game?
have not invested the time
Tap,
to
tap.
utilize it themselves. It's very
Tap,
common
tap,
on red side though.
revenge.
So
I used to
could
love
just be
playing
the
tap
wombo
tap
combo
revenge.
of red side bans.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it's beautiful. That's exactly what we want to see. Aurora
I don't
and
think
Yone,
that's
both of them
what-
taken away, and now you get your one ban.
Is on their
Congrats.
shirt though.
First it is going to be the Callisto taken away from Weibo, though. We'll see what they're
Me
going
when I
to
tap on my
round out
keyboard.
these bans with.
A Woka memory.
I'll tell a little bit
You
of a
used to
story
play
as
it
to what they're going
too.
to go for their first pick.
Good morning, Roy.
Yeah,
How are you
I'm gonna go
doing?
out on a limb here and say that Weibo are not going to do another Nidalee Lucian game.
I'm ready to
I
be
still
recruited
feel
to
like
pro play. Me
Renekton
sitting in
still
silver.
stands out to me for
Yes,
some
queen,
reason.
and I know
I'm
you
kinda
can do
hoping
it.
First pick Renekton isn't a thing.
I wouldn't mind.
And I know you can do it.
Skarner again.
Uh-oh, guys.
get
They
prioritized
picked
here.
the
Okay, taken away
Skarner.
from Razok, who was so incredibly good at it in game number 1. Kind of okay with where it's going so far. Definitely is a change-up here for Weibo.
All right, Fnatic. If we
No,
go
so
plus
since
some
this is the
kill-oriented mid
losers
lane,
bracket,
maybe?
if they
don't do it
win,
quite
they
yet.
will not move
Well,
on to
Vi has a lot of
quarterfinals.
CC though,
They
and it
still
certainly
have to
sets up a
prove
game
their
plan
skill
for Fnatic.
tomorrow
I'd
versus
say,
one
Rel
more
in the
match.
previous game
Because the
looked
people in
exceptional.
this
I would say
lower
immediately
bracket,
go right
this is
back
the
on that,
losers
slam
bracket
it.
that we're
I
seeing
think
today.
there's definitely kind of
The
gaps
people
for
in
Chris
this
in the
losers
previous game,
bracket
so
have
now, like
only
you're saying,
won
they've got
one
really
game,
good
but
guaranteed
have
engagement.
lost
It's up to
2
Weibo to
games.
break up
And in
the
order to
vibe,
promote
plus,
to
kill-oriented
quarterfinals, you
mid
must
lane,
win
the
3
Orianna
games.
hover,
In order to be
as well
eliminated
as the
from
Ahri
Worlds,
hover
you must
here so
also
far.
lose
Yep,
3
Orianna will be
games.
locked away,
So,
Xiaohu back to
since they
what
have
has
2
worked so
losses,
far in that
if
one
they
game.
But that was
lose
just
this
a dare. It
series,
was like,
that's
all
their
right, so you
3rd
wanna play
loss,
some
they go
Ahri,
home.
plus
If they
5?
win,
Well,
they have
I
only
can't
one
do anything
win,
about
so
it,
that'll
so
be
you
their
can do that
2nd
if you
win,
want to.
and they
Haha.
will have to play tomorrow
They wanna go
to
for
get
the
their
checks here.
3rd
We've seen
win.
a lot of that. I do
That's
think
how it.
Skarner, as far
That's how
as,
it works
you know,
over today and
deliverers
tomorrow.
of Orianna's
We will be
ball,
seeing
not
the
best. Jax
drafting
would make
for
a lot of sense.
tomorrow.
Does
We'll
give
see
you a lot
who's
of
going to be
threat, and
playing
has also
who
been a
after
very
the games
popular
today.
line pick. I
So
do
today
think
is a
that
very
if you do
important
have a
game,
good Gragas,
or very
like
important
we
day.
saw how lopsided that
Absolutely.
matchup can feel.
What's going on,
I do
Jade?
think that
Jara,
that's
thank
gonna
you
be
for
a
the follow.
next
Hope you're having a
rotation.
beautiful day today.
Weibo even will throw a ban towards it because
Do you think they
need
get
to
sensory
guarantee yourself
overload
something
in
with
that
this
studio?
vibe.
Like, I know
It's
my
gonna be
eyes
Ahri.
would
We've
get
seen this
dry
combo
and I
getting
get a
time
headache with
everyone's average.
headphones
Level
on
6,
with
the opposing
Ace.
mid laner
They
is in well,
probably
they
do to a
probably
certain
die.
Yeah, I
extent.
would say
I know that
straight
they
up here,
don't
though, already
put
some pretty
all of
good
the
adjustments
lights
from Weibo.
on
They have
them,
so much
on
more security
stage.
this time around, as far as
But
the scaling of the comp into
yeah,
the later
no,
stages
I
of the
feel
game,
that, bro.
team fighting, as
Why
well
did he
as
have to
split pushing
yawn?
options. So they're really covering all of their bases here, and you can tell.
But
game number
there
one
is
was just
definitely
very
a different
quick
vibe
opening of the
playing on
series.
stage
Can
than playing
we
off stage.
immediately destroy you in the early stages?
Hot
The
dog,
answer
thank you
was
for the
no.
follow.
Answer
Is
was
Worlds on
emphatic
every
no.
day?
Yes, and then they decided,
No.
oh, well,
Worlds is
Fnatic picked
normally
champions
on
for one, so let's pick
either
them.
Thursday
No
through
Syndra, though,
Monday.
it is going to be
Sometimes
Orianna
it's not
instead,
every
so it
day.
works in a very
Thursdays,
similar
Friday,
way,
Saturday,
very
Sunday, Monday.
all-focused, as now the bans to be coming through.
This week
Alistair
it was
gonna be taking
Thursday,
away just to
Friday,
bring
Saturday,
that realm
Sunday.
matchup.
Last week it was
Style
Thursday,
at the
Friday,
same
Saturday,
time
Sunday,
as
Monday.
Asante going to be
And
removed.
next
I'm
week
not a
I
big
think
fan
it's
of that
just
Cassante
Friday,
ban.
Saturday,
Cassante,
Sunday.
to me,
I
has
think it's
really
the same
changed.
as Oscar in,
Let
to be
me
honest.
actually
Well, not only
see.
that, but it's also, I think, struggled a lot into the Jax. And to me, I think Fnatic are going to be looking for something that can
Schedule.
augment the dive in one way or another, right?
I
Either
think I just
layer
got follow
more dive
botted.
power together with it, or try to go for something that, like a Rumble, right, where you can use the ultimate on the Vi target
next
and go from there.
week,
Top lane should be the lock-in
what day
here.
is it? The
And
12th?
They can save the counter pick
Next
for Noah.
week,
Unless
it's
there's
going to
something
be
really crazy
Thursday,
in top,
Friday,
also just
Saturday,
lock in
Sunday.
something for Noah
So
here.
quarterfinals will be from Thursday
Maybe
to
Israel,
Sunday.
something that is pretty self-sufficient, allows the realm
Yeah,
to
I'm
go about that. I think this
definitely
makes a ton
getting
of sense,
follow botted right
The
now.
ultimate of
And I
Rumble
don't really
combined
know
with
why.
Virel That's a very scary combo to go up against.
Yeah, kind of like what
Twitch
you were talking about
literally
earlier.
will
They
just
already
go
have
through and delete the
base
follow
layer
bots,
for a good
so
combo pick
it's
with
whatever.
a Rel and a Vi engaged to hold people in place for that ultimate. So it makes a lot of sense into the Jax there, and Light will actually steal away that Ezreal because he's worried about the Vi-Ari combination.
We've got the Orianna, we've got the Ari. I'll just turn off the alerts
Is
for
it just
right
going to be
now.
another Leona to be locked in here for Crisp? Certainly has been something as a favorite alongside the Ezreal, but instead some more mobility. As the Rakan
Good morning,
going to be
One
taken down, and now
Touchy.
Jun, considering a misfortune here for Noah to play the other side of the matchup this time. Of course,
Oh
it's
my
not a
gosh,
Varus
it's
being
still
wielded
going,
against him.
bro.
This is what Light was on in the last game.
Atlas, I'm sorry, but I kind of like Jhin. In this scenario,
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it because I
With
didn't want to say
Alright,
it, and I
I
don't
turned
have
off
to say
the
it's okay.
alerts.
Jin's not here. He can't hurt you.
I wouldn't have minded it.
Okay,
As
did
the
I?
Misfortune is
Did I
going to be
turn off
locked
the
in. I
alerts?
like Misfortune when there's Rumble in the game. Equalizer bullet
Oh, yeah.
time, it's part of the most classic wombo combo that we've ever had in the game. Unfortunately, there's no Amumu, but that's fine.
Let
You
me
can layer these
see.
abilities on top of each other with a Magnet Storm. You can just
Jesus Christ,
kill everyone.
y'all. Like,
Here's my
it is
question to you,
still
though.
going.
How much wombo combo is too
Holy
much?
freaking
Do you
moly.
even need the extra piece of Misfortune? Because
Here, I'll do this.
do you want another like
no
big,
such thing as too much.
Because then after you use it, like what if you whiff? You
Give me
know,
a second. I'll
or what
turn
if
off
they
the
don't have a good
alert.
setup for it?
For Weibo, I think his composition
Yeah, there's
feels miles ahead in terms of what it
so
can do. Like,
many.
I still think it has some points in the early game, right? If you do get a combo, if you find someone with the Impale and you layer some damage on top,
let's
definitely a
see.
lot weaker in the early
Activity
game.
feed.
But between the Jax and the Rakan specifically,
And you
the
can tell,
Orianna's
like,
gonna
it's a
have
follow
a
bot
ton of
because
power.
of,
And I do think that this is the
like, the names of the people. Like, it's all, like, letters and numbers.
Which obviously
Okay.
has been
Da-da-da.
somewhat of a double-edged sword for them.
Yeah, and I do think now with a bit of like a game breathing room for
Yeah.
Fnatic, maybe it's time to go back and see whether dominating an early game can just lead to victory as it has for this team in the past, or whether they do have to go back to adding some of these scaling elements and trying to help things
Alert.
along here for the squad. But I think that there are a lot of notable differences here from Weibo as well. As we dive into the Rift here for
Okay.
game number 2, it's the fact that
Should
I don't
be
think the
good
Jax
now.
value is nearly as high as it was in game number 1 for Oscar.
There we go. Now we don't have to hear "Let's
what value I think is
go"
very
for the
high,
rest of
though?
the stream.
What's that?
Lights Ezreal, because Lights Ezreal was his most
I
played
cannot
in
wait to
summer
end stream
in
and
summer
see
playoffs.
how many
And
bots
this
just
player
followed me.
has
That's
really
crazy.
been like the most consistent, like best carry for Weibo. I feel like over the course. So
Let's
Light on the
go.
Ezreal, I think is going to do a
Has
lot for
anyone
them.
forgotten
For me,
Smite at
maybe I've
Worlds?
just become too
No.
much of
I
an
think if they
MF
do
hater.
that, they get fired. Like,
Which is
there's no
reasonable.
way
We'll see
they
about
let
the
that
execution, though. I
slide.
think this game will look very different.
And you can see as well, remember to log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and
It's if
capsules.
you lose
That
the
our segue was
series.
all right.
This
I'll
is a
keep
best of
working on it
3
as
series,
days go
so
on.
you
Really
have
think you
to
did a good job
lose
until
2
you,
games in
Talked
order
about it?
to
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
lose the
That's what I like
series.
to do, 'cause then I can never
Whoever
do a good
wins
job
2
convincing
games
with the vibe.
gets the series win.
I don't need to dive into this right now. Does look like Weibo, at the very least, want to figure out what is happening here.
Who won last game? Fnatic.
They actually
So I
got
think they're
to a
kind of
fight.
feeling their ODs
like
right
that.
now.
Number
They're
one
like
goal, let's figure out
really,
what's happening.
they're really
Well,
confident.
To be fair, in
Which
terms
is
of-
why
in
we're
terms of lane
getting-
swaps, I do think that's a good call. Are they actually going to commit to the level 1?
What's happening here is a level 1 5-on-5. So we figured.
Guys.
We figured out
That's what's happening?
All right, we've got a crash down though, as Breathe is kind of separated. Does have Counter-Strike, probably one of the best abilities for level 1 in the game.
Oscar in, and he's firing these harpoons, man.
He's finding a lot of value as well. He's running pretty hot right now, looking for another angle there. Does find the last one. That is, I want to see the
Y'all,
damage
they
done
kinda
here in this
took,
level 1 because I feel like
Fnatic's
this Rumble
team,
has certainly done a
dude.
whole lot already. What's the result? Kobe, break it down.
The look on Chronicler's face is the best.
I'm just trying to... What?
Just so you know, at home we have like a fully running like TikTok stream that shows the casters. I think just for Chronicler's face, I think it is well worth. Like,
Okay,
You can just zoom it in. You just like have it open on lolesports.com as well.
If that,
and
no,
have
but
What a
if that
clown
Rakan
fiesta.
was a Braum, I'm like, yes, please fully commit to going for an early invade. We'll
yeah,
have
and
to
if
see
you
what-
had wheels, you'd be a bike.
Exactly. You have to see what
Imagine the
actual
pressure using
repercussions of
Smite
this
in
are
these
going to be,
matches. Everyone
'cause
pulls up on your red and blue
right
buffs.
now,
No,
all
literally.
it's costed Weibo is a teleport. and
Especially when
obviously,
you're at like
in many
the
situations, you'd be teleporting towards that wave anyway.
at the objectives, like Dragon or
But
Baron, and they're getting
don't
contested.
know what it
Oh,
says for
that's
Weibo.
scary.
No one ended up dying. I know I think Razor must have gotten in here
Period,
with his
one
Q because they
touchy.
knew the ward is there.
All right, let's focus up. We got Ari Vi.
Are they playing with the
Ari
old
Vi, mid lane
biscuits?
looking to burn
Yes,
some
they
summoner
are.
spells, and look at River too.
So they're
Jun is
playing
heading out.
before
Going to
they
speed him up
nerfed
as, yeah, Flash
biscuits
does
and
come out.
all of the
Razork does
items.
exactly
They're
what he
playing
needs
on
to, as Jun's going to turn up as well.
14.18,
Going to be difficult for Xiaohu in
which
the
is
lane from
considered the
now
world's
on. Just
patch.
checking some camps here, and you can see Razork already was pretty far ahead. I think Tarzan has now managed to try and catch back up again, but full information of where the jungler is now as Noah catches the wave.
Danny
And
Phantom,
Atlas,
thank you for the
checking off the
follow.
boxes that you
Yeah.
always have when you have a Vi Ari. First step is always burn the enemy mid summoner spell early on, so that when you get your level 6s, then you can actually get the
I
kill.
can't
with that
remember any of the
guaranteed combo.
words, but
The only thing you
words,
give
but I
up is
remember the
vision
melody.
of your jungler when you pass
Like, I
through
remember the
mid, and
dude
Weibo
rapping.
looking to punish on that.
Yeah, information over to both sides here, as that is going to be Tarzan locking
Oh, wow.
down the blue buff. Gets
Is
the crash
Jackson
into the wall
free?
as well, as Noah's going to come on over. Level 3 Breathe taking a fair bit of damage now as Humanoid. He can rotate
Guys,
over as well.
literally.
They're going
Tarzan
in.
possibly in trouble. There's the crash down. Crisp taking so much damage, but he flashes to get away. Razork doing exactly the same thing. Noah just standing there looking for someone to hit, as Razork should be taken out, but not
Oh, wow, they got first
before they
blood.
get the kill on the Rakan. And now Xiaohu, remember, doesn't have
He's
flash
stuck.
and is now in the Thunderdome, but the rest of Weibo are there trying to keep him safe. And it looks like Fnatic will just back away.
Good escort, and it
They
looks like
trade
both
1 for
teams
1,
said,
but,
okay,
like,
game number 1 was a little bit low action, little bit
The
too
ADC got first
slow-paced.
blood,
Was
so
it?
I think that's better for
Compared to this,
Fnatic.
it was.
Well,
not
Noah is now
done.
coming on over. Maybe this is just an extended fight, as they will just let the Jacks go home. Tarzan, he wants to be able to take this.
What
for
did
himself, and
Biscuits do
maybe
to
we'll just
deserve
have
the
waves
nerf?
being
They
attacked
said there's
as Jun
already
just,
like enough
At some
mana
point, you
region
gotta pay some attention to the
options
That was actually a really big kind of like defense
that we don't
of the
need
recall there
mana
for
region and
Weibo.
biscuits.
If they'd been able
which
to
I think is a little
interrupt Breeze's
silly.
recall here, it really
Yo,
would have
Danny
messed up his
Phantom, he
timing,
was
so they
just
pushed in
14
on
when
the
his
bottom wave
parents built a
immediately
very
afterwards,
strange
but
machine
he gets
designed
it
to
off,
view
and
a
so
world
we're actually
unseen.
going to have the regular swap now with Chris rotating
That was nice,
up
bro.
to
Thank you,
light
BK.
on that top side of the map.
Because I
And
did not remember any of the
Razork actually
words.
stealing away from the enemy side here. Let's see how much he can get. Razork already with the pass through mid and bringing that summoner spell is quite big in setting up their early game, but we'll see
In
if
my
he
head,
can
it just went.
continue.
That's what led to that fight in the first place. It was the fact that Razork
Honestly,
went for the gank on mid and then went back into his own jungle, where obviously Weibo were trying to contest, did end up getting it, and now looking at everything that happened, feels like it's still fairly even, right? A lot of summoners blown on the side of Weibo, but unless a big fight
keep
breaks
the
out early on,
ADC CS
shouldn't be
diff,
too big of a detriment.
please.
I'd say the
I
biggest
think it's because
advantage here,
Ezreal was
is actually
farming
on the
top
side
while
of
Misfortune
Fnatic,
was
and that is
bot getting
with
kills.
Razork's possible opportunities for the next plays, because Breeze now, no teleport. Tarzan now, no teleport as well. So if they're able to shift the lanes backwards, then Razork is going to have a lot
You're
of
singing
opportunities.
Summon Danny
And Humanoid
Phantom.
will get to his level 6 very soon. Of course, the Vi is going to take quite a bit longer since we've had extra time
Popped up.
skirmishing and not full clearing.
Yep. Crisp is going to find the position of Razork. Definitely important is now Breathe. Getting stunned up, I think holding on to the Counter-Strike, and that's why Jun doesn't want to overcommit here. Still going to throw the crash down in, and there is that Counter-Strike to come out. Just trying to zone him away as best they can.
This wave state is horrible.
Yo,
though. It's
guys,
pushing
I haven't
away
gotten
from Breathe,
TikTok
and
banned
the rest
yet.
of Weibo is towards the top side of the map, trying to get these grubs. They will get
I
that.
think
Fnatic
they
looking
may
to
have fixed
counter
the problem.
with both a dragon and possibly
Don't jinx
Jun.
it, my
He's
bad.
still backing.
Yeah, I probably
Looks
shouldn't
like
have
they're
said
gonna let
anything.
Breathe get to the wave anyway.
I
So
just
a
wanted
trade of
to
objectives here.
commend
Quite nice
TikTok
there
for
Weibo. Honestly, the player that
for
I
being
had
nice to
my
me today.
magnifying glass on from the Champion Select in light on his
Keeping it
Ezreal
cute, keeping it
is
cordial.
probably the place that they are still
There was
most
a
confident
problem.
in, even
So,
though Noah got the first blood.
League of
so the
Legends
extra
Worlds
bonus money in that
2024
skirmish, because
is
of the extra CS here for
copyrighted.
White, with
You're
CSing
not
on top
allowed
side of
to
the map,
like stream
still
it
on a
unless you have
very good pace
exclusive
in this game.
permission,
Yeah, 'cause
exclusive
everything's been
rights
so chaotic, but
to co-stream
we
it.
did see for a brief
I
moment there,
have
Oscar
those
just getting
exclusive
pelted by
rights
Ezreal. I think this is one
and
of the few matchups
permissions.
as well,
Like
where
I am an
particularly after the
official
Rumble nerfs,
Worlds
just kinda
2024
sitting
co-streamer.
there, and you get poked down,
TikTok did not know
on
that,
top of the
and they
Ezreal,
kept
and
taking
even if
down
you
my
do get on top
live
of him, quite as much
because
damage as you do
they thought that
before.
I was like
Razork
reusing
should be getting
content, but I'm
closer
not.
towards the level
Like
6, but
I
Xiao now
have
will have
rights.
his flash available,
So
that should take away at least one possible risk
I was
here
getting
for Weibo.
like
See whether they can play around
penalties, and
know what?
my live
Now,
was
still
getting
supported
taken
by Jun.
down
If you do
because
have
of
a
that.
look at where the CS numbers are at, it's
But
sort of like
yesterday, they like banned me for like 4 days, and so I had to like send a message, and then they unbanned me, and they were like, sorry. I was like, no problem. They unbanned me in like 10 minutes. Like, it really wasn't that big of a deal, but it's still kind of like annoying with the back and forth.
Throwing down that equalizer,
but it's chill.
And setting it up on top of the cease and desist can be absolutely deadly if we do find.
Which teams are going to play next after this game? One touching. I need you to lock the frick in, because it's going to be Team Liquid are in a brethren on stage playing versus GAM. I need you to lock in, because we gotta support them with every fiber in our being. Good morning, Jeremiah.
Whoa, there's the flash in the shattering strike, and the
See, now that's where's the person who was asking me to rate Misfortune ults? Where they at? Because that was a Misfortune ult. That right there was a 10 out of 10. That's how you ult. Rate that MFO. That's a 10 out of 10, baby. That's how you ulti on Misfortune.
And it was a little bit of acting, you know, with Razor kind of walking back the other direction.
Noah said, actually,
look the other way as
take notes. Watch this.
Yeah, Crisp gonna battle dance forward. No flash from Humanoid, just holds onto it and doesn't actually need it. So nicely done. Equalizer has to be used here towards the bottom side just to try and get breathe off of Oscarinin, but it is a trade of ultimates in the end. I just think that the Equalizer is a little bit more valuable in the upcoming fights.
Yeah, Chao is only sitting on tier.
TL is not going to lose. Stop it.
I don't need to invest anything there.
Coming in for all that damage, Chronicle.
Dasher, thank you for sharing the live.
Yeah, that might have been the point.
It was. Yeah, thank you, Atlas.
Have you seen the AP mid roaming recons?
I have.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I think I can turn back on my alerts. What's going on, Blade? How are you doing, Bookie?
All right, speaking of roaming mids, though, Humanoid being assisted by Jun to clear out some of this vision. Again, always looking at that synergy between Razor, Jun, and Humanoid to pull out some of these plays.
I think this could be a 3-game series. We shall see.
There, he also has his ultimate available, so kind of itching to make a play.
Manny, thank you for sharing the live. Aya, thank you for the follow.
Everything ready here. Seems like Fnatic are kind of poised to blow some summoner
I've been thinking of playing team supports, but not Nautilus. I hate him. Why don't you like Nautilus?
Holding hands with Razork.
Who won the games yesterday? Miss Chim ×2. Yesterday, it was T1 versus G2. T1 2-0 G2 and has moved on to quarterfinals. G2 lives to see another day, and we will see them tomorrow. We don't know who they're playing against yet for their final chances at moving on to quarterfinals, but we shall see tomorrow. Or we'll see at the end of today. After that was BLG versus PSG, and BLG ended up 2-0ing PSG. PSG almost took it to game 3, but they ended up throwing a little bit.
If they're not taking
and so PSG has been eliminated from Worlds, and BLG has not promoted on to quarterfinals. They will have to fight another day tomorrow. We don't know who they're going up against. What's really scary is I have 4 teams that I want to advance on to quarterfinals. There's only 3 slots. I want G2, Team Liquid, FlyQuest, and BLG to move on. Again, only 3 slots. So that's not gonna work. Now, I need BLG. Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know what the optimal like matchup is. Like, FlyQuest cannot face Team Liquid. My NA brethren cannot fight each other for a slot. So FlyQuest and Team Liquid need to go up against either G2 or BLG, or, from the looks of it, Fnatic. So I'm thinking we might have to sacrifice G2. We might have to sacrifice G2. So we'll put G2 versus FlyQuest. We'll put Team Liquid versus Fnatic. And we'll put BLG
always be looking
versus
to try and play. As looks like the mid wave just going to be fully dropped. Humanoid making his way over. That's pretty costly for Fnatic. They gotta go.
Yeah, Razok making his way in, make it rain to slow them down. Is Light taking a bit of damage from that double up as well. Fnatic do get themselves into the river.
FlyQuest, G2.
Cloud Drake.
Look at the vision for
Yeah,
Weibo here.
repeat matches
Very
are not
well aware of
allowed.
what is happening?
Well, they also
No,
going to be able to
teams
get
from
control
the
of
same
this bottom
region
lane.
are
Just
now
trying to get
allowed
himself
to
in there.
face each
Shadow
other,
Strike just onto
but
Tarzan, but he's
you're
still
not
gonna
allowed
pressure him away.
to do repeat
Now, Weibo, they can
matches.
start off this streak if they'd like to, but instead just want to take
I
control of
think
these
NA
waves, and I
should
think
fight
we're
each
gonna do
other,
this
so we
dance
have at
again,
least one
gentlemen.
person in
Yeah, and you can
quarterfinals.
tell, too, with mid-wave
Honestly,
push, now
maybe you
Humanoid gets
cooked
to
with
move into the
that.
river and fully clear out all this vision.
It's
So a
been
little
so long
cryo
since
there
NA
does
got to quarterfinals.
enable the setup here for Fnatic a lot easier for them.
We got
They've
to
also got
quarterfinals
full
last
VT
year.
completed for Noah in time for this fight.
That's a big spike.
Yeah.
Golden Guardians
They
went to
definitely want to
quarterfinals
use
last
it.
year.
Weibo's stalling a bit down there, though, and did make them a little bit extra cautious. But in the end, they're going to cede it due to the
DK.
Looks like Fnatic will just
It
be able
is
to take this one
DK.
down.
You're
Crisp
right.
is going to poke his head in and see what's going on, but Tarzan not in the area, and that is going to mean the Dragon does go over to Fnatic. We've got
TL.
another Ocean Soul.
Okay, Mark.
Back-to-back this game.
I
A lot
get
of
what you're
rushes.
saying.
As now
TL
Crisp can get
has
slowed down, but
looked disappointing.
bit of mobility. As
But
well as options
also,
there. They
Mark,
get the teleport
TL,
out. Razok
TL
just
has
holds onto
only
the ulti,
faced the
but
top
now the Magnet Storm still comes in.
Chinese
Bullet time doing
teams,
so much work as Crisp,
which is
burning down,
tough.
but still going to be able to escape. And now Breathe on the flank angle, and he
Uh-oh,
finds Jim, takes him
guys.
out.
We might be
And that is
getting a
gonna be the
game
second kill in the
3.
fight as Razok hits the deck. Weibo, they struck a little bit
TL
late in
has
that one,
had
but
a
it worked
very
out
hard
so
run
beautifully.
going
Jax
against the
yesterday
top
kinda inspired
Chinese
everybody.
teams.
Yeah, I think
Now,
so.
Previous to
with
that, Jax
the
had not been winning that
same
much, and
breath,
now coming out with
we
a
must
nice teleport
also
flank himself.
acknowledge
Breathe gets in
that
there in the back with the counter-strike. It was nicely set up
if
by
they
Weibo,
can't beat the
pretty
top
early
Chinese
on here, though,
teams,
with the trap towards
then
Tri-Brush.
what makes us think
Humanoid also
that
not
they'll
able
beat
to join
them
that
later
fight.
in the
I think they have his
tournament,
teleport
you
available,
know?
but it looked initially
And
like
there were
either
like
you
a
can
lot of
turn there
plays
with
that
the
Team
turn from
Liquid
Razor up
was
to Crisp,
throwing
actually
or
take
like
him
just
down.
played
And I think the
poorly,
second teleport
which
kind of caught Fnatic off
again
guard, 'cause otherwise,
adds
if
to
they
your
teleport
point of them
Humanoid in
being
early on, the
disappointing this
Ari can
Worlds.
assist
So
with
like
just a
I
little bit of
don't
damage to
disagree with
restart
you,
starts
but I
coming
also
online.
think like
That's the key point,
they
because there's
deserve a
very sneaky play there from
little bit of
Weibo,
grace
putting all that
because
vision
of
down
their
and setting
opponents.
up
It
the
was
play. They're like,
like
okay,
they
fine.
got
You
so
get the Dragon,
unlucky.
and kind of, Fnatic
So freaking
will look
unlucky by
sleep
the
as they
draws.
reset after acquiring their objective, then Weibo strike. and
It was
get some
NRG
extra
last year.
money.
Golden Guardians
Tarzan
didn't
gets
make it
over
past
the
group
wall there. Suppression does come
Then
on through as now Humanoid down to
NRG is who
50%
I
as
meant.
Light throwing out these mystic shots, doing
By the
so
way,
much work as
NRG is
Humanoid
no
gets over
longer
the
a team
wall,
in League of
avoids the
Legends. I
rock,
think
but
that's
is now
crazy.
not able to get back, just teleported
I'm
towards
saying
that
our
top side,
recovery.
so Weibo should
I'm
be able to now
saying.
use that in order to grab this Rift Herald.
Oh, if Crisp had led that a little bit further on his recon knockup, probably would have at least forced Humanoid's flash. But it
You're
was
not
just
wrong,
inside, and the
Raph,
Ari ultimate distance was
unfortunately.
enough to get Humanoid out.
You're
This time,
not wrong.
just like in game number 1, Weibo is
What
going to be
happened to
able to pick this
NRG?
up.
NRG's
Well,
no longer in the
Tard as
LCS.
well.
He has been left to his own devices in the bot lane, so just pushing away. First turret blood to come through.
Ooh, John looking for a little bit of a wraparound here as Razok not able to get the interruption on the back. There goes the Rift Herald.
So
Tarzan collects that one. We'll see whether we get an earlier turret take in mid
if
lane
we
this
look at
time
it
as
again, so we have
if at first you don't
DK,
succeed, let's just do it
BLG.
again. As he does get charmed,
Let's
doesn't
just
quite
say
work
Fnatic
out as
wins
Crisp
this.
with the quickness finds one charm. There's the knock up, the flash forward into the impale. Shockwave layered on top. Man, that looked
Should we
completely
say that?
unplayable for
But okay,
Humanoid.
DK,
And that spelled his death.
BLG.
As Weibo now looking to push forward, find more, maybe even just find this turret.
Yep, that is
G2.
a very dead mid laner. And guess what? The gold went to
Team
the
Liquid.
perfect spot for Weibo. Light says real. Getting paid here. They should be
Did I
able to
say
keep
BLG?
up the pressure, push in the extra wave.
I think I got all of them.
And then
Okay.
swap down to the other side.
So,
Already look, Jax is
Team
going
Liquid,
straight
we
for the
need Team
turret
Liquid
right
to go
now,
up
so
against the
Breathe
weakest
is
link.
well going to
I think
benefit
the weakest
from this
link
pressure.
would be Fnatic.
In the previous play,
So
way back
TL
in
versus
mid lane,
Fnatic.
felt like we praised Humanoid for holding
I
on to
think
his
we
flash.
should
This
do
time around,
BLG
if
versus
there's that much
DK.
CC, you know the moment you get hit by anything,
BLG versus DK.
it's pretty much
Okay.
game over. Did feel very telegraphed. Maybe the call was that even
So
if he does
FlyQuest
invest
versus
the flash,
G2
Crisp just
is
follows
what we
up
need.
with his own, and you still end
I
up
don't
going
think
down.
G2 is a weak
Have
link
to see
at
the
all.
replay, but it is
Thank
a big win
you,
for Weibo.
Manny.
Again, unlike
Appreciate
game number
you.
1, this isn't the game where they need to get big leads, they can just keep playing for these team fights, particularly with Light in the spot that he's in right now.
Ever thought about starting your own pro team?
More calm here. I will say a lot of the breaking points in these types of ones usually come down to
that's
that
a lot of
dragon
money.
as well, 'cause
So
you
probably
don't
not.
really want to give away the
But
Dragon
what would be
Soul
the
point,
name
which
if we did?
If you get the third one, then you're kind of risking your opponents just like
TL
flipping
has
and
a good
stealing one
lineup. The
later
only
to
thing
get a big
saving them
benefit,
is their
so,
lineup is Yun.
Usually we'll throw
Yun,
down a bit early, and then if you look at your item break points
so
for
good.
Weibo, it's looking
Yun
beautiful.
has looked
They
like a
have all of
freaking
their merch reds
superstar.
for their tenacity, for all
For
of
a
the
long time,
engage
honestly,
from,
but especially at
Fnatic,
Worlds.
and then they
Like
have,
Yun is trying to
the
put the team
main
on his
damage
back, but
items
he
here
just
and
can't carry.
working on their second item power spikes here for the 2 carries.
Yep, and I think like 2 item spikes for Ezreal and for the Orianna need no introduction, and that is going to be a terrifying time for Fnatic
Team
when those
MFR?
items do get completed. I think
What does that
Light
stand
must
for?
be very, very close to that Muramana completion. Almost getting
GoFundMe.
full stacks,
You think I can
and that is going to
fundraise
mean
$1
this
million?
Ezreal is going to be fully unlocked. And so the gold, about 500.
How on
not
earth
really
do you have
anything in it
Costream
at
rights if you
all,
can't even
and I
pronounce
think
the name
22
right? What
seconds,
name?
That's when this Ocean Drake
Are you talking
is going
about
to
Yun?
spawn, and Soul Point going to be
That's
really
how you pronounce
powerful
it.
for giving Fnatic control moving forward in this series, or in this game at least.
Yeah, this is going to be
TL and
big
G2 is a good
breaking point for
match.
Fnatic.
I think
There is
G2 would beat
basically two
TL.
modes, big engage with NMFOs
Team
and a
no
Rumble,
miss
or picking up a
ma'am,
single
period.
target for Weibo. Want to try and keep that backline safe. Have
Oh,
Tarzan
no,
and
young
Reed
as in
take off all
age.
the initial damages.
Oh,
Herald is
oh.
dropped mid. We do have Brief
Well, in
with a
that
teleport. This
case-
time the ward's not quite as good as they were.
Yeah, I guess they are.
So Humanoid a
I
little
mean,
bit far up
I
here
feel
as
like
they're trying
all
to get
league
some
players are
control.
pretty young.
Shattering Strike comes in, another crash down as there's the equalizer doing a lot of work. And there goes the Skarner, couldn't do anything about it at all. It's
Fnatic
Chris battle
going
dances his
crazy.
way out, and the Rift Herald does get a charge, might get a turret, but I don't think they'll get a dragon.
Deja vu?
Yeah.
Okay, this time it does go down.
Okay, yeah, finish. All right, Breathe is in the top lane though, looking to try and trade Dragon.
I don't know
for
why
an
so many
inner
people
turret. It's gonna be
have
a
the
large
misconception that I'm
influx of
saying
gold here
Yun's
for
name
Weibo if he's
wrong
able to get it.
when it's
Especially
literally
if they
pronounced
get
Yun.
Cheeky Oscar in and with it as Jun coming up, trying to keep himself
TP.
alive. As they're taking a lot of damage. Chris gonna have to get out of there.
Favorite
The Rumble
team,
does
top 3
fall,
favorite
but
teams
I
in
think they'll
Worlds
be
right now
trading
is
top lane as this
FlyQuest,
Breathe
Team
looking to get
Liquid.
out. That's gonna be Noah collecting the kill as
And,
well. It's the worst possible scenario. As now Humanoid, he's got some more dashes. Light comes in.
Okay, that's a
and
good
Humanoid
zoning
goes
ult,
out,
even
but
though it
Char
didn't
may not
fully
allow.
land.
He knows it's flashing forward. He's a psycho,
Oh.
but it's working. As Light tries to push
That
him
was a
away, it will
good. That
be
was a good
successful.
misfortune ult.
Oh man.
Even though
And
it
this
didn't
chain for
hit
Fnatic
like
all starts with
all
them
of
saying,
it.
Fine, we're just gonna
Rate
see
it.
first hero we see.
I'll give it a
kill that
7.
hero. And they
I'll give it a
immediately
7.
just
It's high
destroy
rated
Taylor's old as time.
because
I
it was
love to see it.
zoning.
And that's what you
Like,
need to
she
break it
wasn't
back
able to
down
walk
If you
down
have a
through
team
it.
that has so much CC and is built around
Got a
getting
favorite
picks,
player?
just take the first opportunity.
Faker.
And they deleted the
My
front
top 3
line
favorite
from
players
Weibo,
in Worlds
which allowed
is
them to get
Faker,
Dragon number
Yun,
3. Then this
and
kind of follow-on
Viper.
play where Weibo like, all right, Fnatic are probably going to commit more resources to taking that dragon, but Fnatic only left Vi down there, so they're able to get the little bit of punishment for the attempted dive here by Weibo. Ends up being a little bit
Like,
of a trade.
see,
And Light truly heroic.
she would have had to
timing
walk
there
through
on
all
the
of that if it
arrival,
wasn't for the
because
charm.
if he's not
Actually,
there and you
wait,
can
I think it
chase on,
deserves a lower
Noah can
rating
flash aggressively.
due to
That
the
could have been
missynergy of
the
Misfortune
backbreaker,
and
because do
Ari.
note, right now,
The
Weibo's
charm
still
had
the
her
gold
walking
lead.
out.
Humanoid
Ori
going in
wasn't walking
aggressively, but
out.
not hitting.
So
that's
I'm
a
actually going to have
multi-used.
to dock maybe
And now
a point.
the Ari
So
with a
we'll say a
little bit less
6.
mobility, of course, does have not long to wait.
What's going on,
for level 2
Pablo? How
ultimate.
you doing?
Still, Spirit Rush is pretty
Not
important.
MFR,
Humanoid
my
wants to
bad.
play out these
Team
fights. Shahu can catch this
Mrs.
minion wave.
Mother
Now it should
Redacted
be a
Squad.
dance
Oh,
around
that's
the Baron
cute.
until
But it's
this
also funny
dragon
because
becomes a talking point
MRS
once again.
Kim, you know?
What a present this series. It's not what I was expecting
Love.
in terms
Wait,
of
and then it's like
how close
Miss
these games
Baker,
have been.
Miss Young,
This
Miss
game
Caps. That's cool.
still
Wait, that's actually really
very much up
good.
in the air as
Our
well.
covery, because then they're girlies. Period.
Good first series at Worlds.
Yeah, I
Atlas.
can't really gauge it. You know, I can't gauge where I think this
Has
particular
any
game's
American
going to go. I
teams
feel like
made it to
Weibo are fighting
Worlds?
so much harder this
There are
time. I
2
kinda like
NA
leaning
teams that are
towards
in
their
Worlds.
composition a whole lot more,
It's
but
FlyQuest and
Fnatic
Team
really
Liquid.
did put a fair
Viper's
bit of
very
hope
good.
in
What's going
me
on, Luke? How you doing?
after that first game.
Everyone is a Faker fan.
very
He's the best player for a
Yeah.
reason.
I'm not
Exactly.
monologuing, though. I'm just saying it, stating a fact. Like they
Exactly.
did well. Is that? It's not. Maybe it's a bad.
Oh,
thing.
I
Successfully
wasn't.
build Atlas with hope. I like that. Hope was forcefully put in
Isn't
you.
I do
Jun
have hope.
Korean? I wasn't talking about him.
With whether that's allowed.
I was talking about
Snog
Yun.
is going to catch a wave in the mid lane. And
Jun
Weibo with a
or
lot of vision. I
Jun.
feel like they've had just more
I don't know what
vision
his
throughout
name
this
is.
entire series so far. And
I was talking
around
about
this Baron, it's
Yun,
working out.
the ADC
the feeling
for
of
Team
trepidation
Liquid.
that both of you are experiencing right now is because this still comes down to the next big team fight.
Oh yeah.
It still comes down
When
to
does
the next
SSG
big
versus
breaking point here, 'cause
SKT1
that's
play?
certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast cone for you. The equalizer
Tarzan?
thrown down doesn't quite work out, but Crisp is already dead. Tarzan getting closed in on him. Breathe. Gonna have to be an absolute hero here, but he's knocked up.
Oh
the
my
Skarner's
gosh.
taken out. Razzle with an amazing flash,
Dude,
but Light
is
now
Jax
in the
just
fight, and Noah will be
OP?
taken out. It's a double. It is gigantic triple now.
Oh my gosh, this Ezreal,
making
he's
a
got a quadra kill.
And Light turns up, and the lights
Guys,
are
we're
out
going to
for
game
Fnatic.
3.
Oh my god! 4 kills in the hands of Light's Ezreal? This game just went so far the way of Weibo, and it had started out so nice for Fnatic on their
man.
pick. Look at this.
The big thing here is that, yes, they get to go. Look at what they invest. That is Noah's ult, Razor's ult, and Oscar's ult. So much of the power of Fnatic, even though they're
ADC
fighting
Queen
in this
giving
choke,
in-depth MF
ends up
ult
making-
reviews.
and look
Love
at this
it. You're
play
so
here
sweet, user.
from the Jax, actually getting the threat on Noah.
Yeah,
starting
guys, I
Razor
think we're
as well,
going to
and
start
Lights
seeing a lot of
follow up.
Jax
And
in
if that
Worlds.
wasn't enough,
Oh,
a
that
shockwave there from Xiaohu
The
and
shockwave was
Weibo
great.
with an impeccable fight. And the big thing is, yes, this is a lot of gold, but
Oh,
so
good,
many
Harry.
sums were used. And the sole fight that I think Fnatic
Weibo
otherwise would
is
have
a little
loved to
bit
take,
locked in.
looking a lot rougher now.
Jax is looking pretty good in this series.
You're silly, So-So. Because I know a lot of those players does Huni still play pro? I don't think Huni even plays pro anymore.
Retook control of that team fight,
I'm very
even though
new to the
Fnatic start out with
esports,
the pick.
like,
Actually,
world
looking, I
scene,
thought that
so.
Fnatic used more. It's only Razork and Oscar's flash. Noah has his backup now. Obviously, didn't have it in the previous play. But there you see, like, that's an insane spike when it comes to the goal. Do note, Fnatic can just give this up. They don't need to. They don't need to fight for this dragon. They can wait and kind of have it equalize. I don't know if they want to do that though. And that teleport says absolutely not.
Nice charm to come through
The
there from
tatties
Humanoid, but Tarzan not taking
addies
a
are
whole lot of damage
gone.
at the moment. Immortal Skarner seems to be a theme as well
Oh,
in this series.
He's on vision. He's on vision.
Yeah, Tarzan
Oh,
does
the
get himself
marketplace
over,
is
not going to
open
quite find the
yet.
stun though as Breathe gets into that backline. This Counter-Strike not quite as good, but Humanoid still going to get taken out of the fight.
So
Another
y'all are
shockwave
fighting in the
absolutely
same
everyone
exact
in that
spot,
particular area, and Drew
and
gonna
y'all
get taken
think
out
it's
in the
gonna
end.
go a
Breathe going to
different
finish him off, and I
direction.
feel like Weibo, they
Interesting.
may have just started this snowball rolling.
Yeah, and that's going to be
Interesting.
Dragon denied from Fnatic and possibly then turning everything over towards the Baron area of the map. I mean, it's 25 seconds
He was
on
part of the
both Noah
LCK
and
English
Razork. Weibo
cast
just
prior
control the
to
entire
enlisting.
map.
Oh,
And then
he
one
enlisted?
teamfight,
He's
really
in the
good for Weibo,
military?
but not that great. I think
Aw.
this one is. It denies the soul. It further builds the gold lead.
Before,
And even
like,
if
before
Weibo
I
don't
knew
end
about
up
the
getting
whole
Baron, which, to be
enlist,
fair,
like
I
the
don't think there's a lot that
mandatory
Fnatic can do.
enlisting
Even if they
in the
wouldn't, they
military
would be the
for
first ones
Korea,
that would be able to get the back in, get back out on the
before I
map,
had
and
any like
at this point,
education on
Fnatic
it,
wasn't gonna be able
I
to
used to
contest,
feel
and as
so
we see
bad.
Weibo
I used to be
pick
like,
it up
dang, that
even
really sucks.
further,
Like they have
building
to
upon that
give
gold lead.
2 years of their life,
and I want to
like,
just put everyone's eyes towards Xiaohu. Last
mandatorily
time it was
to
do
doing
or
something
die,
in the military.
You know, by Xiaohu and what
But
he was doing in
when
these
I
fights.
went to
This time,
Korea
he's
and I got to like
1-0-11,
teach
100% kill
at
contribution
a
in this game,
high
and he's
school
being this
in Korea,
conductor of these
I asked the
fights,
students
staying
how
on
they
the
felt
side,
about it, and they were
pushing
like,
too
we're
hard,
actually
and
like
that teleport
really
for Breathe
proud
was beautiful.
to serve
Because
in
it's
the
twofold,
military. Like
because
we're
there's
proud
so
to
much
serve our
mobility
country.
on
I
Humanoid
was like,
that
wow,
if
that's
he doesn't
that's
also
so
have to deal with the
good.
Jax, he might just be able
Like,
to spirit or
I guess
spirit
it's
rush
just
away, but
different
instead,
in America.
flank from Breathe. Again,
Like,
as
I
you're
think
saying,
it's
Kobe,
just
that
a
Jax
purely
looking
different
mighty strong.
outlook.
Noah had no options
on that.
really, and it's good call
And
out
like
by
I thought
Weibo.
it was
They're
so
like,
nice
this
to hear like
misfortune with no
how they
flash
like
is an easy
want to
target.
do it.
The deep ward that
I
they
thought it
left
was really
behind
interesting.
previously is what they used to start this out. And if you're sending the Jax plus the Skarner straight towards the Misfortune face, then there's not a lot that he could do. And Weibo successfully able to snowball, as you say. Now it's an easy push mid, rotate up through the jungle towards that top side. The secondary tower here really does not stand a chance.
Well, Breathe probably going to find out that there is a junk in that brush.
At
So
least
far,
it's
he's
met
been a
with
secret
pride
agent,
and
finds a
conviction.
Magnet Storm onto 3.
I think it's
the cease and desist comes in. The Ezreal has been taken out, but Humanoid had to sacrifice
okay.
himself for it. The knockups are beautiful, though Crisp able to answer back, and Noah gets caught in the impale.
Gosh, we're going to game
I
3.
think that Weibo might just be too far And even though that great entrance didn't work, it's only Jun trying to clip Klopp away.
That's the beauty of a triple carry
doing?
composition. Yes, Light gets taken out, but they have more than enough damage with the rest of the members.
Yeah, Jun trying to get to his fountain here. I don't know whether he's going to be successful. There's hungry Weibo players.
Why did
and
he
it's
turn
Xiao
around?
that's able to cash in 4-0-13 on this Oriana, looking so much better. And
Giving
Weibo looking
LPL
even out the
top
series.
jacks is a
and they're gonna get at least
terrible
two
idea.
here.
Talk about
The
it.
Inhibitors with Breathe immediately after that fight went mid to push the mid wave, so they
T11,
got value out of
yes.
both Baron buffs, pushing topside, pushing mid. They successfully get 2 inhibitors off of that fight as well. Also say that was one of the more stylish Seeker's arm guards that we've seen from Breathe. He popped his Counter-Strike, then Seeker's, so that the CC went off as he was still golden to finish off the kill. Here's a look at the initiation though.
And Light definitely was not aware of the rel, E'd over the wall, and immediately got blown up. But this is, again, the problem, like, even with so much damage being thrown in to Light, it doesn't matter. Like, Xiao is completely uncontested in this fight. Breathe, stylish on the jacks.
Cool.
And at this point, an Oriana obviously has so much damage available, even though he's still shy of the death.
Swear Skarner is 100% win rate. He's just so dominant, man.
Not a lot that they can do. I think they could have looked for the end, but also, again,
Okay, the
Weibo
zoom in
somehow end up
is
losing this year,
freaking
that's the
insane.
end. So
Why would
trying
they
to
do
play
that
it
to
for, like, a
him?
99%, I think is a good
Why
call.
would they
Alright,
zoom
because
in
they
on
got
that
both
man?
top
That
and mid
is
inhibitors, very
absolutely
easy for Weibo
insane.
now to finish the pressure, just rotate over towards bottom side, push up the wave.
They
Here
said,
comes the
actually,
siege.
look at
Fnatic
this dude's
trying to
turmoil.
pull off a last stand here.
Going to have to be an
Yeah,
absolute
this is going to be
miracle. True
the
Shot Barrage does go
last play of the
wide.
game.
Razok tried to get in there just to push Crisp away, and he's just not going to even listen to him. There's a flash forward, though. They find the ultimate onto Xiaohu, but he just goes golden. And now it's Weibo's turn to throw a volley back. The two-man shockwave is beautiful, and Light is absolutely untouched this time around. Humanoid has some mobility, but unfortunately he's moving only to the death chamber in this instance.
All right, game 3. We got a series on our hands.
Series here up against Fnatic.
We're going to a game 3, baby.
Woo!
We're going to a game 3.
How about you? More Kobe. I'm coming in here, you know, Atlas and I
Breathe
were,
said,
fresh
oh,
of a
Jax is
plane.
OP? I can play Jax.
Weibo ensuring that we get the full.
Y'all think we get a
full
Jax
series,
man?
At least in this this first game. I gotta say, Weibo in this one, I think they really took the lessons of the previous.
Dang,
like,
they
guys,
kind of yeeted out
just
of there.
play a little bit slower, play a very stable team comp.
And just
fine.
like that,
Yeah,
it's
maybe
going
it's
to
a
be
little
a
bit of the coaching, like,
long
Jax is pretty
day.
good. If they pick Misfortunes, pretty good into that as well. And it just kind of worked
Should
out.
have been Jin.
I just feel like maybe there are some things that are too strong, but that is a thing for next game. It is now time for us to go to a short break, and when we get back, we'll have to see who is going to stay in the tournament, who's going home.
In my team, the Mickey X, I think he often flashes forward,
Slay.
some angle that we might not see.
Slay.
He just goes in, not scared. So that would be him.
아무래도 저랑 코어 장전 선수인 것 같고요. 이게 미드원딜의 전면이 더 소중하다 보니까 정글 서폿보다 그래서 막 써서 5분마다 계속 쿨템 돌리면서 적을 괴롭힌다. 그래서 좀 막 쓰는 것 같아요, 솔직히.
I think Weibo Gaming is going to win. No! We need Fnatic to win! I could take the biggest nap in the world. Just right now. Need more excitement from you. I'm sorry, bestie. I little tired, just a little bit. It's nearly matcha o'clock. Let me see if I can find a matcha place that's open. Let me see. Let's see. Uber Eats. I could also check Postmates. Y'all, I know it's 6:30 a.m. because in Uber Eats, I literally typed in the search bar Postmates. Like, my brain is just not on. My brain is literally just not on. That's kind of crazy. Jax may go through if they pick Gnar, but Skarner is Gonzo. Oh, you think more of the problem is Skarner? I don't think Uber Eats can deliver Postmates for you. I think you might be right, bestie. I think you might be onto something. I think you might be onto something. Oh, I forgot to post that we're watching Worlds. All right, let me do that. Team Liquid up next. Oh man. If they lose, they go home. Only Fakey Wakey can make the queen wake. No, literally. If Fakey Wakey was playing, I would be wide awake right now. I'm so for real. I would be wide awake. But no Fakey Wakey, no awake.
We are gonna be the Chinese slayers. It can be really funny, like if it fit Weibo and
They said they gonna be the Chinese slayers. That's wild. That is wild.
It's a double. It is gigantic triple now for the Ezreal, making a quadra.
It was looking good for Fnatic until Weibo turned
BLG, I love the delusion. No, literally.
Online. And
But hey, if they want to be the Chinese slayers, go crazy.
Both my analysts said when we saw the drafts, and we'll see the draft comparison come up in a second, play out on R4 when Rumble was picked for Fnatic. Both of you said Ezreal would have been the play here, and in hindsight, it would have been so valuable knowing how proficient Noah is on it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have wanted two things. I wanted Fnatic to ban both Xayah and Ezreal on, as their 4-5 bans, or to take Ezreal on 4, because those are the two ADs that have a chance of actually surviving the comp that Fnatic was drafting for. And I don't think they really needed MF over the top. I think Ezreal would have worked with their comp if they didn't want to ban it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And the fact that you have that ability to
Y'all ain't slaying anything. God dang.
It made things so much easier.
They can't even
Light
slay,
has been so
y'all. They
incredible
can't even
on this
slay.
pick as well, both domestically and now getting to show up on the
No
international
slaying.
stage. I think they needed to find some way to just lock the AD carry down, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think if in hindsight they would probably identify the same issues specifically with how the game went. And I want to break down where it all turned sour, Azael.
Yeah, we have this fight obviously where Light does end up getting a quadra. You know, at this point in the game, I think Fnatic were in a pretty reasonable
What is
spot.
y'all's favorite breakfast
but
food?
So much of this fight really comes down to how Fnatic spent their
What is y'all's
resources,
favorite
and
thing to
Weibo
eat for
recognizing
breakfast?
that even though we are down on members, we are up in resources, we're up in health, we can actually win this fight from here. So the fight starts out, they do find
All right,
Crisp here,
user,
and
have
Fnatic
a
are gonna
great
look
rest
for
of
a
your
finishing
day.
pick onto Crisp. They commit quite a lot to him. It's a nice initial
Rain, have a
interrupt
great
there.
rest of
He
your day
utilizes
as
the ultimate
well.
from Razork. He actually knocks him out of the blast cone, but you're using Vial.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Rumble equalizer.
What's going on,
and
Zach
then
Zog?
you're
How are
gonna
you
use the
doing?
MF ult
French
as well.
toast
So
or
yes, you got a
Belgian
kill, but that's
waffles,
3
tater
ultimates just
tots,
for the support. So Fnatic
chocolate
has to
chip
recognize
pancakes,
that yes, we won that
crepes.
initial part of
Oh
the
my
fight,
gosh.
but we may not be able to continue forward for this. Tarzan then
What
goes
is
in. It's a little
BC?
bit of an overextension. He uses his flash to actually get out here. As you can see,
Tocino?
just
I don't know
highlighted
what
right
that
there
is.
at the bottom of the screen.
Bacon,
And then
egg,
they
and
decide, you know
cheese,
what, we're actually going to try to collapse on this. But part of what they actually miss here
bacon, egg, and cheese.
is the
Got
fact
it.
that the Jax is coming, you know, from this bottom part of the screen. He's down here, looking
Bear with
for
me.
that angle.
I'm a little
so,
slow
you know,
this
he's
morning.
running back towards his teammates. We roll the clip forward. Tarzan here does get jumped onto, but again, does
Should I
get the
cook
ult
some
down,
breakfast?
gets his aftershock out, so he's soaking a lot of damage, and now Jack has arrived. He's in the middle of everyone.
Should I
You
make
look over at the
some
carries on the other side as well
pumpkin
for
pancakes?
Weibo.
I
They
think
are
that's
completely untouched.
I think that's a good idea.
You then note missing flash here as well for
think
Noah.
that's a
So
good
Noah
idea.
is now in a spot where he can't actually look to retreat back really. He can only kind of move forward into the rest of his team, and he kind of is already cut off as
yes.
well by
Oh my
Light and
gosh,
Xiaohu
can
from
I do
this
a cooking
side.
stream while
it gets
we
into the
watch
spot where, yes, you got the initial
Worlds?
2 kills, but now what's going to happen? Breathe flashes in, recognizing Noah has no flash, gets the stun on him, and with that threat being identified, Light finds the angle here,
Yes.
moves
Okay,
away
but how
from
do we do
Humanoid and
this?
Oscar, who Humanoid was really the only remaining threat.
But how do we
really
how do
well
we do
played,
that?
gets in, gets the kill on the back line,
I've
takes
never
over
done
the
this
game,
before.
and really knocks Fnatic's chances
If
out here. It was
I
very impressive stuff.
set
And I
up
think
my
the fact that you get
laptop
to utilize
in
Light
the
in this
kitchen,
really does showcase just what this guy's capable of. He's been absolutely incredible domestically, and now we're getting to see it on the international stage.
if I set
I
up
think
my
a lot of
laptop
people
in the
kind of look
kitchen,
back to him when he was on
or
LNG
I could
saying, oh, well,
simply
he kind of got
just
overshadowed by Allah, he was the big Jax guy, but Light kind of got
use
pushed
my
to the wayside.
phone
And even when he got
and
qualified
call
for the
myself
World
on
Championship, people were
Discord.
like, oh, but Ruler's not here. Light just always kind of gets pushed to the side, and this is a guy that has been an incredible carry performer for this team. And
Oh,
now we're
that's all
finally getting
you.
to seeing it when
Stays
his
the
team gets it
shining
up.
light of the team.
I would say, you know what? He lights up my life, not everybody else.
I'm just gonna make some
Laugh,
pancakes,
but,
some
you
eggs,
know,
and some
Weibo
sausage.
is a roller coaster sometimes with how Xiaohu and Tarzan like to play, but it's always usually Light and Crisp. I will say Crisp has not been as good throughout this World Championship.
Sometimes Chris for the other team.
Sometimes, but Light is always so reliable, and he can play anything. And I think you could kind of, it was on the cards, right? Because you said
Just bring
Fnatic
your
was not
kitchen
in a
into
bad
your room.
position in
Oh.
that game, but you need to be in an exceptional one, and you need
You're right,
to
honestly.
win these skirmishes, and it takes a lot of precision. And the
You're
LPL,
right.
I think, thrives in these when they have, you know, a position where
Oh,
they know that they
a
can beat you on
bagel.
mechanics. in a choke
I was
point,
craving
in
a bagel
very
so
important fight in
bad
the series.
recently.
That's when
Why
we saw
he
the fall
look
back to him in
mad?
that adaptation from the draft.
That
and now
Watt
he's
looked
gonna
kind
try
of
and do that
mad.
Again. This is the
He about to
last
come into
game
this
of
game
this
angry.
series.
He about
This is
to he
do
about to
or
put it
die.
down on a
Do you
riff.
get to go back towards this late game scaling and say, hey, look,
You have
we
a
will beat
portable
with the team
griddle?
points, or does Fnatic
Oh,
bring
that's
us
actually
something
so
spicy?
smart. No,
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
Fnatic going to be going red side here, and this is potentially the last game here at Worlds for either of these
Who do y'all think's
teams.
gonna win,
Their
Weibo
entire
or
year coming
Fnatic? I
down to
think
this
both of
moment.
these
Fnatic, I think,
teams
has shown a lot of
were
growth
dominant
throughout
in
this
one
series.
game,
They've shown a lot more patience,
and they
a lot more
looked
restraint. I
horrible
wanna see
in the
them
other.
Go for a comp that can scale alongside Weibo. That's what Weibo has shown us they want to do here in this
Hi,
series.
OD.
And just look to trust in their
How are you
mechanics,
doing?
trust in their 5v5 that they showcase. They can really succeed with in game number 1.
Yeah, I think also in game number 2, you
I'm doing
saw
well,
it. They
Nino.
felt,
How are
as
you
you
doing?
say, different to the Fnatic that we have known to be a bit antsy, to run ahead of the facts really in a lot of situations. But again, now the pressure is the highest it has been all year.
But that's why I'm a little bit nervous, because for Fnatic, what has been working for them all year is this strong early game. So going towards late, yes, maybe you can match them in mechanics, but Smoder has not worked out for them. This late game
Love
hasn't
the
worked out
streams
for them. I
all
really want to
day.
see them
Thank
almost
you,
double
OD.
down on this early game and say,
What's
hey,
going on,
look,
Cookie
we
Dough?
live and die by what we've done all year. This
I kind
is
of
where
like
we're gonna
Homeboy's
go.
hair.
Press that go button. You know what? Yeah, I like it. No, stop doing something else than what you've been doing all year, even though you've been losing with it. Stick to your damn guns.
Well, you put it like that.
Wait, is that how I'm supposed to do it? Is that how I'm supposed to like get into the monologue thing? Is that how that's
No
supposed to work?
monologues, Atlas.
You That's what it sort of
mention
sounds.
no monologues.
Yeah,
They're
shut up.
playing right
And
now.
Success is playing early game.
What's going on,
No, I was
Fishy? What's
figuring
going
it
on,
out. I'm
Thicky?
just trying. I'm
Did
here to
PSG
learn,
get
you know,
eliminated?
and
They
maybe that's
did.
just not
Oh,
What does it all start with, Atlas?
blueberry pancakes.
Atlas,
I was gonna
I
make
know you know
pumpkin
that's not
pumpkin pancakes.
I was about to go into a Linkin Park track there, and I
I
felt
put a
like
little
maybe I could've,
vanilla,
you know, it feels a
pumpkin,
little
and
bit
cinnamon
better.
in my pancake
That's
mix.
topical. That's okay.
Literally
I
the
think no one
smallest
will mind
amount,
that.
just enough
All right, here we are into the
that you
draft
can have
ball
like
game
just a
number
little
3.
hint
Weibo
of
tying
it.
the series
But
back
I would
up again, and
really
looking
wish I
pretty
had some
similar,
blueberries to put
eerily
in them.
similar, one could say, to what we saw in the first
Yes,
game. as
TL
far
is
as
playing
fans are
next.
concerned. The Aurora going to be
After
banned
this
on the
game,
red
we'll
side
have
this
TL.
time, though. That is going to be the first change up. It's just Fnatic sticking to that one.
Want to echo
I
some of
think
what the
after
Dust was
this
saying.
game, I will
To me,
run
the
and go
draft
cook
for
some
Fnatic
food.
became very hard to play out the moment that
I feel like I should put on the
right?
sausage
Because
halfway through so I
Light
can just
obviously had
go
insane
mix up the
pop-off
pancake
game,
mix, make the
but to
pancakes
me,
real quick.
unless you're playing Kais, which I'm pretty sure was just banned again, trying to play as an AD carry when Vi and Ahri are going to be like 3 screens
What's
away.
crazy is
If
that
you're
people are
immobile,
banning Ivern. I
unless
feel
you're
like it's
Lethality
because of
Bears,
Inspired.
in that case,
Inspired
it's
was the
just
only
so
one playing
hard. You have
Ivern.
very little leeway, especially if you're playing against Breathe, who's made his sole job that entire game.
Yeah,
to just make
Fnatic
sure
won
no
the
one else
first
gets
game.
played.
Weibo won the
Speaking
second
of not
game.
playing things, the Orianna going to be taken away.
I am
strong.
tired.
Yeah.
As the Skarner first pick should be coming in, but now
What
I'm
about
kind of
Ash then?
Yeah, Ash. So Ash is now left up, but so is the Jax.
No, the
Is it
matcha
Jax
places
Ash?
aren't
Is that what
open.
we're gonna
It's
see?
only
And
6:49 a.m. here,
I'm okay with the Rel.
so
At
my
least the
matcha
Rel,
places
a lot
are
of AoE CC.
still
I mean, we've seen
very
the
much
biggest parts of these
closed.
Jaxes have been these counter strikes. and team fights
Next
and flashing to the
series,
back
there
line
will
and
be an NA
multi-person
person playing.
stunts
It'll be
with them.
Team
So
Liquid.
we're seeing another couple of AoE pieces.
Cook or
picked up for the
DoorDash Uber
comp.
Eats? Wait, are you
It's
saying
really
like I
funny to me
DoorDash
because
food?
Similar to the spot that Camille was in, right? Split
Are you
pushers,
saying
like
I should
solely dedicated
DoorDash
split pushers, like for example the
breakfast?
Fiora, we just don't really see. And Camille always used to be kind of the gold standard, but I feel like it's just been Jax. You know,
They
how
did
many
give
good
over the
counter-strikes
Skarner, but they
hitting-
took
hitting
the Jax.
2 or 3 or 4 people have we seen this tournament already? Oscarinin feeling confident blinding it. Again, we do know that there are some counter picks that can actually punish it well, but the burden of execution on that one gonna be quite high. The Ahri doesn't feel quite as insane to
Yeah,
me
we're
when
in
you pair
game
it with
3
the
at the
Skarner.
moment.
Still a good amount of lockdown though, but just not quite the same snap
It all
potential
comes
damage
down
as-
to
I
this.
would- yeah, 100%.
This does feel like it has
That
enough
feels
damage.
great.
Whoever
Ezreal
wins
did
this
look
game
absolutely
fights
fantastic.
to or
He's going
lives to
stick
fight
that
another
one, and I
day.
actually feel like in a game
But
number
whoever
3 where the
loses this
pressure
game
is
goes home.
infinite,
That's it.
just playing what you know is good and what you know you can get behind is certainly the way to make that one happen. So all aboard the light train here for Weibo at the moment, as that is a Vi once again. And I was wondering about this because I kind of felt like Sejuani felt like a good angle here, but
Especially because as soon as you saw the Ahri hover even on the side of Weibo, they're clearly thinking we're going to break up that guaranteed Vi plus Ahri combination, but they still go for it here. Still a very good, useful tool for them.
The score is 1-1. It's a best of 3 series, so
we're banning Kai'Sa.
whoever gets the second win
That's a no-brainer. As
wins.
already locked in.
This is
plenty of
it.
dive
This
on
is
the
for
enemy
it.
team. Wonder if Ziggs is also going to follow. There's a lot of AD damage already. For
Really
Fnatic.
ever stylish?
Ziggs Vi is a combo that I think is just really, really strong. Also, Ziggs is one of the champions that allows you to play 1-3-1 or at least a 1-4 a lot better, as he has so much wave clear, but also side lane control with his ultimate.
opens up a lot of flexibility for Humanoid as well.
Yeah.
To play sort of anything in that mid lane. So I don't mind that idea. Could just be the last ban here though for Weibo, as Kai'Sa Ziggs really are sort of the AP bottom lane options at this point in time. Still considering it for now though, as the Rumble going to be taken away from Breathe, not allowing them to play that side of the matchup.
Yeah, and Fnatic themselves.
Let's go.
Okay, interesting.
They're both 1-2 for Swiss,
Silas
correct.
protection ban already. Because of what ults are they going to pick next?
Do you think Reckless will play? I do not.
Here, I assume, for Noah, and there it is.
I do
Feels
not.
like a bit of a no-brainer based on what we were discussing.
Is the
So-
Silas ban because they want to pick like Alistar into the Rel for bottom lane possibly?
Pick Alistar and...
So it does open up that possibility for Chris.
Also, I think Silas in general has just been... A lot of players have liked it into the Ahri.
Yep, and I think if they pick like Alistar Nah here, like a Silas goes incredibly hard.
Is it R5 LeBlanc? Ooh, that would be fun. I'm trying to think what you'd want to go with Vi. They can, of course, also go, as you already pointed out, you can go AD as you do have an AP source. And Jax also is mixed. Can also go for the Syndra again that we saw in that game #1, but...
Bro,
okay, pretty standard here
Basante.
then.
Yeah, not feeling as exciting as far as the last
Weibo
few picks.
literally
For Weibo,
is...
this is a very different comp. This is low damage. Yeah. Right. This is going to be Ahri, who is very burst focused, and I know that Light did a lot of damage, but I do think that the Jax really gave, and I like this a lot more.
Me too.
Add an additional threat, and
I thought you were
ensure
saying
that
pinch
even if you do
Ziggs, and I was
somehow
like,
get Light,
huh?
there's an opportunity.
Okay. He actually slams it. I was like, oh, maybe Humanoid will play something a little bit different. No. He'll play something a lot different.
Wait, because
and
I'm
this is
sad.
something that
I'm
people have
freaking
been
sad.
talking about.
Never gonna die.
I'm freaking sad. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for all day. Innovation. All right, finally something different.
Was in a Challengers game. Like this is.
I was typing one hand, you're good.
Very well could be the case.
Okay.
I was thinking back to it as well, and having a drain tank, you're exactly right. Up against like so much
I like
little
this.
damage.
Have we ever
doesn't have a
seen
lot of
Swain in
range
pro
either.
play? I literally don't think I've ever seen Swain in pro play.
Fnatic have range for days because they do have that Vi Ziggs combination, and the
I don't
fact
ever
that
think
Swain
I've
doesn't
seen
do all of that burst
Swain
damage,
in pro
right,
play.
doesn't actually matter as much when you do have that backup.
Let me sit up, bro.
Mega Inferno Bomb, these bouncy bombs
I don't. I was gonna go cook during this game, but I can't miss it.
We've got a
I can't
treat
miss
for you
it.
here in Fnatic's possible elimination
Oh,
game.
in 2022,
They've got
DK
Humanoid,
versus Gen G.
First career Swain.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Here we are. Absolute cinema.
I love it. Everything on the line. All or nothing. Final game in this series to decide who moves on for another chance.
And this is what
Let's
you have
see.
to do, right? This was do or die, and it is time to bring out all of the tech that you've kept, all of the things that are up your sleeve.
Yep.
And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But if it
It's
does,
do
I
or
think that we
die,
might see the old
and
man with
it's
a cane, another
time
time
for
in this
people
tournament,
to
because it
die
just
in
feels like such a
game.
masterstroke into what Weibo
Let's
put
see
together,
somebody
what a lot
die
of other
early.
teams
Let's
have
see
been putting
somebody.
together
Let's
so
see
far.
somebody get hit real quick. Swain, pull
We
him.
also, and I don't think Swain is quite as obscure, but we saw what happened with Doran and Nunu. Right?
Let's go,
Atlas and I in
Fnatic.
particular, you know, Doran, very skilled player, but that was definitely a Doran
He keeps
moment.
a lot of RAM free, right? This is the way we have to explain it, right? Sometimes you don't need to know everything.
Well, I think it definitely should know. That doesn't seem like that weird of an interaction, but that's it. Neither here nor there. The Swain really is, to me, one of those champions where if he ever gets ahead because you make a bad play, think you can burst him down and he can drain through it, like he can snowball insanely fast. Because again, who is
Yes, he
going to
can.
kill him if he gets big in this game? There isn't the type of AD carry.
No
or
shade to these
enemy
LPL
that can
teams, but
throw
y'all
at
literally
burn
had
down the
partial
Swain.
fearless draft on the first half of your summer season, and you aren't being spicy with your picks and worlds. Oh, did they really? Define partial fearless draft. What does that mean?
Giant red eyeball.
I don't watch international besides like worlds and MSI.
You know, you're like, oh, he throws at the.
So what do you mean by that? They're playing on 14.18.
You're like,
probably try not to
don't
get
want to
hit by
stand
it.
in that. The one thing I will say though, that some people don't always react to is you want to get out of the ultimate, so then it will actually turn off.
Yeah, you stop
there's
getting drain tanked.
There's been a lot of different iterations, and that's, I think, the biggest one to know, as you say. If that is popped, and that's actually what I love about the Fnatic comp, because not only is Weibo short range and are they forced to play into you outside of the Ezreal, but also they have so much CC to set up for the Swain.
Exactly. If you don't get out of the ultimate, then he can just keep on.
Just keeps on going.
Keep on channeling there, and as you say, you know.
They did partial fearless, so the champs were only banned for the team that won.
Yep.
Or not won, but picked.
Lane swap, haven't really talked about it that much because I think everyone's pretty well acquainted with how it's been going. But we've
So
had those
if
double
Team 1
teleports,
picked
we've got top
Tristana
players
game
switching
1,
some lanes here,
Team 2 could still
and,
pick
we'll
it
see
game
whether
2.
Queen's gonna be okay towards that top side.
I see.
As you can see now,
Yeah,
Oscar
no.
is just trying
Then
to
in
do
that
what he
case,
can
they should definitely be doing
Counter-Strike
some
when he can get as much
innovation.
experience as possible here.
I'm so glad we're getting
Just fine.
fearless
He's
draft
doing as they say on the team, as it were, as Humanoid losing out on a trade here,
in
doesn't
like
that never
the
move
tournaments
on to
next year.
Yahoo?
Because
getting
yeah,
stacks.
this gets annoying.
Kobe, fortunately, also is going to be our. Are you going to be stack
counter?
Well, we have it. We have it,
fragments.
we have it as well on the broadcast. That's not something that I'm used to. Kind of.
Yeah, that's
normally we need to do this manually.
The
I can't believe we have this
last time
technology.
there was a Swain, it was a little bit before we had stack counters underneath the names.
The soul fragments though, that permanent health stacking so far, just the one that we saw on screen.
If I was a pro
has been
player
collected, so the 12
in
health
fearless
there, but
draft,
meanwhile, the bigger
my
play
3
on the
champions
map,
would probably
kinda
be
crashing the large
Jinx,
wave as Tarzan is just transitioning.
Kaisa, and Caitlyn.
Xiaohu setting up vision.
And then I would have Tristana and Samira as backups. Yo, Caesar, welcome back, and thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 3 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
And I think this is the closest things have been at this point in the game.
Yeah, and I
What
think
drafts are they
the biggest thing
doing
to catch
next
people
year?
up
They're going to
on,
do the
with
fearless,
the
the
lane swap
fearless
that we saw
drafts.
here while we were all focused on Swain, is that you get like that extra little camp there for Radford.
Yes,
So,
I want to see
Radford
Yun
with a
on
really nice start
Samira
on the buy, a little bit
so
of extra tempo for
bad
him
because
to
I
get an
know he would
earlier
eat.
recall,
I know he
which
would
might be
eat
able to spend,
diggity down.
Towards the other side of the map.
Also, teleport for both bot laners here, so both Light and Noah can play fairly aggressive as Noah
Tarzan getting himself in there. Chris finding a knockup, but only onto Jun. That was beautifully done by Noah. Gives him a thumbs up for it as well, or maybe that was for himself, because he deserves it.
That looked a little dicey, so Noah used his satchel to interrupt Tarzan, but it also
How do you like to build Kaisa?
So really good
Static Shiv into RFC, into Nashor's Tooth, into Zanya's, or whatever I should be
if
building
things are
next.
going well pre-6, you're feeling good as Razork might have snuck in here.
Period.
Gets
OD.
behind him. No shattering strike to come down.
Beat up
But now
T1 with
the
the Samira.
Breaker
Yeah,
is good.
he
Light in a
did.
bit of trouble. Only level 4 for Razork as Chris tries to come round. He's still burning.
Oh, Razork. Oh, you're hungry.
The minions gets the shield from the passive.
Oh, you're hungry, baby.
As he makes his way out.
And that's exactly the play
Okay,
we're looking
there's a
for
little
with Razork,
snacky.
having that little tempo lead in jungle.
He just
spends it
snacked
onto
down
the bottom side of
on the
map,
support.
And another one. You want to play off Jun. Jun on this rel.
He said,
really a
nah, we're
facilitator
getting
for
this
Fnatic,
win.
and Razork
Period.
has been
And
the key
period.
to their early game in all their domestic games. Really, really nice.
Period,
him getting the first
Venge.
blood, going under tower to get it, and not even close there with the damage calculation from the
How are the
tower
games
at the
going?
end. Even is able to proc his shield off of the minions.
We're
to
in
get
game
out.
3
So
of the
Fnatic,
series,
again,
and they
a
picked
strike
Swain
first here
mid,
with
which I think is pretty fun. So
This time whiffing on
we're
the
rooting for
Q flash.
Fnatic
There's
for
still more than enough damage.
innovation.
For Razork showing
Weibo
up.
won last game, and the game before that, Fnatic won. So that's why we're in game 3.
Is going to start feeling like a much bigger threat.
Yep, picking up that Demon Flare going to be very, very important. This one goes along as Noah able to really
Am I the
protect
only
these
one who
turrets.
thinks
That's the
Scorch
beauty
is
of
such a
Ziggs,
low value
parking
rune?
him anywhere you wanna
I don't
just
know. I'm sure
take
you're
down
not the
minion waves
only
over and
one,
over again.
but
Obviously, mid lane
I
is going
normally
first,
don't
gonna be
play
spending
it.
a lot of his time.
But I think
This is
mages
actually what I
normally
wanted
take
out of
that,
this series.
right?
Just go back to a holistic view, right? Is to see a change up from what has been happening in both of these games. Last time, game number 2, it was Fnatic with a little bit of an earlier game focus, a lot of CC on Weibo's side. They come out with the victory in the end with a lot of team fights
Yo,
working
thank you
out.
for the
Same on the
follow.
opposite sides in game number 1.
How
This
are you
just
doing
feels
today?
different.
It's
I just feel
Halloween.
like this, incorporating this Swain. You know, we've seen already the success.
Good
of
morning,
these,
Jazzy. Another day of Worlds.
picks,
I'm
you
ready
know,
for this
these-
next
these
series.
non-meta picks
I'm ready for
from,
Team
you know,
Liquid to
Flightwise
show
really
up.
leading the charge with a lot of that. But Swain transforms your team fight. Now he's under attack, though.
Yeah, does pop that ultimate. Let's see whether he can keep trying to take these health bars. That Demon Flare not going to be working out just yet. And that is Tarzan locking down the kill, answering back from Fnatic's first blood earlier.
So a lot of people are always going to keep on looking at Humanoid's flash. In this scenario, he also did not use it.
Are we still trying to work out how we feel about this, Kobe? Is that what?
Yeah, because like, so if Skarner is level 6, then usually you're like, oh, he'll probably like just turn an ult right after I flash, and then it's kind of hard to dodge. But like, Tarzan was only level 5 there, so successful kill off on the Swain on the new pick here.
Interesting.
Pretty big deal because the gold
Yeah,
lead that
TL
was there
series
for
is
Razork
next.
still there for a little bit, but has now
So you
shrunk.
haven't missed it yet.
And when looking at the CS, we do see Weibo
I'm
actually
doing
across
well,
the board doing
Noel.
well as
How are
Jun
you?
able to get the cancel.
Yeah, it does just crash down his way out. The flash impale from Tarzan, though, and even though the satchel does go off, it does nothing at all.
So,
Crispus going to be the one,
Fnatic,
unfortunately, to grab the kill, but that is going to put Weibo in the lead.
Are
There's
we
his level
clocking
6
in?
right there and invested in bottom lane just like that. Weibo emphatically striking back. This is also on top of their 3 grubs and on top of their dragon that they got.
Now, we've seen
Very
this before.
quickly,
We
Weibo
saw this in
turning the
game
story.
1. They were very dominant during laning phase. They were very dominant in terms of getting all of the first objectives up until 14 minutes. So we have seen this before.
I think a really solid series.
So
on the
this does
rail,
not
but
mean that
finding 30
Fnatic is
kills
losing
really
necessarily.
big deal here for Weibo,
I go to
'cause
Europe in 2
when
weeks.
the
Why does
only
no one ban
gold
Skarner?
grab looks good
Bestie,
just on
your
Razork,
guess is just as good as mine, because, like, what the heck?
When it comes to the CC, I think an impeccable setup as Oscar.
Yeah, that's just a Gnar right into the turret. They didn't have a boulder because there were minions in the way. And so
It's kind of
Oscar
the same
is going to
vibe as
survive
the
for
Yone,
moment.
like
Chris
how people were
lurking.
not banning the
They are able
Yone.
to stop this back as Breathe jumping forward to make sure that Oscar does have to go the long way out. And this could be a lot of plates to go down for Weibo. This snowball's really starting to roll.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar is absolutely destroying up there.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a problem here. Cease and assist, they just look to go in onto Tarzan. Mega Inferno Bomb does
Okay,
a
they're
lot of
gonna
work.
get TP
Crash
from the
down.
Gnar
So much
bot.
CC, the
One
bouncing bomb
dies.
to finish
No
him off, and now with the
Skarner.
teleport,
We have 4 bots still. Light. 2 HP in this hoe.
Very close as the minefield not quite enough, and now Xiaohu
2
looking to make his way
HP in this hoe.
All
Ari
vision.
on
They
the
have to
way
just all
bot.
in for this
Nora.
one, I think, as,
Noah
the
by
Comet
himself, but
almost
Light
taking down Light, but he
is
should be able to get
so
himself
close
out.
to
Xiaohu,
being
that is
dead.
a long wraparound, as Noah should be able to get a plate
We've
here.
still
as the
got
satchel
4
comes out,
bot.
and Noah sorry, Xiaohu just clears that away.
And Light has to back
And it's like
out.
ships in the
Y'all
night. I
think
thought we were gonna get a
Light's
little bit
name
more than that.
is
Do note Oscar in and TP to top, whereas
a
Grave TP to
head
bot,
nod
so he'll be
towards
getting
Light
a
from
wave and some plates.
Death Note?
Exactly, Fnatic keeping track. They know that there's going to be more resources heading towards bottom side, so they send Oscar up to the
Period,
top side. Able
Cheyenne.
to continue
Where
to
were you playing him? Were you playing
value
a
out
mid
of
or
this play.
ADC?
Not going to go fight. Very sad.
No. Just going to be walking away, but still it's going to
wave in
eliminate
there,
a
though.
wave.
Yeah, still a win. Especially because they traded 1 for 0.
Especially, too, because the Gnar had been just destroying up there. Breathe had gotten a lot of money,
ADC,
extra turret play,
slay.
plus had a very large CS lead.
I keep
But
saying that I
because
want to
then
play
Breeze
Ziggs ADC,
mini
but I
Gnar
haven't done
teleports
it.
down to the bottom side, loses a lot of the lead that he had just built up. Some is still there because it was so sizable, but that did help out a little bit in that effort as well.
Yeah, it really does feel like Fnatic did find a little foothold back because it was moving towards like 1.5k or something
Yeah,
like
like,
that.
is it a Death Note reference? Let me see if I can find any information on it.
Fnatic really has put a stop to that, at least for now.
The objectives, though,
Weibo,
as you pointed out already,
Light,
on 3 grubs as well as
name.
a dragon. And with the timers the way they are, if Weibo doesn't get contested, they can get these grubs and then still have all their cooldowns available to play for a Drake. Fnatic also has their bot lane towards this top side of the map, is being matched by at least Light. Looks like Crisp is looking to base. See if Fnatic can deny a single one, but it doesn't look likely.
Now, that is going to be 6. That is every single grub this series that Weibo's been able to
5 other
themselves.
players share this
Vision of
ID.
Empire,
That's
just to
crazy.
see exactly what was
Look at the
happening.
vision from Weibo here. No one is going to walk up. Fnatic now not getting anything towards the top side. Going to have to rotate over, catch that mid wave, and then set up for the dragon fight, because I can't imagine you want to give that one up as well.
Yep, and we have a friend, Orcs, who is a big Ziggs fan.
Oh, I know him.
Yeah, you know him as well. But Chronicler, what do you
Weibo
think
Gaming's
that he's
ADC
going to
player
feel
Light
about the
has
Ziggs play
a
so far
nickname in the Chinese community,
Well, he hasn't satcheled
which means
offensively
light
yet,
lamp
to
and
his-
is
to his own
pronounced
detriment.
Bang.
I was thinking that that was going to be a positive.
What goes into an Ox rating?
Well, it's often
It's a
item
lo-
build,
Okay.
almost like 85%. And then it's how
Thank
many
you so
times
much,
you
Ryan, for the
offensively
Twitch
stretch.
Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a
Which is a lot,
gorgeous day
you know,
today.
There's a lot of nuances there, though,
No,
Cody.
there is. It's a lot more esoteric
Filled
than
with nothing but
Mooney's
sunshine and
Rumble
rainbows.
rating,
And
which
thank
is
you for
did
supporting the
feel
stream.
Sork pan boots.
And
did
how
you
does
go,
he
Leon?
feel on
I'm
the
so
deck?
happy for not seeing Yone. No Yone, and we got a
Let's see
swing.
what Noah can do
Like,
now that he's got
love.
the Ludens completed. Lots of burst potential here
Yeah.
with that. You've got the gun
Yeah,
on
I'm
top of the
wondering if it's
bombs,
like
so
literally
big explosions possible.
light.
And we saw previously with Fnatic's play that they pull up on bottom
'Cause,
side.
yeah, I'm
they have a lot
thinking
of setup
about
for him, you know, Vi ultimate holding the target there
anime.
so you can get the ultimate sweet spot damage down. And Fnatic want to fight this.
I'm
They're
not seeing
teleporting,
too much.
a possible teleport from Humanoid. He's recalling to base
Yeah,
now.
he's done.
There we go.
They want to fight this.
It's so dangerous. Like, Fnatic's, their circles are online, gentlemen.
Okay,
And
so
could be very scary. And so Weibo just going to give it up with the setup there.
it's a flip though, because this time Brief is just being left alone towards.
Ziggs
Jimmy, thank you for sharing the live.
Oh, there we go.
What's wrong with
There goes
Yone?
Bombs.
We've
Not quite
seen
gonna be able to do
him
it, but with the
for, I
Ludens,
think
able to
it's
clear out the
22
backline.
games,
I give them some space.
basically straight.
It's all right. Fnatic still just trying to hustle,
Like,
trying to get
we're tired of
themselves in
seeing
there.
him. There's
Defend
only
this
been
one
like
out of turret.
30 games
Not be
played
able to
in
do too
Worlds,
much,
and
not
we've
to be able
seen
to get
him
the
in like
wave, but should
23.
now be able to find a little bit of positioning.
We need
And
no
also
more
gonna get this
Yone.
back stopped by a cheeky
We are
shot barrage.
actually
Weibo
Yone'd
holding onto
out.
the tempo of the map at this point in time, but no,
We're actually
like, I
Yone'd
feel like you
out.
cheat a lot with Ziggs because you get
We
to
are
clear
all
two
out of
waves at once,
Yone's.
basically, if you have your ultimate available, and you can otherwise just eliminate minions. And you can see that working out.
I played Teemo Talk the other night and was so content just being in my own little world. Do you like the new model?
Like no one else rotated ahead of time up there.
Yeah, he's
So in
probably
end,
the most
Bree's
played
still
champ
gonna
at this
get
point.
Solo gold on this outer tower.
That's
just
like,
before the plates
that's
fall
like
down
a
as well.
600-700 gold swing. I think it was up 300 gold. And now it will be...
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So,
it
Gnar's
was-
going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And it's already a huge CS lead.
It was already,
already.
yeah, let's be honest, it was already an issue early on, but we didn't have the camera on the issue. I feel like now,
So we just could ignore it.
now the camera is going to be on
Yeah,
the
kinda
issue
crazy
a lot.
cupcake.
Trinity Force fully completed.
If you just ignore it, is it really there?
Yeah, well, yes.
The
because
buffs
saw
are
it,
wild.
unfortunately. And maybe we should blame the observers, but I think that maybe that's wrong. As you can see, Weibo, they're starting this one up, looking to try and take down the Rift Herald, and they've had a bit of a monopoly. It's only one dragon that Fnatic have been able to pick up, but this Baron Pit / Grub Pit / Shelly Pit has been theirs this entire game. That is going to be secured here as well. So Tarzan will be able to put that one down. That is another turret destroyed.
Remember when there used to be 2 heralds that spawn?
But Tarzan doesn't quite get
Now
through.
there's only 1 and 2 void grubs spawn.
Rift Herald is basically like a cheat sheet for killing mid lane turrets. So
do they even need it?
Yeah, actually with 6 grubs.
They don't need. Oh my.
And there was no one really here.
So Fnatic, it really now is a what, like 3-4 plays in a row are just getting mega out-rotated.
I'm so tired. Charta. I stayed up a little bit too late last night. I slept at like 10:30 rather than at like normally. I sleep at 7 since I wake up at 4.
So now they still have
And
Herald.
I am
They got mid lane turret
very tired.
effectively for free.
Also, I have no emotional investment in either of these teams. I just want to see Team Liquid play. That's who I'm here for.
From seemingly just
No, Team Liquid is next.
solid on up, and I think Fnatic,
I'm not sure if Caitlyn is strong right now or
posture,
not.
to me, like they're looking for a fight, but Weibo is not giving them any opportunities. So like multiple members of Fnatic are just in the jungle. They're looking. They're trying to find a, and then Weibo is just not head shaking.
Lando, thank you so much for the 15 months.
Yes.
It's a problem. And we'll see whether Fnatic
Oh,
can solve it.
support! Hope you're having a good day today.
All over the mid lane.
Yeah,
Shout out to Noah. This is
boy.
just probably one of the best skins ever made, but easily the
Hope you're
best
having a good
Ziggs
one.
skin, so we passed that test as well.
Good morning.
Humanoid pushes this wave in towards the bottom side.
Yeah.
One of the issues with Swain 2 is
I'm ready for
possibly
the
going to
Team
show up
Liquid
in this
vibes.
game. It is more difficult to split push, of course, because you don't have mobility. You
I don't
can
really
stall
drink
for a
coffee,
decent
but
amount of
I
time,
am down
but
to get some
definitely is a
matcha.
viable
But
target
all of
to
the
pick
matcha
off,
places are
especially
closed
since
right now,
Weibo,
so I gotta wait
have a very fed
about 50
Gnar
more minutes
plus an
before
Ahri
we can
for the
order
other
it.
solo lane option. It's something Fnatic are going to have to work around, which is definitely something that they have fumbled at points in the past, is being able to control the entire map towards the later stages of
Cardinal.
the game without dropping those
Come on,
kills.
clean the house.
So we'll see if this does become an issue.
stand.
So far, just look at the vision, though. His bottom side jungle is completely lit up, so they have plenty of vision to be able to push out on bottom side and be ready for this dragon.
And I do think that Brief being as fed as he is really making one of Weibo's, I think, possible weaknesses.
Why
which
do
is
they
that
only
can be
open
somewhat
at
lacking
8?
damage.
The
That's
thing
not an
is,
issue now,
like,
right? With how
everything in
far ahead
California
is
opens
Nars
so
on the
late.
curve. And
When
if
I'm in
Fnatic
Georgia,
can
things
start
start opening up
stacking
at
these
7,
rigs, that can
which
be
is
big,
a
but it goes
reasonable
both
hour.
ways.
If you're lucky,
Either
they
of these
open up at
compositions
6.
are really going to feel pretty
But the
lackluster
places
once
here,
too
they
many
don't open till 8, 9, 10,
resistances are
11.
being brought out. And for me, the Swain
Like,
also, this is where
they
he
open
shines, like
so
mid-game. Once you
late
get to
here.
late game, I think his lack of mobility, his trouble with actually getting on top of a target, and enough, magic or
Still,
armor
my
and
mom was
magic
cleaning
resist
your
penetration
equipment.
coming through, you are going to
No,
get
that's so
shredded,
real, Blando.
even if you can
I
drain.
totally get that.
So
Because that stuff's expensive. And why do that when my mommy got one that
Season
worked?
assist comes down. There's the combo with the Mega
Okay.
Bomb, and Noah locks down that kill and Impale to try and pull Razork back, but he's pretty tanky, and he's able to get himself out. Meanwhile, a bit of a battle towards the top side, but that
Okay.
is going to be the interruption.
big.
Should be free
And
dragon.
That should be it.
TP towards top side here.
Yep, Trishot Barrage
From
gets a fair bit of
Shahu.
information at the same time. Shahu looking to try and get that dive to work out. It should be the dragon going on over, but can Oscar be okay as he dives in? The charm is gorgeous. The flash pretty good, but back underneath the turret they go.
He's still alive.
For so long, breathe. Will be able to tank
What
that
was he
last
healing
shot,
off
and
of?
Shahu finishes him off.
What was the
Some
healing
praying
from?
there in the audience going on. Fnatic do still get the dragon, but that is a good counter punch. Whenever again Weibo see Fnatic,
what was he healing
taking
off
one of
of?
these objectives, kind of like the last game where we saw them say, okay, you have full control of the dragon area. It's fine. We'll try and make a topside
Vibes?
play.
Oh.
This one was actually
Oh,
more
okay.
successful than in the previous
Cool.
game. And now they're not even done.
'Cause
Tarzan
what
here
the heck?
contesting blue.
Bit of a
I don't know
drive-by.
Jax's
He's gonna be able to
kit,
get
so
on
I
top
don't
of
know,
this.
like-
Blue Crisp seems to be everywhere this game. And
All he's
now
got
they're
is
just looking to
Trinity
try and
Force.
defend this bottom side, but that turret
Have you
is
guys
just
ever been to
gone.
Seattle?
Grand
I
entrance doesn't really
have.
do too much. The flash out
I
from
think the
Razork, the
food's
Mega
really
Inferno
good
Bomb,
there.
just to try and get them out of here. And that is going to work for now.
But I did
That's
not
still
like
going to be a flash invested though,
how
with them
gloomy
still
it
getting the
was.
objective. So Weibo continue to build upon this lead, now sitting at 4K, and I think all that Fnatic are really
what I
holding
would do
onto
for
is
some Waffle
now that
House
the
right
2-item
now.
spike is hit for Humanoid and a possible Drake, if they can somehow win
You're gonna cook up on the Rift later.
Things are
I don't
looking
think I
pretty
am
dire.
since
Yeah,
it's the
honestly,
weekend.
this game just looks so much better from
Since it's
Weibo
the
just
weekend,
because
I
of
normally don't
the
stream on the
quickness in their
weekends, but I'm
decision
streaming on
making.
the
They're like,
weekends
"Fine,
because
you
of
picked
Worlds.
Crisp. Okay.
So I
you just invested
don't
multiple
think I'm
ults
gonna
to do
be
that
playing
by ultimate.
after.
Then you're going to go spend resources on Dragon, so we instantly dive top, and then instantly on the other side invade jungle, rotate from mid over to push you out, and they still get an objective. So pretty good responses, even though this chain of events kind of started with Fnatic finding the pick onto Crisp. Weibo don't like sit down and just wallow in the fact. They immediately respond.
Now we've got Shelly going for a very long walk here through the bottom lane, but Weibo in great position to try and push this one out. I don't think she's going to be charging into this turret because I think it's an inhibitor that's going to be in front of her. As now Tarzan going to be able to get Noah out of there. Good satchel defensively, but the inner turret is
they're
also
getting
going to
so
fall.
much
It's as if
gold
they've
right
got
now.
Baron, but they don't even have Baron. They're taking everything down here as the
Yeah.
Swain going to have to try and go back, but that is a charge onto an already dead
They have
turret.
so much gold.
And Shelly will eventually fall, and Fnatic, they lost so much in that exchange.
This is why
They lost
every
3
team
towers.
has talked about the importance of 6 grubs and how powerful that is for pushing. Plus you add on the Rift Herald for good measure there. It is just so much extra pushing power for Weibo that they can quickly take multiple
Georgia
objectives.
people are the only only entities that crave Waffle House. Hey now.
Gnar is literally a full
Hey
item,
now.
over 3,000
That sounds a little
gold
judgmental.
individually up in the matchup, and so your side
That
lanes are
sounds a
just
little
forfeit. The
judgmental.
Gnar is just insane.
Now you know, I know, we know. Waffle House is goated, and it's all reliable now. Okay? Okay?
Looking aggressive. I don't think there's very much the Ziggs can do about how
Waffle
incredibly
House
tanky Tarzan
is that
Razov
girl
moving towards that top side of
who will
Xiaohu,
always be
chasing
there
after Humanoid.
at your highest
Charm going
moment,
to be avoided,
at
still
your
taking a fair
lowest
bit of
moment.
damage. Vision of
You know what
Empire,
they
fair bit
always
of
gonna
damage
be?
there
They
as well.
gonna be
True
cheap.
Barrage will clip him. Humanoid
They
down to
gonna be
50%.
cheap,
Razov
but your
trying to get
plate
in.
won't
Jun,
be.
he
Your
eventually
plate gonna be
presses
full
the button,
and
that is going to be
seasoned.
a beautiful pullback, but
You
you
feel
can
me?
see Crisp, he's still able to get out of there. Breathe can tank up for so long because he's so extraordinarily fed, and they're limping away, but they're getting away. Noah has to flash, and he eventually gets it.
Pretty big
Okay.
here for Fnatic in the defense, but it only results in 1 kill.
Fnatic
Even
fighting
though
back.
It's a jungler too, not going to be able to rush anything. And
In
you also
Oklahoma
saw,
and
you know,
also
Weibo
craving
actually
it.
doing a good job
See?
disengaging the Swain during the ultimate.
All the
so
South,
that nobody else,
but
dropped
Waffle
on
House
top of it.
after
Could've been
nights
worse
out.
for Weibo.
Waffle House on a night out, or when you're about to go
Really,
home.
again, want to highlight the fact that Breathe
Nothing's
lift there
beating
is
it.
so big. I think in
Nothing's beating it.
theory, that's the one opportunity you'll get, which is to try and take him down while he's
Waffle
mini-Gnar,
House
but it
waffles
just
are
isn't
gross.
enough immediate burst available. With the Starix and the Magic Resist ends up staying
That's-
alive, and then yeah, you get the pick on Tarzan, but so much is invested.
I think that's
And even they got a
blasphemous.
Baron off of that, that would have actually brought
I
them
think
back
that's
in the game. Now
actually
this is a
illegal
okay
to
moment,
type
but Noah
in
flashing
the United
defensively,
States. I think you can
still something
actually.
that they're gonna have to play around in the upcoming fight.
I think
And
you
if it
can
was
go to
kills
jail
under
for
the
that.
carries, there are bounties to be picked up here on both Light and Breathe, and that is so much of a swing back, but it's
Yeah.
just getting that, you know, another kill under Tarzan, another kill under Crisp.
I
We
think
haven't
you
really
can
stacked
go to
up
jail for that.
shutdowns at this
How
point
long
in
are you
time.
going to stream for?
Also
I have to
because,
drive
you
to
know,
work
they
and I don't
are
want to miss
running
your
both the
stream.
Swain and
I'll probably
Ziggs,
be
like,
streaming
it's
for
so
about
much
2 to 3
AP,
more
and
hours.
There's gonna be a lot of magic resist,
Yeah.
you know, built on
Even
the
Jax.
on the side of
What's with the
Weibo,
Waffle
so,
House hate?
yeah,
I'm
we'll see
saying.
here.
Mid lane turret again, still standing. That to me has been even in the game. That
Ban,
we saw
we
Weibo
love
lose, like,
Waffle
one of the big
House.
differences between these two teams
I'm
is
from New
how
York. I don't get the
valiantly they
hype.
hold on. Like, look at that top lane turret is still standing as well, right? Fnatic only has gotten a single one as TP. They are full committing towards this dragon, knowing that Fnatic.
I just don't even know how to respond to this.
But will they be in time?
I'm purely
Can they do anything
perplexed.
about it? As you can see, Weibo, I think they're looking for a turn. Fnatic fully grouped, trying to get themselves in there.
Oh, that Mega Gnar.
Yeah, that Gnar is looking absolutely gorgeous here from Breathe. Does he have an angle though? Can he get himself in there? There is the wallop. It does go wide. As now the cease and desist on top of Breathe finds an Gnar under 3.
Wait, guys, no one has died.
To try and get in. In goes Human.
Baron's low.
Demonic Ascension is massive. Still
Weibo
it's
got
Tarzan
it.
That's taking down the Baron. But can
Wait,
they kill
Swain's-
this Swain? He flashes on top of them. And the answer is yes. They can indeed kill the Swain. Now Jin, nowhere to go. Tarzan pushing them around. And Fnatic, we're just a bit too far behind.
Weibo slammed the door shut on Fnatic's hope. That is a clean ace plus the Baron.
If Razork gets that smite, if Humanoid has a stopwatch, that could have been the difference maker. None of that though, as Weibo, the confidence, again, brief. It looked like there was for a second there a chance of him dying, but that man knows his limits.
If there wasn't such a big wallet difference,
Swain was eating, but like he needed Zonya's or something there. He wasn't about to just
ensures that Breathe survives.
Lifesteal out of everybody and
full control of this.
Nothing happened.
Over a 10,000 gold lead as they even up the dragon count as well. And here we go, having a look at the replay. See how Breathe just lived.
He's on the front, early mega transformation you guys were looking at. There's the Sterix pop, and he gnars everyone into the wall at Baron.
That was good.
They get the flash out immediately. Oscar then has the flash out as well.
There
but
was
here's
a
where it got
Scarlet
dicey.
in there
Razor
too.
queued back in. Yeah, queued back in, was there for the smite. Just a tiny bit early on it. The damage had been
right there. I
stopped
thought Swain was gonna
expertly there.
Zonya's, but he didn't have it yet.
If Humanoid either has the activation of the R, right, the extra damage burst, if he has a stopwatch, I think that flash forward, if he takes down either Light or Breathe, that could have been the difference maker. I think you can
He's
see it on Fnatic's
realizing.
face as well.
He's realizing, guys, I think this is it. I think this is over. See, look at Swain's damage. Like, he does damage. He just didn't have
Nimbus
enough.
is still standing for the minute. There might be another fight, but
Enough
look
to make
at
it
this
out.
Raid boss making his way forward. Isnar is more than mega. We need another word.
Giganar.
Giganar. There we go. It's beautiful. As Humanoid should be able to get rid of this minion wave using the Sith Lightning. Breathe now finds himself a little bit alone. I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to
10K
figure out whether
gold
5
lead,
members
it
of
might be
Fnatic are
over.
enough to deal with it. And I think
Do
we've
they
got
have a
enough tape
West
to say
Coast
that maybe that
equivalent
is
of Waffle House? No.
debatable.
Nothing can
As
compare.
Chris now helping on a bit of an angle here. Cease and desist going to be used here. Razzle gets himself in. They look for Breathe. They get him down low once again, and finally he falls. But at the same time, it's a triple for the Ezreal. Make it another quadra kill. And you stop thinking about trying to kill Light at your peril. As
So Ezreal got a quadra kill last game, and they gave them the same.
And Weibo Gaming will keep themselves alive here in the Swiss stage, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to Fnatic.
Y'all Fnatic lost. I don't know if I should say like Fnatic really lost, because I do believe that
and I think particularly the game number 3, the decisions
the
they
odds
made,
were
how they
against
played
them,
the map,
but they
Fnatic
played
just
well
had
in
no
the first game.
I think incrementally each
And then they
game
just
getting better
played
there
kind of
for Weibo.
cheeks in the second and third game.
Yeah, I would say so as well. And unfortunately, the Swain
Yes,
that we were so
please
excited
nerf
about, right?
Ezreal.
Something
I
different.
agree.
You could see where it could work. Just never really managed to get off the ground, unfortunately.
So my main man Swain isn't getting picked again. No, Ben. I regret to inform you that they have officially ruled out Swain. He may be up for a buff though. He may be up for a buff at the very least for you.
Talk about perhaps the disappointing exit later
Because
today, because
after that
the
showcase,
attention should go to the winners. Weibo live to fight another day, and regardless of them not being able to show their best play in the Swiss stage so far, giving them a chance now to in the 2-2
GG
matchup,
Fnatic.
get
At least y'all
LPL
mascot
into
cute.
those quarterfinals
Y'all got a
is what's
cute
on.
mascot.
Yeah, and I think for Weibo definitely
GG's.
big discussion
It's
we had
okay,
today was what
y'all.
do they
Y'all
look like when they're
tried.
on this off meta style that they've been trying to force, but honestly the
Y'all
two games they had
tried.
on the more meta picks worked out really well for them.
Yeah, and it's really kind of the expectation I had after that first game.
No,
The full early
literally,
game didn't work, but,
Blando.
all right, well,
I
if
think
this isn't gonna work,
we'll end
we're
up
just
getting a
gonna go back towards
Seraphine
standard.
from
I do think it makes
Masu.
Weibo a lot
But
more
Masu
fighting
has
as a
been
team.
really
They've
dominant
really strong
on like
carries, like
carry
Light was showing up
ADCs.
incredibly well.
So maybe we
You
won't.
know, especially him was really dominating. So it's going to be a scary team to potentially draw.
We
for
did get an
lots of people
Aatrox
in
top.
the pool.
Sniper played Aatrox top and was eating with it, but his team
So there we
was
go. But yeah, for
also
Weibo,
feeding
it's true, and now they perhaps
simultaneously.
Get another chance to
What's
do
going on,
better,
John? How
right?
you
And I
doing, boo?
think it will be a tricky matchup no matter what. Might we also say we saw this
Swain
in
got ruled out of
2023,
Worlds after
and
that
went
game?
exactly the same way
Probably.
Fnatic won game
The other
one. They
teams
lost
probably
the
saw that
two
game and were
thereafter
like,
to
ugh.
Weibo. So Xiaohu kind of channeling that same energy.
Yeah, but I think Breathe channeling some of that energy.
Yeah.
This guy is absolutely incredible. I think this is a guy who gets a lot of flack on Weibo as
Yo,
well. as he has
Littles,
had
thank
some
you so much
missteps,
for
but
the
definitely I think he had a
7
great game on the Nara, being
months
able to take over
of
in
sub.
side lanes, and I do think a lot of that was
Hope you're having a good day today, and thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Doubled up everything and just.
The swing was kind of
I mean,
carrying.
the reality is in League of Legends, when someone gets way ahead,
Close,
it can be part,
but no cigar.
part of one and part of the other, right?
Is
It's
how
like
I
if
look
someone
at
makes
it.
a mistake, you have to be able to capitalize on it. And I think that, yeah.
Yes,
Fnatic
that
did
means
kind of fail on
Fnatic
that
is
path. They were moving on the
officially
map. I
out
think
of
they were
Worlds.
too
They
willing
go
to just give
home.
over objectives instead of
Well, they
trading,
don't really
especially
go
when they were
home. They
playing
kind of
from
just
TP.
take a train
But I
ride
think Weibo
home
did play the
because,
map really well.
you know,
Were
they
able to
right next
utilize
door.
Star to get really big advantages, and then we saw how it paid off.
It's
in that
probably
final
better
fight
than
where
a
he was
plane
4,000
ride,
gold
right?
ahead. You just couldn't burst him down.
It's that other side of the coin, right? You
But
say
yes,
maybe you should try
Fnatic
something
is
different, but then
officially
you see when
eliminated.
you're out of sorts, when the game states aren't the ones that you know, usually how it can completely go out of
I want
line
to
as
see
well.
this
I think there's
interview,
two
and then
sides
I'm
to
gonna
the
go
coin.
cook up
There
in the
totally
stew.
isn't. And I mean, I think
Real
Swain
quick.
is actually going to be a really good pick if people bring it out.
They go into
in
the
this tournament.
stands.
I just didn't
They
like
could.
it in this draft.
Brian,
because
thank you so
I
much for
think,
sharing
you know,
the
when we
live.
see
How
these
you
comps
doing?
that are like 4 melees and then a Kaisa, it could have worked there.
It could have, but it didn't. And it is exit for Fnatic and another day to fight for Xiaohu in the Verizon post-game interview.
Let's go. Let's hear
It is
it.
the end of the road for Fnatic, but Weibo Gaming just saved the world's run with this victory, and I have Xiaohu and Wendy with me to talk about
like her
this.
top.
Ni hao, and thank you so much for joining me. First question about the last game, R5 Swain from Humanoid. What did you think about this champion in this specific draft?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，但是首先还是要问到的是
Yeah,
最
no,
后
she
一局的
looks
一些
cute.
英雄选择。对面也是在5手给中路的 Humanoid 选手选下了斯维因这个英雄。想问一下，当时的一些反应会是怎样的呢？
其实，在训练赛的时候碰到过狐狸跟斯维因这个对决吧，然后也是知道该怎么打了。
So to be honest, we have faced against like Swain and Ari this kind of matchup for the main lane, so we kind of know like how to handle with this champion on stage.
And a lot of people were surprised that Fnatic chose to stay red side for this game 3. Did you think the same way? Was it surprising for you to play the last game on blue side?
那其实也有一些人可能会觉得 Fnatic 他们在第3局主动选择了红色方的这一举动，会有一点点出人意料。所以说，在你们的看来是怎么样的呢？会不会有一点点小小的惊讶？
对，因为其实我们第3盘下台确实一直在讨论红色方的 BP， 然后对面突然选蓝，也导致我们没有讨论蓝色方 BP 的时间了啊。
Yeah, definitely. We are also super surprised about this. It's kind of all of our expectation because, to be honest, before the game number 3, we have already like decided what ban pick we're going to choose in the right side already. So suddenly we notice the opponents seem to have chosen the right side. We don't have much time to consider what we like to pick in the blue side.
Amazing adaptation from your side, and also the best way to save your world's run. I know that there's been a lot of criticism towards Weibo, towards you, Xiaohu. How do you
Where'd she get
reflect
that
on your
top
world's
from?
run so far and the improvements that we could see from you guys?
It's cute.
那其实，在今天的比赛结束之后，你们也是把队伍从淘汰的边缘救了回来嘛。但其实也知道你们这一路走过来是比较的艰难的，可能外界也会对你们，包括说对整个队伍有一些质疑的声音。所以说，你怎么看待你们在世界赛这一次的一个旅程呢？包括说，可能在未来有哪些部分还可以继续的成长和提高？
我觉得这次世界赛我们之前可惜的局比较多吧，包括打竞技还有 G2的时候，我们拿到大龙，但是没有顺利的结束掉比赛，然后就是针对后期的团战会多去改善一下吧。
Yeah, definitely. I feel like in this world's journey, we left so many regrets on stage still. So, for example, for the game against G&G and G2, after we got the Baron, we didn't manage to just close up the game very cleanly. So, really need to make some improvements, maybe on the late game macro to help us to make a very good snowboard. So, there are definitely some parts, some room we really need to have some growth.
All right, hopefully you guys can showcase this tomorrow. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation.
Reality.
And that's all for us here. On this side of the stage, we'll be right back for Team Liquid versus GAM.
Nah, shawty cute. Shawty cute. I like that fit. I like that fit. Oh. All right. Y'all don't hate me. I'm gonna go make some eggs and some pancakes and some sausagey. I'll be right back before the game gets started, okay? Hold it down. POP. Hold it down.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想这片烂我还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
Today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have a battle between a newcomer and a veteran to the world stage. Levi led GAM to international prominence in 2017 and has been a pillar of the VCS ever since. Despite his and GAM's consistent international appearances, he has never made it to Worlds quarterfinals and is desperate to finally break the trend.
Frescowi going in from an ulti. The turret's probably going to die before the TP even completes. They're going between worlds. Levi diving into the back. If they find Super, the game's going to be over right there. GAM just run him over.
For Umpty, his debut at Worlds is about silencing the doubters and proving his nickname as the General on the international stage. He and Team Liquid failed to secure North America's first seed at Worlds after an undefeated summer, and now Umpty is hungry to prove that he is the LCS's king of the jungle.
Weiser still somehow alive. Nico into the back line as Karaoke falls. Jinkado wants to get away, and Team Liquid will not allow it.
Both of these junglers have shown they can dominate in their home regions, and now they must seize the last opportunity to surprise and outmaneuver their opponent on the world stage. Today, it's win or go home.
It is the same position Team Liquid found themselves in last year, and he's not casting, guys. He's on the deck.
But it would be okay if I was casting because I'm for sure not cursed.
Okay.
Right?
Right,
guys?
right. It's GAM versus TL.
Yeah, sure, but
It's GAM versus TL, and we said it already a couple of times, but it's because it's important, and I'm sure TL is thinking about it as well. It's GAM that knocked TL out of Worlds last year, and I want to start with talking about GAM just because I feel like Make Them Believe, the slogan to this World Championship, fits so perfectly for them.
Because the second you doubt them, that's when GAM pop up and they just headshot you. Like we saw with MDK, bringing out things like the Wukong, which Levi's been so good at domestically. Then you see Kiai, who's been constantly bringing out things like the Aurora. Like, this is a team that is always up for an upset. And I think GAM as a region, or GAM representing the VCS, has really shown why the region is able to go for these hyper-aggressive plays, but also able to now enter into a new phase with a lot of macro that makes them so interesting.
Hey, if they've beaten TL last year and they've beaten MDK, then it's not an upset anymore. If they beat TL also now, right? But we don't know going in, and the expectation
I disagree.
The expectation is, though, that for TL, it's all about, we've seen all these kind of puzzle pieces of what they are meant to show, and this is when it has to be shown.
Well, and this is the thing. Just because they beat TL before does not mean that TL would have these same expectations coming into this year. It's a completely different team. Not only did they change out Summit and Pioshik, obviously they have a different top side, but APA and Yon have developed massively beyond what they were last year. So I cannot overstate how much of a disappointment this would be for TL, for the LCS, for LCS fans, if they were to have the exact same result after all of the improvement you could see from them all year long and getting so close against multiple LPL teams. To fall here without taking down a big team would be considered a monumental disappointment for
Yeah,
Team
because
Liquid.
this TL is built to take down the LPL teams and the LCK teams, ideally, right? And I feel like they really want a chance to show that again, but then they have to stay alive another day, Dagda. We know that those ghosts, those demons, they can plague people. I know it. Do you have the same faith as Zale has?
I definitely do. I think TL have shown a heap at Worlds here where they are able to contend with the top dogs. So many of those games they were in leads. It was just that last fumble where I don't think GAM is a team that will be able to find purchase in situations like that in the same way some of the top LPL or LCK teams can. I feel like this is a 2-0 to the LCS, but as I said, you can never underestimate GAM. You never know.
I knew I liked this guy.
Hey, look, G2 thinks I'm cursed. Maybe we're just too powerful together.
No, we're not. The double curse, it's a double negative, so it becomes a positive.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Am I not also a cursor? I don't know. It was a perfect end slate, but we couldn't. They weren't walking in yet.
Oh,
so give me another nugget, Azale.
Well, I mean, for TL, one thing I would like to talk about is, as far as things that have gone really well for them, is Yon. I really want to highlight him because I was very critical of how he played at Worlds last year. You know, he really was not someone who showed up. He wasn't having a big impact on games. This time he has been stepping up, and even when the team is playing poorly around him, he's been a difference maker. You know, when I looked at Pain, that series, I actually think it was the worst games that TL played, even though it was the games that they won. But it was Yon that kind of saved them from some pretty bad decisions. You know, they had that one game where they actually traded, they went and got Baron, but they gave up Soul, and Yon was the only thing that really won that game for them with a really big hero fight over by enemy blue buff. So it's just been cool to see his development because you want these players who are putting in the work to get that reward, and he's one of those who I think we're actually getting to see that.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a mismatch. I feel like we're not as confident in kind of the mid and the bot lane for GAM, where we are very confident about their top side. And as you say, the bot side could really be a boon for Team Liquid. The grudge match is on. The best litmus test you could hope for to see if your improvements will pay off.
Thank you so much, Shocks, and it is now time for our second series of the night. TL versus GAM. Fist bumps coming through here as both teams raring and ready to go. See who's going to be able to take it, whether it's going to be GAM once again like what happened in the past, or whether this time it's going to be Team Liquid that's able to eliminate their demons.
Yeah, so many things are different this time around. To set the stage, this Team Liquid team, with as much hype as they have had behind them this year, all of it was generated this year. It was not in place last year when those games were played at Worlds, and it didn't even actually start until spring playoffs in the LCS. Team Liquid started spring as a middle-of-the-pack LCS team. It wasn't until in playoffs, Jan and APA really started stepping up. They started fighting more. They've done a lot of interviews, Umpty in particular also talking about the team deciding to be more aggressive, the team deciding to track enemy jungle and use that to open up possibilities for their laners to really express themselves. And so this whole year of building hype and excitement for Team Liquid is about to culminate right now, because we are now in an elimination match, and if it all goes south now, then it would be a huge crash to the big wave of hope and hype that has been building all year for this TL squad.
Well, on the blue side for Team Liquid, they are going to ban away the Yone, which does make a bit of sense for APA, but does cost you a ban. But there's the Shyvana, 100% ban against Levi so far. And we did get a little bit of an idea as to why that happened earlier on in play-ins. Is the final ban going to be that Nocturne, Ziggs, and the Skarner taken away here by GAM? They never want to see a Skarner in their game.
Biggest word to me is that TL are not able to pressure or threaten that they play the Yone. We may see this become a problem as the tournament goes on, or as, you know, this series draft comes on, but critical that they steal away this Aurora, take it away from Kiaya, because he's already proved that he has put the time in on this champion, and he is a master of this champion. That being said, Kiaya is still very threatening on every other pick. You know, the Jax and the Rumble, also very big ones for him, and he does get the Jax.
As the Ashe is locked in, Jax should be self-explanatory at this point. We'll see what the actual matchup is going to be. Is of course still the potential here for TL to swap the Aurora to either solo lane. Ashe though, I do feel like, especially into Aurora, having an AD carry, which really it's mainly just Ezreal, that can easily get out of tough situations or have any form of self-build is a really big deal, because it's basically guaranteed with the way that Aurora works. At some point you are going to get stuck in that ultimate. And I think that the Ashe is going to have to require some really good positioning from EasyLove not to get singled out in these fights. We'll see what TL can add though, because just Aurora alone not going to be enough. And actually the prioritization of the bot lane here, and so many drafts thus far this tournament I feel like have been we pick our solo laners and our junglers, and then bot lane comes in the second rotation. Not the case here. Ash Brom, insanely strong in the lane, but with how prevalent lane swaps have been, that isn't worth as much as it previously was, and it does make your engage somewhat lackluster depending on what gets locked in for jungle.
It's quite interesting because I definitely agree with looking for a lot of utility from the bottom lane from GAM, because usually it's Levi and Kiaya as the big carries here. Ashe lane's generally looking to win lane, but into TL where they love to play around bottom lane, CoreJJ and Jan love to be very aggressive.
You're back. You're back. You're back.
If the focus
What we cooking up?
there.
What are we cooking up?
I'm feeling a little bit worried. But one thing I do like about TL and what they have right now is the ambiguity, right?
Okay.
We know that
we not really
Aurora
cooking
in a bunch of
nothing.
different places. They
Cool.
Make sure that that's just a strong one.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Fits into a lot of archetypes.
Had to
like
make a full
Umpty's
course
pick,
breakfast.
as well as what Impact or APA are going to be
But I got
playing
my
in the end
sausage,
is something
I got
that,
my
sort of
egg,
all over
and I got my
the place
pancakes.
for these
So
guys, as they're still thinking about their first
I could
match
not
of
be
the second
happier.
round. Kasante already taken away from Impact.
I think I put too much
and that
vanilla in my
is
pancakes,
GAM sort of
but
reading
we're about
what
to
this,
find out.
Aurora could be going all over the place.
I feel like this is warranted given how it's
Yeah.
been so far, and obviously
Not
Jax
bad.
means that Kiaya already has his matchup. Him and Levi have been the main characters of GAM. I think we're going to go 4 for 5 on the jungle bans here. Wouldn't be surprised as that Wukong also taken away.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of going down.
Why
the
they
Levi
banning out
priority
Levi,
list.
bro?
Shyvana, Nocturne, and Wukong are all three.
Yep.
Some of his most famous and prioritized champions. See if they actually want to.
Why they banning out
go for
Levi?
another jungle ban, or if they feel like that is enough, and now we can look at.
Is he
solo
really
lanes here.
their team?
Just get rid of Vi as well and just say in for a penny, in for a pound, something like that. See what Team Liquid are going to do. It is
I
going to
agree,
be
he's
Sylas
good, but
removed,
dang.
And he's not going to have to deal with that one in the mid lane. EasyLove, what is it going to be locking away here? I think holding on to some sort of counterpick would make a lot of sense, but with a team like this, I feel like counterpick for Levi is something that I wouldn't mind. And normally for junglers that isn't really a thing, but maybe for GAM it just kind of is. But instead, the Vi was left up, might just be snapped up.
I wonder if the Sylas is a sign they want to go for Maokai. I think Sylas into Maokai also feels absolutely incredible. Now TL is also going to have
What
to
are we
show
gonna
where the
see
Aurora
for
is actually going to
Umpty?
go. So I think a pickup of the
Does that
jungle
show
makes
where
a lot
it's
of
going to go?
sense. That's a fair question.
I mean,
We'll
Ari
see.
would.
Ari would be that giveaway. Smolder still
People
leaves
don't
some
respect the
ambiguity, but I
Jax.
like a proactive approach more, particularly in a game one in a best of 3. See if you can take control early. You can always, like I think we saw Weibo do, just take kind of the back
I
foot
like this.
after the first game.
So yeah, Team Liquid, they invested so everybody played all AD, mid lanes for a very long time. But Team Liquid did seem like they were a little bit slower to move away from that, and APA absolutely loves this Tristana. They do so much to funnel gold into him as quickly as
Hopefully,
they possibly can.
GAM
They
doesn't
shove
hear
him
that.
into a side lane. They funnel him turret play money, and they try and get to that multi-item point where he can actually carry. And as you said, the Maokai here with the protection silence.
So y'all
ban
ready for this
is
TL
awesome.
game?
This is very like kind of old school TL.
Come on,
They have this
Tristana,
veteran
right.
lock. Of course, there is the new champion that they didn't get to use before in the Aurora, but pretty standard stuff on
Yeah.
the side of GAM in answer.
Yeah, I just find it so interesting seeing Tristana Maokai picked as last 2 picks, because if you've been
Really
watching
good
League of
lockdown
Legends
for
throughout
somebody
this year,
against
you're like,
Tristana.
but how did they get through? Because they were so
That's kinda
incredibly
scary.
powerful. I think still really strong as a duo. And I was pretty worried when I saw the Ari, when I saw like these AP mages being hovered, because if you are then going to pick the Maokai, like we felt was pretty obvious, that's so much magic damage, even with an Ezreal.
To me, I'm kind of with you in that I do like the look from TL, even with the different patch and with the nerfs here, because APA's
I made my
positioning has been
eggs
a little
over
bit
easy.
suspect, but when he's on Tristana,
And I kinda
it
ate
has
that.
always been really good because he has the rocket jump and the disengage with his ultimate.
All the
he
league
just seems
videos
so
I
much
see
more
on
comfortable.
TikTok
And
have
some
been
of the
about Faker.
transitions in, like Syndra and some of the other angles that we've seen.
He had his 100th win
more of an issue.
in Worlds yesterday.
Right? Like, it's a lot
Pretty big
easier,
day for history
to
for
never
him.
Get caught out. I want to ask you, Kobe, you're the one with the most emotions. How are we feeling?
I mean,
We
I
got the
feel
draft in.
great. I'm excited.
It's GAM
I want
time.
to see just them live up to their own standards.
Yes.
That's one of the things here.
They have
A
not
lot
been
of
looking good.
pressure. So much pressure is on the shoulders of TL right now. Not only because GAM, eliminated them last year, but also because this year they really are shooting for the stars. They have very high hopes with how deep they can go, and they've been frustrated, honestly, with the beginning of this tournament.
And you heard from Umpty earlier on, as well as we jump onto the rift here for game number 1.
Let's
Umpty was saying
go,
that
Team
he
Liquid!
feels like he has the LCS on his shoulders. It's not
I'm
just
awake now.
their responsibility
I'm
for
awake.
TL, but their responsibility for the region as well to try and
I need
bring
them to lock
the
in.
LCS back up to the top.
Yeah, we saw Umpty, who we of course have watched for
a true Giga Chad, man.
Not Let's Go GAM,
many
bestie.
years. One of the 2 still remaining. We have the Light, obviously waiting in quarterfinals, and I think this tells really not in terms of performance, although I don't think Umpty's at the best tournament, but like what
Carry
these-
styles.
It's right. Exactly. It's the play style. Levi has been the guy, which I don't think Vi really falls in that same wheelhouse, and I think the bans from
Correct,
TL were
Ethan. Both
very
of these
effective in
teams
that
need to
regard,
win in order
that
to stay in
Vi
Worlds.
essentially, although obviously you can carry for team fights, it's more for shot calling and decision making as opposed to the mechanics.
Both of the
This is,
teams
of course,
must
our
win.
featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Umpty versus Levi, and we saw in the bans already that both of these teams know.
There
that
you
that
go,
was the featured
Acro.
matchup.
Oh, yeah.
That was in agreement because so much.
Okay, thank you for the 5 stream streak, love. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Right?
Yeah,
Bring all
Braum
the
and Ash.
presents to put them underneath the
Level
tree. It's
1.
beautiful. Look at this, the Skinergy.
Okay, but he doesn't want the presents, Atlas.
I
They're
know
bad.
the tree's moving away, but that is theoretically the idea that Elliot's going for, right?
And it's very interesting for GAM to go against late swap against TL, who in the LCS are biggest strength.
Okay,
and
Levi.
The most talked about
With the
point for
early-
TL was how good
early
they
invade.
are in lane swaps, both the ones that they start out, but also the ones that they react to.
Mhm.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble perhaps.
Look at our
as
bot
the
lane.
Counter-Strike does wear off down to about 250.
Mm-hmm.
I also would just ask, do you not want the 2v2 with Ash Braum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and then I'm looking on the
They're
flip
terrified.
side. I think obviously playing into Aurora is rough the early few levels, but is it worth? Because if you are lane swapping away, you should fall behind in gold once this bot lane wave crashes and the plates are going to come through from Yon and Core.
Yeah, I would think it's the Aurora matchup.
Has to be, right?
That is problematic for them. And
What
we'll see if it's
incarnation is a
problematic
TL?
later
I only know
on. A lot
T1.
of teams have, I think, correctly identified that, as you said, Kiaya and
Weren't you
Levi
rooting for
are both
G2?
the really big carries. And so if you are in a lane swap, then Kiaya should be further behind. We're going to see the rotation from TL this late. Wave is very slow pushed, and they're going to bring over Impact for that.
You about to know about TL. Come on with it.
Crashing onto this turret as well as Umpty moves over. Impact is there. They're on a ward, but can Kiaya keep himself alive? That's going to be the question. Already getting taken down so incredibly low. There's the counter-strike, but it's just not going to do anything. And Umpty, he'll go down in trade, but I think they'll take that.
That's not good.
This experience going to waste.
Yeah, Umpty uses a twisted advance to go in there, so then, you know, does not have anything for dropping tower aggro.
Yeah, I don't think that had to happen. Like, there was 4 people there for TL. One of the big strengths of Maokai is, as you're saying, that you can go invulnerable, reset the turret aggro. And if Kiaya TP to this, I think this is 100% worth. But because he TPs, still catches a big part of the wave.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very good situation for GAM. You know, Umpty definitely rushed it there. You know, with the twisted advance in onto the
Umpty has been playing like he's nervous.
As you say, a little bit of patience.
Yeah, I've been so used to the fact that all
I
of
think
our top
Umpty's a
laners
little
are
bit nervous.
teleported to that lane.
Yeah.
But he was there the whole time, so I guess maybe I
It's like,
overestimated.
Got to
how it was
juggle
gonna
the
work.
tower aggro a little bit better with Core JJ. You know, as Core JJ.
They
is
put
working
Jax
on the rail,
bot
just let it reset,
because they
pause a
think
bit,
that
and-
the Ezreal rail lane is too difficult for Ash Braum. But I don't know.
Well, sometimes your
don't
team,
blame Umpty.
sometimes your team might flame you later if the Jax becomes a problem.
Yeah. Well, right now we'll see whether.
But they got double ADC, so they just sent
against
Triss
Kiaya
top.
for the minute. Right now the leap strike saying no, as he is going to walk away. Should be all right for the minute.
There is no
Another
TP
stacked wave is coming on
available.
in. Exactly right. As Jan just trying
Jan?
to do what he can, flash out of the way of the Vault Breaker, but it's not going to save his life. As Levi happily tanks up the turret, and that's a better dive this time around.
That is a way better dive. The tower is also killing off the cannon minion. They're
All right,
losing a
team.
bunch there. Impact is running down to try and salvage some of it, but that is so much better. GAM
Oh, you think they
here.
swapped because they wanted Jax to avoid Aurora?
You can see as well, GAM with the emotes, like they're like, you can't dive us. Like you're not gonna
I don't
get
know
in the
which
wave.
matchup
And with
who
subs,
is
you
trying to
can't dive
avoid,
Ash
but
Braum.
somebody's trying to
Stress
avoid
how
something.
sick this is from GAM because TL
I don't know who it
have
is.
been touted as the lane swap and macro kings of NA, and GAM just fly in the face of all of that here.
Oh, Emo does see Core JJ, doesn't know about Umpty, but shouldn't matter.
Yep, I think they know that there might be a ward there. You can see the sweeper is immediately activated here as Core does get rid of that ward. Levi over to the side as well, and so great defensive play here from GAM so far. As Kiaya going in on top of Impact, who does just bounce himself away. Not gonna be able to do too much more. That's a heck of a thing.
I'm glad it's only been one Twitch so far. Really saw in that game, I think, what it can feel like. And I do think
Yes,
the
if you
nerf
lose, you
Aurora
go
kinda
home.
helped out. I remember the first time we saw her.
Yeah, and that didn't look okay at all.
Didn't look very fun for the opposing AD carry. Big though here from
Now, also
GAM
remember,
to start off with,
it is
again,
a series. It's best of 3. So if you lose one game,
carries. And in this
you still got to
setup,
play another
Levi
game.
still
But if you
going to
lose the
obviously be,
series,
one
you
of
go
the big
home.
points of the composition, but can't carry the same way you can with Wukong, you can with Nocturne. So Kiaya already having a lead on this Jax is a really big deal.
One thing I do want to say for Team Liquid is that TL have a lot of ways to deal with a Jax trying to come in. Bramble Smash, fantastic, but Buster Shot is one of the best anti-Jax abilities in the game. As soon as that counter-strike
Anti-Jax.
does come in, you just boop him away, and it doesn't really do too much. But that is in team fights later on. And so far in this early game, the Jax being put in such a great position means that his ability to
What's
flank in
going
team
on,
fights is not
Duke?
quite as
How are you
relevant
doing?
because he'll just probably mow through all your turrets.
Yeah. That being said, how much content have we made around GAM upsetting what are supposed to be major region favorites against them? GAM are legendary for that. Let's see. Wait a second.
Yeah, Elio could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a battle on both fronts. Elio just going to get smacked into the wall, and he's not going to be going anywhere. Is APA going to
Yep,
survive?
and
The
APA is
quest- the
good.
answer is yes.
And
On
APA
about
is
100
fine.
health, as now Easy Love just
Impact
rid of Umpty, but he's
2v1 in
pretty
the
tanky
bot
as
lane,
Christmas tree.
taking
Meanwhile,
cheeks,
on the other
taking
side of it,
cheeks.
Kiaya trying to get
Impact
that
in the
dive to
bot
work
lane,
as he's
taking
back in melee
cheeks.
range with
They're
Levi,
running,
and he holds
they're
them off.
scared, as they
Left
should
side,
be,
the dive
and we getting
looks
kills
a
in the
lot
top
better
lane.
For GAM,
Arrow.
this,
this jibe! What game are we playing?
I was about to say, good trade for TL. They brought that gold lead a lot closer, but with that pick, Easy Love keeping it in favor of GAM.
Easy Love with the easy arrow. able to snipe him on the recall, gets the extra kill here.
The blind as
and
well.
It really messes up the timing there for Tristana. Now APA walking back now. Actually,
I
it's
would
not-
be
it's not
embarrassed.
Quickly shoved, so.
Oh yeah, Core actually caught the wave, so very done well done by him. Otherwise, this would have definitely been gone.
You know, it's crazy, guys. It's crazy that this happens when I'm playing and when I'm watching someone else play. Like, it doesn't matter. It always happens.
Nothing really game
It always happens. Will it stop me? No. But does it always happen whether I'm behind the keyboard and the mouse or not? Always.
GAM are just going to
Always.
to catch this one as it heads closer towards their
Crazy.
turret. APA splitting on towards that top side.
Yeah, maybe I just need to hype up GAM and then TL starts winning. So let's try that. Look at Emo in the mid lane getting CS. Yeah.
You have a really
Bow.
good ult of getting a really good soul, so I think getting early Drakes is big. On the same
'Cause what the heck?
occasion for TL though, getting a Tristana with 6 rubs is something that we've seen for, I assume, everywhere for the
That's
entirety of
crazy.
summer. Just makes your side lane threat really obnoxious to deal with.
It'll
Tristana
never
already
stop
has so
me,
much
though.
Killing, turret killer power between her E, which allows you to put the bomb on, and then with the Q you
I
get a lot of
OP. I gotta
extra
play
attack
some
speed
Ash
as well.
games today.
Vex does dash away.
Yeah, but Kia still catches him there just a little bit. The Grandmaster's Might comes in. Umpty in great position here as
Levi
they're
on the
trying to
way.
get damage down. Twisted Advance comes in. Bramble Smash just to get rid of him. And they saw Levi. They back away. I think it was the right call.
Yeah, Kiai here on the Jax with his level lead over Impact. Very big wave in front of him though. That Impact will be to catch a little bit back up there. But again, always worried about
It's
what
Ezreal
Kiai can
mid
do.
right now.
Flash available on the Jax as well.
You know,
And
I'd
topside
love
pushing,
to say that I
2 lanes of
support
pressure there
Team
for
Liquid
GAM.
through and
Turret play
through till
money
the end.
achieved as well
But
here for
baby,
Easy
why
Love.
are you on
Nice
Ezreal?
smooth opening for him as well.
He's so freaking stank, man.
I do like it though, APA
Ezreal
on
is
basically
so
80
stank.
zigs. You know, towards this late
Nice.
game, it could certainly be a story of APA just moving into these lanes as, oh dear, cease and desist comes in, and yes, he's going to cease and desist, being alive on the map.
That duo right there going to be on screen a lot. Levi and Kiaya punish Impact with no flash. They get another kill here for the Jax. 3 kills for Kiaya on the Jax. They initiated the lane swap, and he's getting rich.
And APA teleporting in for 2 caster minions as well. And so, of course, you know, Kiaya could have possibly pushed in another wave and really caused a lot of damage, but they're forcing these summoners over and over again.
Yeah, we'll see if Kiaya actually goes for the teleport.
What was the
When you're
prediction?
playing Jax, and even though I do agree with you, I think Tristana can keep her distance. But if Tristana is using resources to deal with the Jax, that's
What
still
was
a
the
win
prediction
you.
for this
Like
game?
trying to playing into many auto attackers and an Aurora that is so far behind. I think Kiaya is in a really good spot of strength here, as long as he doesn't
This is game 1 of this series. It's a best of 3, so at least 2 games will be played at max 3.
I think the GAM comp is still good, but it does feel like it's very reliant on Levi goes in, you hit the shockwave, and you go from there. As the setup be tough here on this top side play.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Kiaya, when you're watching GAM, is always
All
the
6
most
Void
consistent
Mites in
player
this
and
hoe.
always such a
And
threat.
what
It's
is
just,
GAM gonna
even
do
in
about
games
that?
they lose, he's able to
And
do
what is
so
GAM
much to
gonna
get
do
them,
about
openings in it. And
that?
This game, he is the biggest gold lead, and the Jax will be able to apply some.
What is
split
GAM
push
gonna
pressure
do
for
about
TL.
that?
Here we go, though.
Yeah, Emo is moving his way over. Impact will get here at the same time.
Yeah,
So Levi just
GAM
trying to
better
back away. Doesn't
run.
have to expend
They don't want
too
these
much,
hands.
As we can see, so GAM still
They don't want
staying
these
in it and
hands.
staying ahead by about 1.5.
TL's usual game plan is
Yeah, what
to
was my
get
stream
down
prediction?
these outer turrets very quickly by rotating the Tristana or that.
What happened to
type
the
of
NA
champion
Slayers
for
team?
APA into the
Home.
side lane,
They
and they try
home.
and keep APA side laning for a
All the
long
people
time so
rooting
they can
against
get to
NA
multiple
home.
items, and then try and
Yeah.
use that gold lead, that funneled gold.
And
very
we taking them
effectively
out
in the
one
team
by
fights.
one.
So this time around, there's some critical mechanics that we're gonna have to see.
No,
pulled off.
no. Like,
If Levi ults onto
what
APA,
is the
Tristana can
question
buffer
for
the
the
rocket jump,
for the
ultimate. You have to
prediction?
get your timing correct there.
Like, is it who
It's
wins
going to be a very, very important interaction.
the series
because
or
there's
who
so
wins
much
the
CC on
game?
GAM. You mentioned the Oriana Shockwave that will be delivered by Levi.
Oh,
who's now
this
bottom.
match. Okay, gotcha.
Big cancel.
I see.
JJ moving forward. Kiaya
I can't
probably
see
just
it for
going
some
to be
reason.
clearing up this wave, but that is a cease and desist, and Core JJ picks up the shield. Crashdown is good. But will he have to flash here to try and get himself out of the way? The Buster Shot just to protect
Emo's
him.
on his way.
Yeah, he's not out of the woods just yet. Shattering Strike goes wide, and now it's going to be APA that's the target. Levi is so dangerous. That shockwave was absolutely sick. And APA not long for the world. There's the Vault Breaker. The flash going to be used. But Emo comes in. And Levi, there's a reason why everyone fears this top jungle.
That flash from Levi, setting up for the play from Emo. And GAM running away with this game.
The flash delivery for the dunk here from Captain Levi, and they're going to be able to get bot side pressure after that as well. I mean, we talked about in the opening of this game, but that duo, Levi and Kiaya, the Kobe and Shaq here for GAM. And honestly, Emo even getting
You know
in there
what?
too.
Hear me out though. Hear me out though. Hear me out. GAM ain't nothing without they jungler and they top laner. Okay, we got a full roster of playmakers, a full roster of stars. Okay, so yeah, they got this little bot jungle, the top jungle mess going on. That's fine. That's fine. Because once we hit 20 minutes, once we 5v5ing, once we whopping,
right? Like it's a worthwhile investment.
Yeah.
You get the bot side.
They're not ready.
I think these faces really tell it all.
They're not ready.
And Levi was already
They're not ready for the team fight. So let them have their little 14 minutes of fame.
Really pushing forward.
Okay. Everybody get a little 15 minutes of fame.
Up extra gold
Okay.
off all these turret plates.
They can have it. They can have it. They gonna need it.
GAM here,
Once we're done with them. You feel me? Chappers, thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and I hope you are having an absolutely gorgeous day today.
Open up the map. Of course, a little bit harder for Ajax to get towards that particular one. And 3,000 gold. That's what we're approaching here.
We're gonna let them have that little.
All of that money.
They have their little 15 minutes of fame.
And Levi, Kiai especially
They can
because
have
he's
it.
been in these side lanes, getting all of
They
this
can
solo
have it.
gold. And with our MasterCard lane economy snapshot, we're seeing that, yeah, we're a bit top skewed, but I think if you're a GAM fan, you're very happy
I'll be
about
in
that. As Levi
London
looking for a little bit more here,
for
but in fact, pretty
finals.
slippery. He's able to get himself
They're
out.
gonna have it
Gives
all
Levi the
game.
thumbs
All
up.
right, Stoogie. But they ain't gonna have it all series.
Free. Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
They're not gonna have it all series. Yeah, look at them scared.
CC, the arrow is going to sail
A
by
flop
majestically, but otherwise not
of
do
an
anything at all.
arrow.
Kiaya teleporting in. That is a reason to leave.
Flop.
APA going to press that rocket jump button. Get himself out
Arrow.
of there.
Feels like one of the first
From that
things
ash.
PL have got. It's a minor one, you get a teleport, but it buys you a little bit of time.
Flop.
I again want to highlight, like, this is a Levi
So-
that was heavily targeted in drop.
Because
And he
if
still
Yun was firing that arrow, it hits all 5 members. All 5 members are
We
stunned.
saw there with that
All
flash
5.
mechanically has hit all his Qs so far, looking clean on the Vi.
I just want to put that out
Still have a
there.
lot of team fighting power. I think Maokai and Rel in a team fight scenario you can never underestimate, especially with Impact being on that Aurora as well. Like, you kind of set up a fish in a barrel situation.
I really hope Impact pops
But with
off, y'all.
GAM so far ahead, particularly Kiaya,
Actually, all 6. Talk about it, the Tiger.
well into both of the solo lanes.
No Ash arrow.
very, very hard to play out.
Very true.
All right, we got to see what
Very
the team
true.
fight from Team Liquid will look like. They have the extra shield from the Lockets.
What's going on, Sekka? How are you
built
doing?
by Umpty, looking at
Wait,
utility
Ash
there.
arrow can stun more than one?
And everybody at
No,
least has their first
but
item,
Yun is
but
so good
so far,
that it
especially the
would.
top side.
It has a small AoE of damage and a small AoE of a slow, but it only stuns one person when other people fire it besides Yun.
And the turret will fall down. A lot of teleports invested as Levi. He was thinking about it. Wanted to
Yep,
press that R button.
we got that
Felt like it was
turret.
maybe a bit too
Good job.
dangerous. Bit of damage here from Jan. Can get
Good
himself
job,
over the
team.
wall
Keep it up.
pretty
Keep it up.
comfortably.
Keep up that pressure.
And TL will
They're
back
shaking
away.
in their
Man,
boots.
After such a great early start here from GAM, it feels like TL are playing the defense a lot better now.
We are.
No, let's see. GAM turn back the offense on because they got Herald mid and they find Umpty. Levi just yoinks his Raptor right out of his hands.
The amount of emote usage in this game is so much higher than in our previous series, as there's the Nature's Grasp. Elio just stands beside Levi, gets himself out of there, knows where his bread's buttered. And GAM just back away, they get a charge. and not a whole lot more.
What's going on, Marco? The score is 0-0. This is the first game of this series. Ooh, we take that chicken and you can have it because you're going to be starving with the lack of kills you're going to be getting with the rest of this game. Okay, have the little chicken. Have it. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. And we going to throw in a side of mashed potatoes too because you about to be hungry.
Large part of this team has changed.
Hungry. We about to starve y'all out. Yep.
But GAM right now still with a big lead.
Yeah, certainly. And you know, to kind of even the playing field a little bit.
Come on, Team Liquid. Don't embarrass me now.
For Team Liquid, they of course
Don't embarrass
still
me, Team
have
Liquid.
the power of the 6 scrubs, which we saw previous in
Come
the
on
previous
now.
series. They have the ability
Lock
here
in.
to claw back in.
Young's a little toxic with these emotes. I freaking love how he emotes, man.
Such an
I
aggressive
love it.
opening to the game here from GAM gives them a lot of ways to dictate the pace here, with the Jax being so strong and the jungle advantage being so strong here for Levi. They're the ones that continually get to dictate the pace on the map. So until Team Liquid actually are able to finish off that top tower, actually able to group up and finish off the outers here to open up some more space for them to really thrive on these multi-item power spikes that we generally look for them to peak on, and especially in double AD carry comps. It does seem like GAM have some really
The way
nice
these ADCs are just throwing out autos.
ABA pushing on the top side, Umti covering for him. Does look like the TP is coming through. I think they still do have an angle to at least get this turret, but doesn't look like they want to risk it. They don't have a lot of deep vision, right? Umti's there, but they don't know if a bigger collapse is coming. And in 45 seconds, Drake is spawning. It's Ocean again.
Oh, it is soon to order matcha.
Have we not? Oh no, we got. Yeah, no, we've only got. Ocean.
Was it Infernal leading out of plans and stuff? We had a
Oh my
lot of
gosh, there were
Infernals.
so many.
Okay, we got a lot of TL members up towards Kiaya, but Kiaya.
Umti gets the tinsel out. Let's see whether they can actually lock down Kiaya here as he presses Counter-Strike and says, no, you're not.
Yeah, like two
Another flop Ash ult.
Well, it's okay. Core JJ's coming up. So let's
Another
see whether 3
one.
members is going to be enough, as at least they do get him out of the way of this turret, and with those 6 scrubs,
Another
very easily
one.
take this one out. So there's
Let's
another one
get-
trying to claw back that gold difference, but it's not really working
Let's
out.
get almond
Levi over
milk
the wall.
today.
They're going to answer with this
Cold.
outer in the mid lane, and GAM
Add to
just seem to be
carts.
trading up every single time.
But I do think that was a necessary, force by TL. Yeah, they had to invest in Maokai ult to make sure they could trade towers. But like you're saying, if GAM keep moving forward and trading up without your responses, then it would look even worse. Imagine the world where Kiai actually was just able to stay on top side, and then the rest of the team also still got mid tower plus Dragon. TL are trying to work something out.
Yeah, this honestly, like, with 6 scrubs, this is certainly possible, but with Elio moving up, the Dragon being taken down very, very quickly, it's not going to be secured on this wave.
Okay, watch is
Still, it
secured.
does feel like with the slowing down of the pace of
Thank
this
you for
game, it
reminding
works
me.
in TL's favor. I think the more they stay out of the mud, the better things are going to go for the North American squad.
Airball. Talk about it.
Powered by AWS, still looking
Another
pretty in
one.
favor of GAM at this point.
DJ Khaled.
It's going to need to be a turnaround. It's going to need to be a good fight or a good outthink.
I need Samira's in Worlds really bad too. I totally feel that.
Moving in, Levi just going to push him out of there. They didn't know that he was around.
They can lock him down.
Yeah, see whether they can find him there as between worlds goes the Aurora. The arrow's going to go wide and impact. He's so strong. What the heck is going on here? The Nature's
Oh
Grasp
baby,
doesn't
you
work.
did
He
it the
just
wrong
grabs it in a 1
way.
versus 3 and keeps himself alive.
You did it the
2
wrong
items
way.
punishing over the wall is Easy Love. APA just taking all of these arrows. Easy Love completes the kill there, and now Elio's starting up yet another fight. The rest of TL, they just want out.
The power of gold. 2 items. 2 items for Levi. The Sterix pops. He just brute force. They're not even done.
Yeah, they're going back in, pulled back by the shockwave, and Core JJ's wiped out. GAM now looking for this inner turret towards the bottom side, and this may have just been the back-breaking play.
Atlas, you said TL, they got to try and play a clean game, right? Don't get down, don't get dragged in any fights. And they see Levi, and they're like, hey, Isn't he too? No, he's not too deep. This is an incredibly strong Vi, and the response is immediate as well here from GAM.
GAM walks up and says, hey, TL, remember me from high school? Levi and Kiaya. Honestly, really big props to Emo as well, because Emo does not get a lot of credit on this team, and the Orianna and the Shockwaves are going to be a very big part of how they finish this game off. But the rest of the team, I mean, you see Easy Love flashing forward on the Ashe for the chases here. Kiaya, now his turn.
Yeah, flashes
Yeah,
over.
Impact.
Just gonna be taken down, bonked on the head with a lamppost.
Impact.
Will continue his push.
This is
No, sir.
It is.
No, we're going to have a talk after this game. No.
TL staying in the game.
Please report to the principal's office after this game.
Already kind of on thin ice, but now that the
This
ice
is
gone,
the
right?
LCS
Like, this is just the
MVP.
lake. And GAM, they're having a wonderful time. The only way I think you lose this game is if you give up.
Who went
like,
crazy?
a Baron flip, which they should have never to do, because again,
Report to the
Solo
front
is super far
office.
ahead. You can always get push. You have
Thank
Ashe
you.
as well, which makes it even harder for TL to ever really make movements on the map that aren't being read.
I will say, so even Impact is really in trouble this game, quite obviously, but the double AD carries for TL have their 2 items.
That is true.
So their dream scenario is
Maybe an overextension.
Yeah, perhaps, but Elio just gives him the door. There's the arrow as well. It's Umpty tanking up a whole lot as True Shot Barrage will sail through. Only hits onto one. Umpty surviving. Sap Zipper going to be working out in between.
And
yeah, for Impact. He's trying to get out of it already. He's traded up as now APA just shooting Levi. There's the shutdown, and it's another kill. This one
He
going
said,
over and that one.
he said, but hold on. But hold on, I'm not going out sad.
That's a little bit of extra money. 3 kills for the side of Team Liquid. They would love to be able to get an objective bounty, but there's no objective
There we go.
for them to take.
We've been waiting on that one.
Getting the extra kills
A
here,
long
it is
time,
still
about
GAM that
23
get to push out the
minutes.
minion waves.
We've been waiting on that.
Even going to be able to touch this turret. Let's see if
Weren't you just writing up Impact for detention and was and still will?
Yeah, he's still very,
And
very
still
dangerous.
will.
JJ moving in. There is not a lot of damage
Okay,
in
he's
this
trying to
area,
get
but
off for
APA
good
needs to get
behavior.
here. They want to try and take him out, but he just
No, he's still getting that right up.
Fair enough. Understandable there as well. And oh man,
He's
let's go
still
back
getting
to
that
this
right
fight
up.
here, because I've got something we
'Cause
need
he
to talk about
W'd
as
the
well,
wrong
Chronicler.
way,
Let's
baby.
Let Kobe take us through what happened.
Well, I was gonna. So
Oh, you can.
Yeah,
you can
thank
do it. That's okay.
Really?
What's going on, Otaz? So earlier, Weibo Gaming played versus Fnatic
always
and
going to feel like I think that's where Maokai excels, especially
them.
into a choke point. And then here we
1,000
finally see the
gold
value of that Aurora
or 700 gold on Impact.
No way to get out. And Impact might have had a really rough game, but that TP was absolutely pivotal. It splits up the fight.
Absolutely
takes
pivotal.
down some crucial members.
Absolutely immaculate.
Response here.
Yeah, exactly what the TL coaching staff want to see there. Some good plays. A little bit of...
Spawn's not ready to celebrate yet.
He was celebrating at the beginning, a little bit surprised at the end there. You know, kind
Still
of...
4.5K.
Kind of metered. Like, they don't, as I said,
Have
they
we
don't
seen
actually
any
get
new
an
champs today? We
objective
saw
out
a
of that.
Swain mid,
Truly would have been
but
a step
they
towards the
lost.
comeback if they, you know, got an objective bounty shut down. But you put a dent in that gold.
And we calling his mama
It's still
too,
going to be
right?
Dragon stacking for GAM though, and TL trying to push on the other side of the map.
Levi
The
is a really
controller on Baron
dominant
and APA
jungler.
Trying to split push with Tristana. Again, this is his comfort
Gotta give it
zone
to him.
on the Tristana, continually shoving waves.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. When
Why
in doubt,
not?
let's just flip a Baron as the
Oh, they
Hawkshot
know.
sails by.
They saw the sapling being thrown from the Baron pit.
Ah, so that's going to give that one away. They now get some vision inside the pit. Down to 50%. This one's not going down very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. As CoreJJ getting a little bit of a stun. The rest of GAM moving on over. That is a Nature's Grasp. But
Yeah, they don't
I
wanna
don't think
risk.
there's any follow-up here. So GAM, they do just push them out of the way. Opportunistic, kind of liked it. But I do want to go back to what
They
I was
were
going
going
to
for
talk about
the
before. And that is,
20-minute Baron.
this is an Aurora.
Yeah.
And you and I have very specific knowledge as to what could happen even if an Aurora is 100 CS
Levi
behind,
is so
6,000 gold behind.
dominant.
Sometimes she can just win games. And you know, we've seen it before.
Levi is
Chronicler.
so
it is one of those
dominant.
ultimates.
There's been a few, like, the nerfs have happened. You know, a second off that ultimate is a big deal.
Brom's been played a couple of times, but it hasn't been like our most seen.
GAM setting up a vision
But we
trap
have
here.
seen him a
Obviously
couple of
have
times.
enough damage to take down whoever walks up, but doesn't look like TL is going to fall.
Okay, Fluffy.
That's quite interesting.
Not the Yavimi.
Have possible pick tools. Both teams
Not
also
the
have vision
Yavimi.
with the Ash Hawk shot as well as the.
No, GAM does have like they've got the handsome CEO and Levi's cute. Levi's cute and he has a pretty smile. So I can't argue with you on that
I
one.
think you want to fight right now. You are still very far ahead. It's really hard for TL to engage into you with that Brom if you position safely. And I think that slowly this gold lead is going to matter less and less, right? Like right now, like 5 minutes ago, 4K gold lead, really big deal. But if it's still this, like 4 or 5 minutes from now,
If Team Liquid loses to GAM, keep APA and Yun. Oh, wow.
Obviously, Ocean Soul is kind of GG, but I don't think TL really runs.
Not you want the rest of the roster gone.
Push through. Obviously, it'll make the side laning a little bit annoying, particularly against Kiaya, who's now level 15.
That's crazy.
2 levels up over Impact.
What about the other ones? What about Core and Impact? That's right.
And I think that I will be
What about
seeing
them?
Frozen Hearts because those AD carries that you mentioned for scaling so nicely, greatly inhibited by that item.
Thank you, Kofi.
Yeah, I think he'll be finishing that one pretty quick smart. He's certainly has some access to funds this game, does Kiaya. Now moving very quickly towards that level 16 mark. There it is right now.
Fnatic lost. Sorry, babes.
Baron has still been started.
Well, that
full vision.
Yeah, but they do it really quickly.
Yeah,
it's
gone.
Yeah, we do.
It's just gone. The teleport is going to come in, but it's way too late.
It's way too late.
There's some bounty gold as well for Team
Yeah,
Liquid.
bounty gold.
Yeah, they get the control ward in there. There's the Vault Breaker flash to come through. APA going to be taken down first. Can they keep these Barons alive? Is going to be the question. Umpty, he's trying to get out of there like a secret agent. Is now Kiaya trying to get some stuff. There's 3. The Shockwave under 2. And Magnus Storm's trying to keep Yon alive, but it's not going to work. Everyone's in the blender. 4 on the floor. And Umpty's the only Baron that survived.
TL get Baron, but GAM make them pay! Levi goes in and he flashes and he kills APA.
Okay, Lily, that's his name.
Or at the very
His
least,
name Lily now.
He's going to give this turret crucially.
We calling Levi Lily.
So there isn't a window here for GAM to actually just end the game. We've seen that happen, you know, the classic.
Not Lil Lily. Not Lil Lily.
Like, I think this will always be a rough situation to play out for TL, but APA with the
Not Lil Lily in the jungle.
Because if you are able to buffer the initial CC,
please not Lil Lily.
Doesn't work.
You know what it was? The Ash arrow hit APA at Baron while they were doing it.
It's so freaking funny.
See, he's stunned right now. That's why he
That
is
is
the last
so
one leaving.
freaking funny.
Easy Love tagged him with the
Not
slow
Lil Lily.
from his W, and then Levi
Please.
follows up. So Easy Love is the one that keeps APA there and starts the chain of events.
Yeah, can't actually
Word, Brian. Where you hear that at?
get behind his tanks, and this flash forward from Kiaya, making sure that all 3 are inside that one. The Shockwave as the cherry on top.
No, like Death Ray,
and there
what's
was no
going
window to
on?
escape from there. Kiaya is just amazing.
Come on, Yon. It's okay, baby. Get back in there. Get back in there. Get back in there. You got this. You got this. Lock in. Lock in. You know you gonna pop off.
You guys trying to cope, huh?
You know you gonna pop off.
I saw them get the bounties, right? And obviously the team fight was rough. I thought maybe they got something.
It's okay.
On the board here.
It's Tristana and Maokai doing 0 damage for me. It is them doing a literal settle. Settle.
Hasn't necessarily been working as there's the counter-strike once
Okay,
again.
we got the dragon.
Yeah, Core JJ trying to find that Magnus Storm angle.
Wait, they do know. He's on the ward.
Yeah, okay, so not going to press that button just yet. Does have flash to try and get in if he can find another angle, but now this is looking very, very awkward and
Lily looking for an angle.
as Impact off to the side, there's another Vault Breaker being channeled here by Levi, trying to find his opportunity as, Umpty was just getting melted. Between worlds, Yon now trying to play these gaps, and Easy Love going to be taking down Levi. Could be the next one.
APA in the top lane. Or in the top side. He dies.
Down, as now Impact is bouncing after them.
Get him, Impact. Impact, go.
Is it going to be enough as Emo?
Somebody get him. That's my boy Yun. That's my boy Yun. One thing about Yun, he gonna finish the drill, baby. If no one will, Yun will. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yun. Yep.
Liquid.
Yep.
Continue the push. They still
Yep.
want to take a mid-lane turret. There's
Yep.
a bounty on that. Forget mid-lane turret. We got inhibitor turret. Gotta get it.
Who needs mid when you can get bot?
So next level, you guys were
Yep.
telling me that this is a team that knows their
Yep.
macro.
There we
They're taking
go.
it to
Where Lil
like,
Lily
this is
at?
what I was expecting.
Where?
The bounty meta is coming in, gentlemen.
This is not a strategy.
Where Lily
This is a
at?
bailout. Gentlemen,
it worked well.
It is now time to rewrite
Oh,
history.
dead screen.
Look at this kiteback and the use
Great.
of the brush towards the alcove here.
Oh.
As they're getting pushed to the opposite side of the map.
Oh,
Impact
okay.
into the brush,
Okay.
And he goes for easy love. He hits
When
easy
no
love
one
with that
will.
Aurora ultimate that you
Yon
mentioned, and
will.
Core JJ
Okay.
follows with the flash
Thank
through.
you.
So Impact and Core JJ
Thank you.
able to win the bottom side of the fight.
Look at him.
What's crucial as well, even though APA ends up
Look
losing the
at
fight against
him.
Emo, the Orianna not being in, combined with Kiaya being out of the
Bow.
fight when it starts, and Easel being
Bow.
eliminated immediately,
750 on that
all the gold
forehead.
on GAM is just not being utilized.
750 on that forehead.
Yeah, I think we're allowed to celebrate a little bit this time.
Well,
Yeah.
now it's only 3K at this point.
You were still worried, I think, when
Well,
you were looking up towards the top of that screen right
My
there.
math's not great, Atlas.
Well, I actually expected that TL might have clawed back a little bit further last time at the same time, but this is only 3,000.
Tell TL to close out the game first. No, for real. Like, I really do need them to close out the game. TSP, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today, love.
I like it.
GAM fans, look around. Everybody on mute. The thing is, I do like GAM. I'm not gonna lie. I do like GAM. But they are biggest op right now. They are biggest op. So sometimes you gotta pick a side. And I'm choosing.
Liquid have fought their way, clawed their way back into this game where they have their double AD carries. One of the comps that they are very comfortable with.
Oh my
And you saw Impact
gosh.
with the Aurora, you guys
Oh
even
my
mentioned.
gosh.
Just the power of the ultimate does a whole lot. He had the follow.
I want to see more GAM. I'm not gonna lie. You'll see GAM in game 2 when they're 0-1 in this series. You will.
So now as they push forward,
You'll see more
Yon and APA
when they're
are very
0-1
comfortable
in this series,
situation.
and then they go
Absolutely.
0-2.
And there's a 60 CS lead on Yon
You
as
get
well,
two
so he's
GAM,
feeling
two
very, very
games of
strong.
GAM.
And it's third item Shadow Flame. A lot of the times
Don't
it'll be
worry.
like third item Shadow Flame. That's
If
crazy.
TL wins, do they
There's
play
no
again tomorrow?
advantage
That is
being
correct, Jade.
by GAM at all.
Today is not the only day they have to fight for their freaking lives. They got to fight tomorrow too if they win. And that goes for either team.
If we look at the
But
finishes for
whoever
GAM, I think Emo
loses
needs to get
goes
a death
home
cap. That's a really
immediately.
big one. He does have teleport available. I don't know if he caught it on this wave. He's looking to back. Death cap is such an insane spike. Gonna make
Fluffy,
that,
what?
relatively close 1v1 between him and APA. Not
How
feel
they
close
both
at
gonna
all.
get sent
But there is a
home?
TP. Death cap is done here for Emo, and he has a lot of great ball delivery systems. As TL says, why not again?
Yeah, I mean, if in doubt, just start Baron, and that's going to be hawk-shotted, so everyone knows what's going on.
Oaks landing, TP's forced.
Yeah, Core JJ trying
What,
to stay
Brian?
in the
But it's
fog of war as
live.
well, and so the
Banana
teleport being
barrage.
used, is that going to be enough for TL? Looks like the answer might be no, as Umpty just staying on it.
That's happened
Warlord does go
before.
over.
It happened
Barrage on
last
the two, that is
year.
a lot of damage.
Team Liquid got
This
eliminated
Ezreal is
by
pretty
GAM.
fed right now. It's good buffer, but is he actually safe? There's the season assist, and it's APA that gets taken down by the shockwave.
Yum putting out damage. Levi on his freaking forehead. Levi on their forehead, bro. Umpty's trying to peel, but they on his forehead.
Is now just bonking them all on the head. That is going to be the team fight win, and GAM might just walk through and win the game.
And even though
They on Yun's forehead, bro.
He's still an easy target. 40 engage, gets blown up, and GAM is going to take game 1.
He buffered the Ash Arrow, but Levi delivers.
They were
the
on his forehead.
shockwave
There's nothing that he can do for
from
that.
Emo, and GAM deliver the victory in game number 1.
It's okay, we get it back. It's okay, we get it back. It's okay, we get it back.
Best of 3. That game
It's okay, we get it
so
back.
incredibly long, so
We
incredibly
not mad.
intense. Winning a game
Everybody
like
get
this
one
means so
game.
much in a best of 3
Everybody
where
get
your world's
one
hopes
game.
are hinging.
Umpty.
TL, it's gonna have to be a huge bounce back.
Impact. Yeah.
I'm kind of speechless.
We're gonna have to pull
I
y'all
was
to the
speechless after
side.
game 1.
Can you step outside the classroom real quick?
Again. I know we
I
talked
need to
lot
have a
about Kiaya
conversation.
and about Levi, but the fact that they were able to pull it off like that, whew.
Not they suck. Not they suck, Ryan.
But it's not over yet for TL. It's time
Yeah,
for us
exactly,
to go to a short break.
Cupcake.
We'll have game 2 right
We
up.
good. We good. Principal's office. Meow. Meow. It's a 1-2 situation. It's a 1-2 situation. We not stressed. We not stressed. They just warming up. They just warming up. Yeah, they about to get hit with the 1-2. That's gonna be the score in TL's favor. Tight beat. Y'all not ready for this?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think my matcha is here right in time. Right on time. I just bought the MF Prestige skin and I've been winning all my games with her. The Bewitching. Because I think she's got 2 prestiges. I think she's got 2 prestige. They obviously threw that game so GAM gets their hopes up and they get a little bit too comfortable. Absolutely. There's literally no way Team Liquid gets kicked out by GAM. I just refuse. I just refuse to believe. No, that's not the end of the series. There's one more game. It's all a part of their plan. I hate this song. They really played this song after Viper 8 down on FlyQuest, bro. They really played this song after Viper 8 down on FlyQuest. And now they playing it again when NA playing. They really, I know what they doing and they know what they doing. They really be trying it. How much money do you think they paid APA? It wasn't that bad, was it? It wasn't that bad. Yeah, Odie been in stream. I think Odie came to my stream after the first year that I started streaming. I'm on 5 months. Blaming APA, but Impact had 5 CS per minute. Oh, I told Impact he gonna have to report to the principal's office because the performance, he had that one play where he got a double kill, but outside of that, that's not enough. We're gonna have to schedule a parent-teacher conference. Yes, ma'am. They don't tell us what the name of this song is. Like, it's not listed on the channel anywhere, so I'm really not sure what it is. But if you type in "strike like a viper," because that's all they say. We're not getting knocked out, bro. We're not getting knocked out.
Today is really good, and I like that energy on stage. So let's make sure that we keep it up, okay?
Dive looked a lot better for GAM. This. Oh, this Chime!
Not he said let's keep that energy up, and then they didn't keep the energy up. I'm dead. They're saying like calm down, guys. I'm wondering if they're feeling kind of scattered.
And welcome back to Worlds 2024 Swiss stage as it is. Wait, what time is it actually?
It's time to make you guys believe. That's right, representing for all the minor regions around the world. We are here, we're the VCS, and we're here to make some noise and repeat history just like we did last year. in Busan and Seoul. Worlds 2023 is coming to you here at Worlds 2024. Team Liquid, you know what time it is, baby. It's GAM time! Let's go! Woo! And of course, can't forget the shades.
Okay.
How can you not love him?
Yeah.
I know you don't love him right now.
It's really hard not to like him. Like, I don't not like him, but god dang, bro. I need them to lock in, bro.
You know, and so does his top laner. We got to talk about Kiai.
Is there any cute EU players?
Always talk about Levi. But this is really why, Azael, and it's what you drew out for us even before this game if it was going to be a GAM win.
Yeah, I mean, Kiai.
Oh, the song's literally called Viper? That's crazy.
Definitely played really,
That's
really well.
literally
And
crazy.
Levi, I think, combined to do so much work through the bot lane. I was really impressed.
Even my
by
mom
what they were
knows to
able get
ban
done.
Jax when you
And
are
I was
picking
surprised
two
that TL
marksmen.
wasn't really right place, right time to cover any of these moves because they are normally the lane swap kings.
Can I brought back this Hoopu comment. This was actually from Weibo versus Fanatics, game 1. Even my mom knows to ban Jax when you are picking two marksmen.
Yeah, and it was kind of the case here. Kiai got off to a great lead in the lane swap, being able to then punish up against Impact on this Aurora and get these early leads. And then when you got to that later
Rated
portion of the game, it
2.7
didn't
out of
really
10.
come
God
back
dang.
to, oh, well, we've got Oriana has some nice ults, but realistically, it was Kiai standing tall at the end of every single one of these fights, diving into the back line, the great shock waves, and I think it was really impressive the way. Well, they just felt at home. It was Levi constantly playing towards Kiai on those side lanes, making sure that he could get these leads, and never giving TL a massive window back into the game.
And I was just so impressed with how much confidence they were playing with, right? Like, it's really nice to see, you know, Levi's going for Q flashes constantly. They're playing towards their win conditions. They're diving deep and going really, really aggressive. And it was just awesome to see them playing at that level.
Yeah, it is impressive, but it is not unprecedented for GAM. I feel like when they do get a lead,
they gotta lock in.
They don't stop, and I was afraid that they were going to lose it in the mid game because we even saw it a little bit. But you talked about Levi and his mechanics. Well, he's been showing them off also in this HyperX reflex replay. I believe this is the one down in the bot lane where then of course the Oriana ball comes and hangs out as well. But it was beautiful.
It was absolutely sick to see. The setup here was really nice because Levi goes in early. You think he's going to go onto Core JJ, but actually turns onto APA. And then the flash, the second you see APA going through it, Emo getting that ultimate at just the right time, sets up perfectly then for the double kill.
They did
and
eat.
This heads up
They
play
did
from Levi to actually
eat
go,
right
no, we can
there.
take
They did.
the initial chunk
They
of
did
damage onto
indeed
APA to
eat.
set up for both of these quick kills.
I mean,
It's
how
7
often do you
p.m.
see a top
Friday.
jungle,
It's
both
95
IPPS, their mid lane
degrees.
and their AD carry.
I used to think
Like,
Reckless
they
was
were getting
cute
so
back
much
in the
work
day.
done in this game. It was ridiculous the amount of pressure
We're
they put
rooting for
on.
Team
And with the draft
Liquid.
that TL
All
has,
right.
You're drafting double AD carry. You're
Everybody.
drafting a burst solo AP, which
Headset
is fine,
on.
but it means
Where
there's
Yun
no
at?
threat on the Jax once he gets
You know
really,
what?
really
Yun
dead.
can
He got
take an
those early levels
additional
for free in the
5.
lane
He
swaps.
played
I
well.
think TL's lane assignments were really
Yun can take an
questionable after they
additional
got that
5.
initial dive. I think
That's
that they could have
okay.
had just impact laning down bot.
Everybody
Instead,
else.
they put Yon there, had no coverage for
Let's
him.
wake
He just
up.
dove on a triple stacked wave.
Sit up in that seat.
Farm, and Yon has been the standout for TL for me. So
Okay,
you know, they
well,
really
put
him
that
in a pretty
thumbs
poor
up
position
into
from
the
that,
game.
Even having APA leaning
Let's
1v2
make sure we
top, so
ready
it
to
felt like they
win.
were somehow losing out on all lanes.
Look
and it
at
really
him,
put them into a
smiling.
pretty big hole that GAM
Just
never
thinking
gave
they
them the
about to
chance get
win.
themselves out of through that aggressive play.
With
I think
his
that's the big one
pink
for me is that
keyboard
when
looking
we saw
cute.
GAM in the past, and a lot of members from the VCS come up to
You
the
really
international
can't. You
stage,
really
it was,
can't
hey,
hate
get these
GAM.
early leads
Like
because we're
you
an
can't
incredibly
hate him,
aggressive
bro.
team. We're super bloody, but they'd fall behind in the mid game. So you kind of went, yeah, you can.
You
fight the
can't
scratch, but
hate
you're never
them,
gonna really
bro.
take the win. This is where, for me, GAM has been the big difference maker. This is a team that has gone back and worked on their macro. Even when we saw them coming into their finals, it wasn't the hyper-aggressive early game like Viking Esports. It was, no, we play a macro-oriented game where we take
I feel
over
like all of
inside
them do,
play
Sarah.
through Kiaya, and this is what we're now getting to see up against, I mean, the top seeds at this tournament.
And I asked you before this game, right? Would it still be an upset because they beat LECC?
Really though, Van.
You know, they won a
Yeah,
game
maybe it
now
is
versus
equipment
TL, and this-
issues.
what is
Yeah,
only
make sure
left
them
is
headphones
free,
on right. You need to be
gotta
able to
start
hear them
thinking that
comms.
This might be equal playing, and maybe then you'll get off to a better start.
I mean, I still think you have to say it's an upset, and I still think, you know, that's
GAM
not
won
a
the first
criticism
one.
of the team. I think it's, you know, giving them credit for being able to step up and play such a good performance. Because when you look at what TL has done this year, it wasn't just that they were like a NA team; they were the NA team.
They
You know,
were.
They pushed T1 to the brink.
So what
at MSI.
happened?
They almost beat them again at EWC when T1 won the tournament. Then they went almost undefeated the entire split in LCS. Got to the finals. Yes, they did fall then to FlyQuest.
But ever
then
since
you're hearing
then.
at Worlds about them scrimming and beating all these top teams and doing so well. So I do think expectation versus reality, like this was supposed to be a very TL favored thing, but they're just not playing as well as they did regionally. They have not really arrived yet to the tournament.
I guess they just never played
And now they're
Vietnam,
at
and that
risk
was why we
to
couldn't really
leave.
see how that match would
They're
play
at
out.
risk to
All
leave.
jokes aside, though, this is a serious matter because I think for both teams equally, right? You have a GAM team who make them believe is the slogan. They're yelling it at us that it's GAM time because their region is merging next year. This is their chance to show that they can take on the LEC and the LCS, right? Before the side of TL, all this hard work, Azale. Give me a couple of pointers. Give me some hopium that we are at least going to a game 3.
Oh, I mean, I think it's going to come down so much to the draft. I really just don't like impact on carries. This guy gets so much done when he's playing tanks. He plays that supportive style where he sacrifices for his team better than anyone. That's why he won the MVP in the LCS. That's why he looked head and shoulders above all the other top laners. He has not looked comfortable at Worlds. I would like to see him play a supportive role. I would like to just have Jan be the focus of the team, play around him. He's been the best part of you at Worlds.
No Jax.
No Jax, we've heard it. Maybe for Impact, who knows?
Please
What do you
no.
guys think? And do you still believe, Kobe?
It's okay. It's okay.
So much, Shucks.
It's a
Is
best
it
of
alive?
3. That was a warm-up.
That was a warm-up. Let's get into this next game, baby.
TL can turn it around.
Let's
Whether
go.
It is indeed
Let's
GAM
go.
time, because it
All
felt like
right,
GAM time.
TL.
It felt like GAM time in game number 1.
Game number 1 was
All
definitely
right.
GAM time. Hopefully we can change
Everybody
the
locked in.
Well, now we have changed the
All right, APA look locked in. I like that. I like that. I like to see that.
That's going to be the band that
Yun, do whatever you want to. You the star student.
And the Zigs.
You the star student.
Maybe
Just finish strong.
All right, let's get
Stick
this.
the landing and you were good
I'm
on
just
that
too
one.
scared of success, Kobe. As the only once again band on
They
blue side, no
are
surprises, but
Saru
Jax
because they're
being
technically our
banned
number
by
1 seed,
GAM.
but Team Liquid
having a look through the
looked
skins,
the
yeah, it was
best
like, whose
throughout
skin
the
is this
year. And then once finals hit and they
We don't necessarily
lost,
feel like that was a huge,
It's
thing,
been
but they are
tough.
going to look to take away the Nocturne themselves.
I think you have to, because I am 99% sure that otherwise GAM just slammed Nocturne Oriana on 1-2.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, like, what are you going to do? We already know how good Levi is.
APA does not play Oriana, so we gonna need something else.
After last game, I think pivoting away from trying to ban out Levi when he still was a
No, yeah, Impact has
that many
looked.
bans on him, definitely a good call.
I don't want to say horrible, but like, baby, the gameplay hasn't been there. But exactly what Azale was saying, like, we're normally used to seeing him on these tanks. Why are we putting him on these carry champions and investing in him when we can invest in Yun, who's gonna drop 10 kills and pop the frick off? So, I don't know, man.
Gives them another engage option here.
To see a Shiv jungle, dude, they cannot let Shiv into this game. Levi, Lil Lee, his Shyvana, disgusting. He is too good at Shyvana.
APA has looked fantastic on this champion in the past, and a lot of
Jackie, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a good day today, and thank you for supporting the stream. Please, not too much on my Go Impact. I'm not saying it has anything to do with Impact. I think we've just been picking the wrong champs for him.
Might be on the table for GAM.
Lock in Samira, baby. Lock in Samira, baby.
Yeah, I think,
You know what? I like his Kaisa. I like his Kaisa. Now, Yun, go ahead and be ready to put all 4 members on your back and lead us to victory.
Kaisa's also
Okay?
one of the champions that, while she works
This
with
is
the
all you,
dive
baby.
draft, I think also
All
gives an
you.
alternative win condition in
His Kaisa,
once you hit
goated.
enough AP, you can just poke away the brawl.
Yeah,
That's
G2 is the
no-brainer
only
here.
EU team left.
With how both the previous game
Yun,
played out,
find
and
that
you
back
already know
brace.
TL was fully
You gonna
committed
need
to
it,
dive.
okay?
I do think that Braum into champions like Nico specifically can struggle somewhat because
We got
Nico
this.
is
We
often
about to
still
lock
able
in.
to find angles despite the Braum being there, but the combo with the Ashe is still
We
gonna
need
be
2
just as good as it
tanks.
was last game.
Yun and Core JJ. I think we're
this
gonna
also
see.
sets TL up for a possible impact
What could
tank.
we see Yun on?
This
Oh,
time
they
around,
banned the
there's a lot
Rel.
of damage from Nocturne,
Hopefully they
Nico,
don't
and
ban the
Kai'Sa already
Leona.
presented here, so they're not necessarily hard pressed into having extra damage from the top lane. But the rail going to be banned away. I expect more of these tank supports to be taken off the board here.
Yeah, we
as
need
well.
two tanks.
Ban Wukong plus Vi here to take away from Levi, I would assume.
I think the Silas can get through this
Correct,
time.
Keeker. Tomorrow is the last day of the elimination matches.
Oh, Kindred, another jungler. Certainly.
Yeah, that's not a fun matchup. It's telling though again that so
Okay,
many
they banned the
resources have to be
Leona.
invested in making
So, what is a tank support
Yeah, and also because
that
Kindred
Core
ultimate kind of
JJ
stuff
could
would
play?
counter the burst all-in dive the TL are showing.
Yep, Nico doesn't really enjoy that.
Rakan?
Just kill everyone with that one Pop
Nautilus?
Blossom.
I don't
The
like the
Leona gonna be
idea of
taken away, makes a lot of
Nautilus.
sense here. Core JJ, not a whole lot of other engage options, although, you know, Nautilus and Alistair still up. There's the Wukong that we expected to be
Kai
banned away.
Sinat.
And then Nah for Kiaya. We saw Breathe on this earlier on. We know that
Oh,
this champion could also
Kaisa
get
Nautilus.
completely out of
It's
control. But it can also be
Sinat.
an orange buff, you know, on
Kaisa
the other side
Not.
of things. And how are TL
I like
going
that,
to deal
though.
with it? That's going to be the question, as it will be locked away
Ooh,
now.
can we get a Thresh?
Wonder what we're gonna see here out of Impact. Interesting that they keep the R5 as well. Most likely, I think it is Vi. Depending on what TL can
Oh,
lock
my
in, you can
matcha,
also
y'all.
go for
All
something
right, I
like
better
Jarvan.
come
We
back
haven't
to
seen
some
a lot
great
of it. He is
picks.
exceptional as a ball delivery
Jarvan Orianna,
system.
yep.
Jarvan Orianna is, of course, a classic. Also provides some hard engage. I do think that's somewhat lacking with what they have here so far. But again, if you lock in Vi, I think you saw how well that worked last game. Rakan makes a ton of sense. I think Nautilus and Kaisa are like the strongest in an isolation. You can't pick Nautilus in the Brom. That's just a completely miserable
Did end up getting that Rakan. I knew that was coming.
Rakan, I think, is also better in diving
I
with
did
the
know the Rakan was
and the
coming.
Nico. As the Renekton.
And Renekton.
This is a classic.
The B5 Renekton, it's R5 Renekton that we personally dislike our
Matcha.
most. That's Kha'Zix. That's, well, I mean, it's not anymore. We'll see what Levi does decide to lock in.
Let's not get.
Yeah, the
let's not get
hovers
too
are
excited.
certainly
Honestly, do
very
it.
exciting.
They are exciting, but they're not real.
You know, I'm still apprehensive of saying the word exciting.
It's okay. They're not here.
I know they're not here, but they're still here, you know, in my brain.
I gotta
that is going to be the buy locked in the end.
I gotta say, I'm more nervous after draft than I was heading into game number 2 already.
I was really thinking that we might have gotten on.
I don't know about this one. We'll see. I mean, GAM, with the way that they played in game number 1 and being able to get such strong early game leads, this team comp is just so sturdy if they get ahead. Like, their team fight is insanely good. TL, they do have speed on their side. They are a bit more flimsy in that if you just lock down the Rakan, oftentimes you can blow them up or a Nocturne early game. But TL's comp really relies on pinpoint execution here with the engage.
It's
with
a
their
finesse
Nocturne.
All right,
their
let's
Nocturne,
pinpoint it
Nico,
then.
And Rakan play has to be on point. And so far,
All right.
it has really just been TL's bottom lane, and,
Yes.
and the rest of the team has been a little bit iffy.
We saw even in that last game. I think TL right now individually just not playing that well. A lot of mistakes being
Team
made. With this
Liquid.
comp.
Team Liquid.
Mechanically, I don't think it's necessarily that hard, but the coordination needs to be perfect.
yeah.
The timing, exactly. Everyone needs to be on the same page, because otherwise this comp falls apart very quickly. There isn't a traditional front line, someone that can just soak up a lot of it. You need to be on point. If you
It is
trigger
young
well,
with Kaisa,
this
so
works wonders. I don't know if TL can do that with the pressure that's on
here we
them
go, y'all.
going into
Here we
this
go, y'all.
possible
Team
final
Liquid,
game
let's show up. Let's show up, baby.
Impact is channeling his ex-SKT T1
Let's
alumni
go.
Marin with his skin from World. So
Let's
that's
go,
fun.
bro.
He does have his own one, but he's not playing Jax today.
Everybody.
See whether he can channel some of that.
Everybody.
Let's see if this is yet another
Lock the freaking. Let's get naughty.
GAM upsetting
Oh,
major regions at
come on now.
international events. They have done it ever
Come on
since
now.
they appeared
Everybody.
on the international stage.
And I'm thinking that at that point, maybe we are just going to side with Shox. Maybe it's just not an upset anymore because GAM have seemed a little bit too synonymous with being able to take down so many of these teams.
Thank you, One
This year, though,
Touchy.
you know,
Thank you.
these are best
Hope
of
your
ones,
study
but they
notes
also
went
play us.
well.
Oh, that's a face check. That's two. That's a Curse member. I've done one. Levi
Right off the track. Right off the top. Right off the top.
Going the wrong direction. The
Yep.
Ashe is
Easy love.
very dead, ladies and gentlemen. And you're welcome, TL. Sometimes you have to sing some praises
Amen.
And they have
God
put in so
did.
much prep for people invading
Amen.
for lane swap
Yup.
wards. GAM
Yup.
putting down the lane swap wards, but
All right.
TL, they pull the trap
That's
shut
exactly
as they try and exit.
what we needed.
What a huge start to a game that is a necessary win for them.
Beautiful.
This is absolutely massive. 1,000
Beautiful.
gold.
Yeah,
Just
wind
that
it
alone
back.
as we
Let's
check
see
that
it again
one
in
more
real time.
That's what
that ward.
Those are the words I mentioned when they're coming in looking for lane swaps, because GAM lane swap last game as well. TL, they prep the trap.
And this is exactly what they did in game number 1. And that's what's so incredibly smart about a TL doing their homework from what
Finish
happened in the
him.
game prior and say you're not going to be able to do that again.
It also, I think, plays a big part that if you are
Finish
GAM,
him.
in what world would TL look for a level 1 fight when you have Ashe and Brawl? Right? Like these champions, I think, are insanely strong level 1. The
All
slows,
right.
The damage
Yes,
that's
sir.
available, the Brawl passive that's
Yes,
easily
sir.
stacked on multiple members. Instead,
Watch
TL
them still
getting
lose.
what
It'll make it
feels like,
taste sweeter. God dang.
at the very least,
Bestie,
some calming of the
whose side are you on?
Speaking of emotions, well, I was going to say on the coach cam, you see a stark difference between
And let the
Spawn,
church
the
say.
head coach, and the analyst that is
Amen.
standing behind him with the full-on yelling, fist pumping going. Straight face for Spawn though, they're always measured, and TL's bottom lane, I feel like
Look
has
at Young
been
pumping out that
the point that
damage.
has been most reliable
Okay.
so far at this tournament. Now that they actually
Oh my
got,
gosh.
some
I
early kills for the side of
love
Team Liquid
Yun on
in
Kaisa.
jungle, maybe we will see APA.
I love Yun
and
on
Upbeat
every
here
camp.
Really
That man is
making use
just
of that money
amazing.
Because, again,
But
the Nico and the Nocturne were some of the early picks of this comp that really determined the
I'm on the
entire
side of my
direction.
Captain
That
Levi.
direction is
Okay,
forward,
one,
in
you
flanks.
don't even know his
Atlas,
name.
you
His
turn off the
name
lights,
is Lil
and there you
Lily.
go.
Okay.
Why would he do that?
Oh, Lee.
said
I
he
need you
wanted to at the
to
very
address him
Yeah, because I
as
can't
his
see the
real
stat.
name. It's Lil Lily.
It's your face.
Okay.
That was where Kobe wanted me to
Okay,
go.
I
You know, I
kinda-
felt like it was a perfect setup. It
I
was
feel like
beautifully
I
done.
walked into that one. That one's
Yeah.
on me.
I did want to say though that
Yeah,
I got
nah,
a little bit
Levi,
distracted. I actually thought that it was
he's
you know
good.
because APA transformed
He's good.
into Yun.
Lil
he managed
Lily,
to pick up
Lil
the kill when he
Lily.
was in that transformed
Lil
state. It's now
Lily
Levi
on the
trying to come
track.
in, but not able to take
Even
away
on the
grab.
edge, I'll
So
support
we are
Yun
going to
through
have
thick and thin.
both teams backing
Truly.
away. But what I
He can
was
play.
going to say
He
is
could
that
lock in
I think there
Yumi
is so
ADC,
much
and
on
I'd be like,
Umpty's
yup,
shoulders,
he cooking.
especially in this game, because in clutch moments, Umpty
Who the
has
guy with
struggled
pink
throughout his
equipment? That is
entire
Easy
career.
Love.
Like push
With
comes
his
to
pretty
shove,
pink mouse and
he's
pretty
unable
pink
to do either.
keyboard. I know
And
that's
if
right.
he's able to get things together, have a carry performance against Levi on this Nocturne, could be huge going into game 3.
I saw Impact solo killed by Anar early on in this tournament.
So,
hoping it doesn't happen again.
There. Well, he's going back in, looking for a little bit more. The Hyperprocs are really dangerous. Umpty's moving on over. There's the flash forward. Can the fear come out? He gets into the brush, and that is the kill! Impact not
Yeah,
solo killed this
yeah,
time.
he's still here. He's still here. He clocked in. I had a little talk with him in the principal's office. We got him right. We got him
I really
right.
thought it was that. I think that would have
Yep.
still been fine. Because what I was going to lead
Yep.
into is the fact that,
Sure
as
did.
you pointed out, Atlas, Nocturne is, I think,
Sure
the most important part of this
did.
composition.
Yep.
Umpty has, at that point, had 1 kill, double crab.
Yep.
So 1 kill, double crabby, and now has 2 kills, 3 stacks on Ultimate Hunter already.
Yep.
So this Nocturne is like, it doesn't really get better in terms of
What do you think
setup
about
to go
Kiaya?
into a mid game
Kiaya,
and get these high impact plays.
him and Levi,
critically,
Lil
getting
Lily.
the Gnar flash and teleport down here. Impact now with the wave pushing towards him is in a much better state.
Look at APA.
So, you know, calculated.
Good
down to
poke,
the
good
very
poke.
end. Auto attack.
Tens across the board right now.
They're taking a whole lot of damage here with this caster matchup. I feel like APA is in a lot more comfort.
Weibo
of a
did
position
end
here
up
on the Nico
winning.
as well. I just feel like his Nico
He
just feels amazing.
Weibo was down one game and then they turned around and won
Everyone's
the
going
next
to
two.
look at the flashes that you know, he messed up in the earlier games of the tournament on Nico, but this is one of his most played champions that he has a lot of confidence on. He was always a really big playmaker, invested a bunch of time into it. So
it's a flash.
APA is in a scary position right now. Shave Splitter, of course, can really help.
You think Levi? Oh, no, not waiting.
Oh, he's going to walk out of it. The Pop Blossom goes absolutely nowhere as Levi gets in, but the flash gets APA out of there.
That looked a little unfortunate,
Elio
not
trying
gonna
to get on
lie.
through as there's the dissonance. Oh, no! Clockwork was wound up, and now the grand entrance comes in. Emo gonna
Go ahead and take that L for me, Emo. Go ahead and take that L for me, Lily. Thank you. Go ahead ahead and take that L for me.
From Team Liquid
Back to
is good.
base.
Even though the shockwave
Back to base
from
with you
Emo
all.
made them pause, the follow through was way
Oh,
too
they
much
thought they
there.
were gonna kill APA.
Yet another cleanly calculated
Oh,
play.
is that what that
Even close.
was?
And I want to highlight.
They thought
I
they
think
were gonna
Gam
kill
gets a little bit
APA.
overexcited here because yes, Emo is 6, but if you wait for Levi to have 6, this play always works.
I could see how they
No way
think
it
that.
doesn't. The shockwave is beautiful. It
I could see
completely
how they thought
dodges
that they were gonna do
the,
that.
knock up from APA,
But they need to think
I think
again.
Levi actually still got stunned, so
Yeah,
he
yeah.
uses his
We paid.
Q, uses his flash. So at that point,
Uh-huh.
he is fully committed to just trying to make the play work. His free grabs come through, and Umpty is 3-0.
All right.
1.3k gold
We in
up.
there now, baby.
He's gonna get some free Raptors, and now his ultimate is available.
And he is going the Stride Breaker build. I love this build so much more.
Rest your eyes with that gray screen is freaking crazy.
You cannot fight this. You can't. He's 3-0-2. You cannot fight this at all. Emo comes on over, gives him a shield, and says, "Please leave."
Rest your eyes with that gray screen is freaking crazy.
APA being a melee minion was odd in the mid lane, but now we've got Impact trying to get Kiaya out of here, feeling a whole lot better in this instance. But now with the Hyperbrox coming in, Kiaya just going to be backing away. not going to
Van,
commit
somebody
any
was talking
further.
about he's taking a mental break.
Yeah. Your focus on Umpty is really correct, though, and especially with this build. I love this build so much more because you can get your early Tiamat and you can just speed clear through the rest of the jungle. You already saw there with the extra lead that he has.
It's for best of 3.
Going to connect. Shape Splitter is going to work out, but that was the clone, and he can hit both of them anyway. Emo going to finish that one up. The arrow from Easy Love looked too good.
He uses TL's own emote.
Oh, man.
That's good BM.
That is some solid BM.
Oh yeah, Easy. That's what you want to do.
Crazy, so I think it's completely warranted.
That's what you want to do. Ain't you 0-1 and down CS? You need to focus on that.
The last one was a snipe.
Focus on getting your CS up while you flashing emotes. Focus on not dying while you flashing emotes. Yeah. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. Okay? Get that damage up. Yeah.
No Horizon Atlas.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Oh, it was on the horizon. Yeah, we just never got
Yeah.
on the horizon. Or something like that.
That's sad.
Ain't y'all 0-1 in the series though? Ain't y'all down 3K gold though?
How crazy?
Ain't y'all down 5 kills though? Ain't you down 3 void grubs though?
Okay, this is getting personal.
I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure about that one. But now we've got a bit of a fight towards the bottom side.
It's about to be tied.
Try and stack this one up. Killer
It's about to be tied.
Come on through is Jan trying to get a little bit more down, but doesn't get that last auto attack.
Good morning, love.
Still
How are
able
you
to stand
doing?
their ground, but
Period. Had to be up the CTL win. Exactly. Exactly.
Kobe, I know you're stressed, but try not to take it out on your
We
coworkers.
win those.
I'm fine. Umpty's here, waiting for Levi. Stride Breaker done.
That's when you're supposed to say, Atlas, you're not allowed to talk. 'Cause there's a flash forward. Hits Core JJ with the ultimate, but doesn't land on Jan. Somehow that arrow doesn't miss, doesn't hit. And now Umpty's making his way in. Remember, this guy has every kill in the universe. They're not going to push too far. Not going to try and find
Easy
more than they
love.
can
Instead of flashing
choose.
in masteries, you need to work on learning those ulties.
I think Umpty's also
You need to
very
work on
aware of
that.
the fact that he has a gigantic
Okay.
bounty on his head, and if he dies, the game could be a big problem.
And they
You need to work on that.
push anything extra there because
Man, if
they
Core
have a
JJ was
guaranteed
6,
dragon, so
it'd be
I
another
completely
story.
agree with both of you there. They're making the
That's
call.
probably why they went
Probably
in,
a
though.
lot of the talk heading into this game is
They do
all right,
have the
let's
level
be calm in our
advantage.
play. Once you get your lead, just play this one out. 'Cause we
You
can't
missed
give
the
up
first
anymore.
game. GAM won the
If you
first
lose
game.
this, then
We're
you
in
are
game
out of the
2. This is a
tournament,
best
so they don't wanna
of 3.
overchase.
So
Take the
whoever
guaranteed
gets 2
dragon,
wins first
no Ash
wins.
Arrow, no Braum
The loser
ultimates. They
will be
push the
sent
wave in, they
home,
just take their
and the winner will go on to play one more day
The gold leads on the other end of the map
tomorrow
aren't that big a deal.
to
Gam's most
secure one of the
vital
3
members have
final
effectively
slots
been, at least for now,
in
taken out of the
quarterfinals.
Right, both are facing very substantial losses, and for GAM, it's going to
I only then. I then. I then. But when Yun taking them cheeks,
I know Easy Love has been trying.
I don't want to hear nothing. When you hear quadra kill,
Hawkshot getting a lot of
and
value there,
Yun's
spotting
picture
Core JJ and
is up on the
making their way
screen,
towards these
I don't
void
want to hear
grubs.
nothing.
6 didn't mean a whole lot for TL in game number 1.
T1 played
This could be a
yesterday.
very different story with the snowball they have already rolling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100% agree.
Okay,
there because
period,
of
the
top turn
Tiger.
Also later for split pushing.
Oh yeah.
They have a lot of potential to pressure those side lanes. You've got a lead on
Yes.
your Renekton.
T11 versus G2 2L.
Also, so
Oh,
imagine me and Gammon trying to push a side
is
lane
that
lane game
another
where
objective
you
over
have
the
to check
Team
every
Liquid?
wave for the right amount of minions. There's a Nocturne and there's a Kai'Sa.
Oh.
That can play off of basically everyone else.
All right, Impact.
Teleport to come
Let's
through
see the
here as Elliot
outplay.
trying to get himself out. The Ruthless Predator holding him in place for a little while. It is teleport invested, so
Damn,
it is a fair bit
running
there from
again.
TL, but they also pick up
There's
the
some
grubs on the other
runners,
side.
there's
They
some
can also
track
crash away into the top
stars.
lane out of turret. You
They
can see
gonna run
Kiai already
away
very
when
far
it
back.
gets
Also,
hard.
as Easy Love is just going to explode.
Run back to
APA
base.
grabbing his second, and now Kiai could be in trouble.
Run
He
back
is
to
more than a
base.
top laner at this point in time.
Yeah.
He is still going to back away that
Yeah.
inner turret.
Period.
Could be danger.
They can even rotate over
Period.
to catch mid lane too. So TL winning both sides of the map here.
Both sides.
You push in bottom with APA.
Both
You push in
sides.
top with Yon. Huge tower.
Is
gold
G2
there for
out?
Team
No.
Liquid. Impact
G2
and
will
Cortez
play
rotate
tomorrow
over to make
for
sure no turret plays go
as
down to Emo,
also
and they
one
can
of
keep
the
pushing,
last
but
remaining
Team
slots
Liquid win the entire
in
map in that
quarterfinals.
We have
What's going on, Ketin?
pushing a full wave into the turret.
I'm saying, Jay.
He's just. Well, Core JJ is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Battle Dance gets him out, and he's fine.
I'm doing well, Max. How are you doing?
Never mind. I got pranked by the mini map. I got Nico. That's what I'm talking about. It's confusing to play against.
And it's also, the minimap does become a very dangerous thing to look at. And also, if you look at
I know.
Yeah, the kill feed as well is a bit of a problem.
Who do you want TL to play
because it
tomorrow?
comes up with different champions getting kills. It's a very confusing thing, but we will
That's
try
a
and
hard
stay on
one,
the board as
bestie.
best we can, and if we make mistakes,
Because
please
we
laugh at
have
us.
big titans like BLG and DK.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of things that are dangerous to look at.
I think I want BLG and
This
DK to
series
play
and the
each other.
previous series. Now, let's focus up. Impact
And then
here.
I think I want FlyQuest and G2 to play each other.
On the Raptors,
So
but
only person
your
that
job has
puts
really
against
been set up
TL is
for you
Weibo,
already.
but I
You can
don't
see there's a
think
trailing split
TL
push
can
in the bottom of the map right
can
now.
take them
Umpteen
Weibo
with Nocturne
cheats,
ult
man.
available, hovering
I'm scared.
behind
They
as
looked a little bit
push
shaky
APA
today, but they
to
got
finish
it
off the
together in
tower,
game
just
3,
in
so I
case
don't
there
know.
was any sort of GAM attempt to use that tower gold as
Correct.
bait
Weenie
and
Dog,
pull a
they
trap
will
of
be
their own,
doing
but there
draws
is no
today.
attempt from GAM because they recognize they're just so far, outmatched. in
How
the
many
gold
teams go
at
to
this time that
quarterfinals?
They
8.
don't want to force that fight. I think it's correct.
This is 6.2k gold lead, like every 13 minutes. This is absolutely insane. Game should be completely unplayable from here on out for GAM.
No freaking way. 11-hour queue timer.
It would be unless multiple
That's
people
insane.
on TL just all stack up into like a multi.
My pick'ems has flopped so bad. No, like I feel that same.
Realistically,
I think
if
I'm only
any
gonna
of
get
their
6 out of
top
8.
like literally any of their characters that isn't core JJ stays alive, they have enough.
Good
gold
morning,
right now
Dimitri.
to clean up the fight.
And barring a catastrophe,
I
do
really
like the
hope
fact that this
BLG
is
does
on
not go up
track
against
to
Team
being
Liquid
a
though. That would be very sad.
Which is a game that was coined by Spawn himself. We get to ask him.
My worst nightmare would be TL goes up against BLG and FlyQuest goes up against DK or vice versa. That is the worst nightmare. And I hope that doesn't happen.
Let's have a look at our
If TL loses, they are out. Correct.
And the snapshot is TL are winning.
Good morning, Dimitri.
All of them. That's my breakdown.
That is valid.
Oh, true. They did already fight them.
Snapshot.
You're absolutely correct.
I can only imagine if you're GAM as
That's
well,
not good.
that
That's not
you're
good for
gonna be
us.
Obviously, still looking for opportunities, but also going to be thinking about what we're going to do next game. Because this game really felt
Then
like
maybe
with the way that
switch?
level 1 went. From that
Likewise
point on, the game is
versus-
so hard as there is.
Yeah, Arrow going to connect, and it is going to connect.
It's very easy for Team Liquid to progress their snowball in this game because of the fact that they got the early grubs. So
That is correct, Bloop Bloop.
Yeah, he's just gonna kill him. Has a spell shield. That's gonna be used on the shockwave gorgeously, and I could have been really hyped for that, but there was just no way. Yeah, he's just dead.
Yeah. You know the shockwave is coming. It has a good animation, so correctly reacts to it and is able to spell shield it. Umpty here, the general, marching through the enemy jungle now, actually pushes the bottom wave, starts to rotate over as Impact.
It does manage to get the stun
Lil
on the
Lee
Levi.
Lee.
There's the killer instinct to go in.
Okay, yeah, and that was a pretty aggressive.
And the wallets are big and heavy. That is going to be a pop blossom. APA comes forward. And that's going to be on putting the last little cherry on top. Well, maybe there's another cherry as Easy Love's going to have to flash away. Impact wants to try and catch up to him, but the volley will slow down the Crocodile, and Easy Love will limp his way back towards his base.
Kills your line, Chronicler, because
on
this time
the
was pushing in the side
board.
lane all the way up to secondary.
Actually, you know what?
You're prophetic.
No, I saw him, and I'm like, I'm not believing that. I'm not making the call again.
It's a mirage.
As we take a look, this is really, as you'd expect, STL, when you're this fed,
Give me
any fight basically is a good fight, right? This doesn't start on the, well, a lot of damage goes into Yon. He doesn't really get to do as much as ideally he'd like, but it just doesn't matter.
Ashes ult card
And to your point,
always
he
declines.
Is ulting, you know, point blank
My
face right
God.
into two melees, but he knows, especially with the shield, they won't have enough damage to finish him off since his entire team is there.
Yeah.
And they have the item advantage, so Full sends it, gets the extra reward for TL to continue to
Lily
push forward.
throwing just a
I feel
little
like
bit.
a lot of people talk about these damage Dragon Souls
Just a little
being
bit.
some of the best for snowballing a game. I think the Mountain
I need a
Soul
snap
is really
fingers emote.
underrated in that
No, really.
department
I think
because
I'm
you
gonna
can
have
just go
to.
all in on
I'm gonna have to
damage and
commission an
itemization,
emote
and
that's just
everyone's
like
basically
this.
a tank at the
Just
same
like this.
time.
I love those types, especially when you have a Kaisa that wants to ult face first into people.
And get a
No, I
massive
do think
shield,
that was a
and
very
yeah, the
aggressive ult.
resistance is
I
pretty
still
good
stand
when
by
you get
that.
a massive
But would I
shield.
do the same thing?
I love casting with you guys straight off the plane.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I just thought it was super aggressive.
Extra fun. TL here.
I'm always like
Some
it.
dancing emotes? I got
What
you.
you're talking about, Kobe.
TL though, also take a look at just the complete vision coverage. With both sides of the jungle warded up, they're going to continue to threaten these plays where they can easily rotate from their mid lane and from your jungle over to pick people off on the side of GAM. And that's kind of the point where you guys are talking about how hard it is for GAM to even set up their comeback play, is because the entire
almost
area is
10K.
just lit up for TL and they have all of these tools to pick you off.
Especially, I think, when you hit level 2 on the Killer Instinct, like the range becomes
Where
so
them
big.
emotes
Level
now,
1,
player?
You still have to be very
Right.
close.
You've just got 2 Nocturnes,
You
basically.
do, yeah, and both of them will kill you very quickly.
If Team Liquid wins this game, there will be one more game today, and then we'll get into the draft of who will be playing who tomorrow. And this is very important because
Stop trying to curse.
at this point, if you lose, you go home.
Well, there's a Pop Blossom, gets a flash, and there's a Paranoia, so I don't think that Emo's going to be getting out of this
Oh,
one.
Emo,
That is gonna
are
be the
you
Tank Bombs
dead
landing there as well.
again?
Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Kiaya trying to get that wallop down.
Are
It's
you
going to
dead
work out, but Impact
again?
is so tanky. The Nara to the wall's
Oh,
fantastic. Beyond,
Levi.
just one after the other, dive
we
bombing
go.
these members of GAM. And Kiaya gets under his inner turret, but he's still
Wait,
whipping away
holy,
without a jungle.
So as I was saying, what does it mean for the series? Because at the same time, like
Holy,
this
where
game
you
felt
at?
like it
I
was
need to
over,
ask you
not
a-
necessarily level
I need to
1,
ask
but
you a
I think
couple
once the
questions.
early skirmish came through, where they got the gang onto top side.
Where you at, Bessie?
Grand entrance
How is Game
does
3
come on
gonna
through
look?
here. As that's Kiaya probably
It
dead.
starts
He's
tomorrow
burning
at
down.
4 a.m.
KJJ gonna collect it with the
Usual
Ignite,
time.
and now the base is
They
broken
lock,
open.
or
Impact
5 a.m.
looking to
I'm
put
sorry.
another dent into
5.
it in that mid lane as well. But TL, a lot of money available.
Whew.
They're going to go back and
We
spend
got
it
one more
before
day,
these
y'all.
inhibitors are
I'm
going
not
to be
gonna lie, I
tested.
might take
It
Monday
is-
off.
Yeah, that's a
I
12,000
might take it
gold
off.
lead pre-20 minutes.
I mean, that's why
This is
I'm
actually
kinda,
a diabolical
going
lead.
off Chroniclers
I
early
think it
point
was a
about
very unfortunate start
Well, and I actually
for
think it's really, it's kind of better for
GAM
GAM, and I know it
getting
seems
caught
weird,
in the
right? But if you're
jungle.
just completely knocked out of
The
game, you get
tail
this
end
entire
of
game
that
to think about
ward
game
catching them, that was
It's
tough.
Also, I feel like for GAM, they're already the underdog. They had a really good game 1, I think, in multiple facets. And a game like this, I think.
Wait,
it's the
why are
same
most
where
people off
if you
on
lose
Monday?
Level 1, it's much easier to.
Is Monday a
ride
holiday?
off than if it's a hard-fought, like 40-minute slugfest. And as the underdog, I think GAM going into next game still should be very confident, even with this game obviously being
a write-off.
So your
disaster.
perspective is this game is such a big beatdown that it's like
Oh, it's
ripping off a
Columbus Day?
Band-Aid quickly.
Yeah, no, straight up. That's exactly
You're
what
like,
it is.
oh, we already lost that a while ago.
Like, actually, no, but don't
Yeah.
you think the players are in here like 15 minutes in?
I
They're
agree.
like,
Already thinking about draft for the next game.
Yeah.
Already
I did
thinking
not know
about
that.
Specifically the level 1 setup and checking their
Columbus
corners,
doesn't
basically.
exist.
If you are going to
Oh.
invade looking for lane swaps, as
And
you
it's-
said, you know, TL have really focused on
Oh,
that
it's
aspect of
Thanksgiving
the
for
game.
Canada.
And it's side selection as well, you
Oh.
know, they can move over to the blue side, then there's going to be a complete change up when it comes to these bans, and TL have utilized blue very well because they need to ban
Bubba, thank
things
you for
like
the
Aurora
follow.
on blue and the Yone on blue, as Coach JJ might
Indigenous
be
Day.
caught out here, but is able to just move back towards a plethora of vision and teammates that are moving in.
So if we take this line of
I guess
thought
there's
further,
two different
and you're looking at
holidays
from TL's
on
side,
Monday.
would you then want to just make them wait and live in this deficit for even longer?
No, I think you want to just finish
Right,
as soon as
then.
you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't teach you anything, right? You don't get
Wow,
anything out of it.
I was about to say they don't see APA.
Vision, yeah, spotted out. That is very cute. He's just a void mine. I love that.
Hopping.
He's hopping around.
He is hopping.
Oh, he's hopping. That one is okay. Looking for an option here, as there's the Pop Blossom, hits on
Wow.
the threes completely by himself. He's going to be guaranteeing a Baron for his teammates. And there
That
he
was
goes.
good if his
You know,
team
that
was
is
there.
still the Vi being taken down. The arrow is going to sail on in, and oh my goodness.
You
Thankfully,
can
Levi was
steal
one of the ones
Baron
who did
with
fall
Ashe
earlier on,
ulti.
so that one wasn't going to
I
be a thing.
speak
As now
from
Impact gets into that
experience.
backline, it's his
crocodile.
turn as
I
Kia
do.
pushes him into the wall there. Core JJ not offering back a lot of damage, and TL throwing a couple of solo laners away, but now Yon gets in. My
Throwing away what?
God.
What are we throwing away?
The plasma is raining down.
What are we throwing
and Easy
away?
Love is just really dead. Emo, the last one left alive. It
Who
wasn't
threw what
clean,
away?
but it worked.
Because my whole team alive while their whole team dead.
Get away with this gold lead, but it ends up working out nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they can, right? All APA is doing there, he locks up the entire team on him, so there's going to be nobody else. I mean, I know Levi just sent it into the Baron, try and
Period.
steal it away. Let's look at the Levi side of it, because we all saw the APA side of it front and center, and he kind of walks up to go for the big ultimate, but Levi
Yun never disappoints, truly. That was such a good ulti.
So had no idea, just was just trying to get the miracle
From
play.
APA.
Right, so they're really just looking for the miracle attempts there on the side of GAM.
I don't know. You don't know how you win this game, but it does start with stealing that Baron blind.
Exactly.
So makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
They know.
Wasn't, of course,
They
quite
know
able
it's
to just
inevitable.
cool down things like this. Means that
Inevitable.
you just can't get in
What's
there.
going on,
TL gonna
Treason?
look for Soul Point. They will be able to pick that one up. Now with the Baron, should be just
Okay,
about
bet love.
playing side lane
I
homework.
will finally have
Pushing them
time
in,
to
trying
get to
break open
DMs
this
this
phase
weekend, so
already.
I will go through all of them, and
the
it's
inhibitor turret
fun.
in the mid lane
Thank you
is
for letting me
taken
know,
out.
love.
Still pretty early in this one.
It has
so
been a
getting all
pretty
these
busy
waves in
week.
order
This
is
whole
a little
month
bit more difficult,
is
but
insane
well, it's very, very
with all of the stuff going
14,000
on.
Gold, the approximate gold lead. We're
But
used to talking about a lead like that when we have like downtime.
I think
Normally
it's a
like
nice setup for
15,000
the end of
gold,
the
and
year.
That gold is sort of raining down on the opposition, and then the Nexus explodes. But this is we're just setting up for some lanes, and TL have the entire bank.
Yeah. The gold lead here, massive, of course, at this early stage in the game, but so is the Baron buff pushing. So you kind of see like the decision there from TL. They're like, you know what, APA, that is a cool looking ult, but we're not going
Let's make
to
it a
follow
20K
with
gold
Kai'Sa ult
lead.
and Nocturne ult. We're
Let's
just gonna
get
finish the
5,000
Baron
gold
so that
real
we can
quick.
finish this game. And they use that Baron, push in. They've got enough money and
Yeah,
another one.
there's a four-man Pop Blossom. Everyone is just put into the blender. TL, they do want to get out of this game. Move to that game number 3. And they do it decisively off the back of APA. The Nexus turrets are now just trying to fall like an
with the
afterthought.
big
And with
one.
one of the largest gold leads
With
I've ever
the
seen,
big
they will complete the
one.
shellacking at 24 minutes and
It's
20 seconds into the
about
game.
dame time. We've been waiting on you at the door, my boy.
Final team
We've been
to get
waiting
to
on
that
you.
2-2 score to see who gets
We've
another
been
chance
waiting
to
on
make it
you.
to those quarterfinals.
Okay.
One more team
That-
going to be leaving us. Of
that
course.
one
So it's
right
time to go to a
there.
break. We'll see whether it's TL that can carry the momentum or
Now.
whether it's going to be GAM able to fight back in game 3.
We've been waiting. We've been waiting on that. Lord have mercy. Like they was just they were just hitting the turrets. Everybody was just like, we chilling. Everybody was just chilling, and APA was like, no, don't get comfortable. Let's actually kill them all. 4-man ults. No, I need a replay immediately. I need a replay immediately. And you know what? I'll give you one. Let's watch that back. Let's watch that back real quick. Let's watch that back real quick. Cause 8 down. 8 down. All right, so here's the Baron, yada, 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 yada. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, we in they Nexus. We in they base. everybody just doing a thug thizzle right now. Everybody just hitting turrets. You see the clone going in. Hold on now. Let's wind this back. You see APA down here is Kaisa. Okay. And then he send the clone out. And I guess they just got too comfy. Okay, he transforms back into Kaisa. He's chilling right now. They don't know which one. Oh, APA, you may have done it. You may have done it. That was, he sends the clone out previously so that they think that that isn't him. The clone back here, they not expecting it. They not even expecting it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Little did they know, this was the moments before destruction. Right here. This one right here. Moments before destruction. And then this is when they knew they had messed up. Oh no, what are you gonna do? 4-man knockup. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. And then you get the core JJ going in with ult. You got Nocturne turning off the lights. Just pure chaos. Just pure chaos. Look at all the people about to rush in. Yun is ulting in. Core JJ ulting in as Rakan. Nocturne ulting in as Nocturne. What are you supposed to do? What do? You don't do nothing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. What can you say? What can you say? That was genuinely perfection. I think the only way it's better is if it's a 5-man knockup. But like Kiaya was just a little too far. He was walking down to a bot inhibitor. But if Kiaya was walking up, 5-man ulti. Wow. Wow. I don't know, man. I think they should like take a screenshot of this and just frame it and put it in the TL facility. I think that's what they should do. I think that's what they should do. They did their big one. All right.
We can't go out like this.
No.
We worked 10 months of this year as hard as we could.
Yep.
We cannot go out like this. Stop dropping your heads. I understand the frustration, but we are a better team than this. So think about what it takes to win the next 2 games, please. Yes. Okay? I want us to go out there and be positive. I love the energy at the start of the game. Shit went wrong at the start of this game. Okay? They need to beat us another time. We still get 2 more cracks at beating them. Okay? So chin up, let's go. Yep. All right.
Period. I like the positivity. Question mark.
Got you there, Ryan.
I like the positivity. Stop dropping your head. I don't know who was he talking to right there. Hold on.
I love him. I mean,
was he talking to
I have
Yun?
So much respect for Spawn.
Because Yun,
like he was a friend to me first.
Gosh dang it!
I've known this guy for a really long time.
You are a star.
And I think he's an
Watashi wa star.
One of those guys that doesn't just ask for perfection.
You're doing great, buddy.
Players.
I need you to get in that headspace.
Always talks about,
I need you to get in that headspace. They got this.
After the last player leaves, if I'm
they
gonna
got
tell you,
this.
you
They posted that on Twitter.
a day, I'm gonna be there 15. I'm gonna be there 16.
700 games. He was talking to Core
700
as well.
hours.
700 hours, sorry.
Yeah.
That's slightly different. And hey, it paid off. This is a speech he made right before Team Liquid acquired the highest goal difference at 14 at Worlds so far.
And you need to act like it,
you know,
right?
You see how far it can go.
Dang, they got that tough love. They do, but I like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
They do, but I like it.
Definitely helps.
I mean, if your coach is always giving you sunshine and rainbows, like, is anything actually like
kind of expecting that maybe
constructive? I feel like you gotta have a little bit of tough love to like really improve.
And the fact that you get this goal onto Umpty then sets him up not only to get the early
But he's so right. We can't go out like this. We can't. We can't go out sad like this.
But also then he just hits that level 6 and it's such a major factor in the plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of close skirmishes.
The fact that that route didn't land is a little BS.
One like that goes bad. You know, chances are that is probably going to decide the game, but you know, likely the only way to get out of it is to fight your way out of it. And they were very close. You know, one auto away on APA, one auto away on Impact.
Let's go, Dad. Let's go.
A little bit different. They might have been able
What
to
is
start to claw their way back
GD at 14?
Necessary confidence game, I think, from Umti.
CS diff. Oh, gold diff. Gold diff.
Yeah, I mean, I
Kills
think
and assists at
overall, his
14.
early games, especially against the LPL teams, were actually quite good. He's just had these kind of like big moments where you know, he falls a little bit flat and can cost him so much. So he is very much a confidence-based player when he is feeling himself.
This
he's
next
really, really
game
strong, but he can get down on
is
himself
for
very
every
quickly when he has a bad
marble
play. So you know, you have to hope for TL's side
that
this
exists.
game gives them some confidence, makes them feel a little bit more comfortable, and they can show
We
what
have
they are capable of
to win this game,
Yeah, and I think like,
or
the confidence was
else
definitely there for Umti, like,
Team
invading
Liquid
onto the top side,
goes
making
home.
sure that there was no way that Levi was going to get any sort of control back in this game. And, if
And we
TL are able
can't
to
let
run
that
through, I mean,
happen.
you can see on the post-game breakdown
We
here, that goal
cannot.
graph, it was clean, decisive,
Clean.
constantly putting pressure on towards GAM.
Decisive.
And this was more what I expected from
Pressure.
TL going into this. Yes, it came
Love
off
to
of
hear
good
it.
level 1, but it felt like TL finally got back on the horse and were like, yes, this is our style, we can play through this.
Yeah.
Not the
and we were
Levi
talking about it,
massage.
Giselle, You were saying that you want to like keep
Not
your
Levi
feet
getting
on
a
the ground, I guess,
massage.
because of that level 1, right? And because of
Not
how
they
far got
massaging the
ahead,
top laner and the
because how
jungler because they gotta clock
this game was
in.
before it even started.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those things where it's hard to know how much.
Not
you really
they
take
getting
from it
a
because
full
not
on
only do you get once you get 2 kills at level 1,
massage.
you got them onto primary
Oh,
members that
no.
are then able to really snowball the game. So it doesn't necessarily mean that
They
can
said,
replicate
"Hey,
that going
top
into
and
game
jungle.
3, but you have to hope that that gives them
What do
confidence.
you need?
And it was good to see that they then did
What do you
snowball the
need?
game really, really well with
We
the
gonna make it
advantage they were given,
happen.
'cause that was one
Lock
of their
it
hallmarks
in.
in the LCS is that if you gave this team a lead, they take over your jungle, they choke you out, they
Oh,
fight you at every turn,
man.
and they never really give you a way to get back in.
No, and
Hold on,
something
he can
that,
give me a
you know, we
massage.
talk about
See,
often with GAM,
Michelle.
and you alluded to the fact that they want to be definitely a
See.
more well-rounded team that isn't just known for their early prowess but playing
All
out the
right.
mid to late games. I
This
still
is it,
don't
guys.
think they're
This
up
is
to
it.
snuff if you go against competition that should be better at it for GAM. I think we even saw it in game 1. We did not really see it in this one, but this is something that I'm going to keep my eye on because that is for me, we talk a lot about what TL has to show, but for me, how I think they really go a level further than they have in the past.
Yeah, I think for GAM it's a little tough when you do end up
Let's
falling
do
behind
this,
like
team.
this. And as we already kind of said, like fair play.
Let's
to them
do
for
this,
trying to make
team.
these plays happen and trying to make it work. But I think that's where having that aggression in the early game is actually going to
All right, APA.
to back into their game because I think
Let's
if you
do this,
give
bro.
TL the opportunity
He locked
to play
in.
to what has been
He
their
locked
style,
in.
as you
My
said,
boy
in the
locked in.
LCS
That's what I
style,
like
hey,
to
we're
see.
looking for jungle invades. We're going to try and
That's
shut
what I
down
like to see.
Levi, I think that's where you're really going to be set up.
Here we have the draft from TL in the game
All right,
loss and then
Yun.
the game to win. And we
Head
know
up,
that
baby.
the
Head up. You got
GAM
this.
is going to the blue side for this third and the
You got
South
this.
game as well. So lecture me on what you want to see.
Honestly, I was a pretty
right
big
side.
fan of their second game draft. I think it's just a lot more stability for Impact. It's something they can have some power in lane against because let's be honest, Kiaya is looking ridiculously good. I don't think you want him, just to fully give up all lane pressure. And, you have a pretty easy to execute composition here with the Nocturne plus the Nico. You're obviously playing full dive. And the people that I've had the most faith in at Worlds is the bot lane. So I want to see them playing around Yon, give him a carry, let him really shine because this guy has just been stellar, I think, for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think also coming into it,
Do
although
we
TL did
think
lose
we
it, I think I'd
see
prefer
a
to see him
crazy
locking Leroy
pick
out
in this
early. I
last
think
game?
Emo
Or do you
has
guys
some
think
good
they're
plays
going to
on
stick
early
to their
games,
guns, stick to the
when he
status
had some good
quo,
moments with it as
and not
well.
really
I
try
think if you're
anything
going
fun?
to try and take anything away,
What do
I
y'all
you should
think?
Focus on getting that
Y'all think
Orianna,
status
then on
quo,
towards the Nocturne, and
or
then
are we
see
going
if
to see
you can
something
move onto
fun?
that position. But even on the bot lane as well, just having something that unlocks Core JJ, I really like when Core JJ.
They
can
up for
work with
elimination?
Umpty to go
Yeah.
for these
I don't
invades
think they're
and
going to
set up
try
there.
anything
Having, like,
here.
Ezreal, I think support
I
that
think we're going to see
fantastically.
them
I just wanna see
on
him
what
continue
they
to do so.
we'll see indeed for Team Liquid.
What
now
they
is,
normally play.
You know, it's the time to not be nervy anymore. You hopefully
Yeah, no
got it
more
out your
nerves.
system in that game 1, and you have the most confidence.
I think we need a pocket pick, though. I do.
I'd be remiss if I did
Throw them
not
for a
give
loop.
GAM a little bit of credit in situations just like this, when they are with their backs against the wall, when they are the underdogs going into a matchup like this at Worlds. I think we have a couple of very nervous Team Liquid fans on the other hand. Maurits, I'm talking to you.
Are you a nervous Team Liquid fan?
You got this, Yun! You got this! We're rooting for you!
Dutch org.
Oh my gosh, he looks so nervy. He looks so nervous.
I grew up watching StarCraft. TeamLiquid.net was like
Oh, that makes me sad.
on those forums,
I don't want him to be nervous. I want him to be happy and enjoy the moment. He made it this far. That is already something to be proud of.
Get the spawn pep talk before every game, and then I realized that for the first 4 years of my career,
Here we
I
go.
had that every day.
We used to get
Shyvana ban, valid. Ziggs ban, I mean valid. If APA got on Ziggs, that'd be kind of sad. Aurora ban, valid.
The same champions here, Aurora and the Shyvana, both being taken off the board. The Skarner as well, sticking around. It does look a little bit like a reversal, but this time, GAM,
honestly,
they get first choice, and I think the Nocturne is going to be such a
Yone.
dangerous one.
Emo don't know how to play no Yone.
And I think still warrants a ban.
They have
the
to.
Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
Give him
have to
Yone.
ban the Yone still, so you're kind of just giving over the Nocturne.
No, let him get on
Or
Yone.
do
He
you
was
have
kind of
to?
cheeks.
A lot of
that's the
teams.
question.
A lot of teams have asked that
He was
question
kinda
at
cheeks.
Worlds, and the answer keeps on being yeah.
I feel like Yone
But-
gets banned a few games, and you're like, but what if we let it through?
What if in an
Dang.
elimination game?
Yeah, no, let's not do
We're
that.
not doing it.
Okay.
What about in an
Well, the Jax is going to
elimination
get all
game?
of the priority
We
here.
let it
Will be
through.
locked in first up. Does mean Umpty can go back to that Nocturne. Nocturne Nico, if they just lock them in
Right, the
again, would
Jax.
make a lot of sense to me. But without the Kai'Sa, maybe it lacks a little bit of that extra oomph. And, you know, not being able to guarantee the first 2 kills of the game.
Who didn't see that Kai'Sa ban coming? It's okay. Yun has a champion ocean, baby. What can't Yun do?
At least as a pick away as well from Levi. Cassante.
As much as I hate the Cassante, I like it on Impact. As much as I hate it, I like it on Impact. So.
Yeah, I think we've seen it both ways, where it feels like the Cassante is not going to have prio in lane, but he does become a...
I think they gonna go Oriana
Do they
again.
want to steal Ori now, or because Emo's Oriana?
They have to, right? Just lock it in again.
Oh my... Okay,
They
that's
do
a
not.
Kali.
They do not.
They do
That's-
not have to,
that's
nor do
bli-
they want to.
That's blind Akali.
Blind Akali is an interesting option that you can go for there. I did feel like, you know, with the circle vibe that they were going for, with the fact that, you know, Emo has looked great on the Oriana, it felt like a no-brainer, but I mean, I like the confidence. Just slam it in as, okay, Nico going to be picked up as well. That 1-2 punch of the Nico Nocturne is very scary.
Not everyone
And so I think
gagged.
GAM, I think a lot of what
Gagged
they were
and
thinking
goofed.
between games as well is Draft didn't actually play that much of a part.
It was
in
the
why
level
we
one.
lost that
What are
game.
we
Yeah,
cooking
level
up for
one and then
Yun
the
here?
follow-up
What are
play
we cooking up for
definitely wanted
Yun?
them in the ground. And so
Honestly,
going for something slightly different and letting TL have
I don't
pretty
think he
much
can
the same thing
Samira here.
outside of the Kai'Sa.
I don't think he
What I'm
can.
always wondering with picks like this, though, is
I don't think
could
he
you
can
not have done this in the
Samira.
second
I think they're
rotation?
gonna
I don't
ban
think
him out
TL
here,
was
though.
necessarily going to be looking to ban it out, and maybe have already
Yeah,
seen
they're
what
about to ban out Yun.
going to pick. Does make the mid jungle really lethal post level 6 when you have all that
They're about to
burst
ban
and
him
CC
out.
and setup available.
Especially because, you know,
I didn't really like
APA
his
is coming off
Callista
a good
anyway.
Nico game and wants
I don't
to
like
play
Callista.
a
It's not a
large
Yun thing.
AoE.
I just
If you're
don't
going to
like
draft
Callista.
all melee into a large AoE here, that could make things difficult. GAM showing so early on in the draft that it's
I don't think
double
we've
melee
seen
solo
APA on
laners.
Talia.
We'll see if it's
Have we?
problematic. You know, Akali, of course, is very mobile for a melee champion, so can work around some angles. But
Y'all, what are we
with
gonna
Akali,
see Yun
you know,
on?
not being that
I hope
strong,
it's not
3-6, and
Lucian.
Wukong also not
But
being a strong
the way that we
3-6
banning
jungler does
18
feel like
ADCs right now, I just don't know what ADCs will be left.
Bot lane pool was really getting pinched here. So TL
Yeah.
actually banned Xayah away themselves.
Who is gonna be left for him to play?
GAM side,
Okay,
and
they
on the
banned the
TL
Lucian.
side, I think with
What you about to
champions
do,
like
baby?
Akali and
What you about to
Wukong,
do?
Jax, once they're on top of you, like, I don't think you like Xayah as much. We're not going to get baited in by
I mean,
anything.
I kinda
We
like
do
the Samira
have
angle.
a ton of front line. This is a blind pick. I think the Ashe makes the most sense. This is something that we have obviously already seen with the Faith being played as it's probably going to be Ashe. Ezreal, I think, is really good.
Yeah.
It just slots into any composition.
Well, yeah,
you can
and you're
assist
seeing
no
all
matter
this
what.
melee and coming straight for you,
Yeah.
so good to have another disengage, especially with the cover of darkness.
Yep, the Jin being a consideration.
You know what?
Easy Love pretty hard to follow up on Wukong, Jax, and Akali that can just launch
You know what?
themselves into a fight.
I've
So
been
something
asking
that
for
can stay
him to
in
just
range,
hover
certainly a
it
decent idea
to
there.
acknowledge that
Still
he
considering it. As we're
that
seeing the
he's
giggle.
That's what I figured, right?
that
Yeah, no, I don't think the
he's
vibe
still
is
in
too much of
tune
a
with the
hit.
Samira.
And
So
again, pretty good vibes.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
There is the
I've been
Jin login.
asking him to
Let's
just
see where
hover
he's
it.
going to
I've been
go.
asking him,
Could be his first
and
game
he
off
hovered.
Braum this series as well,
And he
which
hovered.
I do like.
So
I think that when a
I
squad is put up Braum,
appreciate
there should
him
be only 2 games
for doing
in a
that.
row. Otherwise, you
It
can
got
get,
it
like,
got
4-, which
it got my blood pumping.
really
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the Samira and I
remember my friend Egypt really did suffer from that one. Is Poppy going to be the lock-in instead?
baby.
Replaces the door with a hammer,
I
and it's
almost
Core
peed
JJ
my
that picks
pants.
up
I'm
that
not gonna
door.
lie to you. I thought it
See
was.
whether he does actually lock
I
this
thought
one
it was
in. Certainly
time.
A few other options that could be
I thought it was
available here.
time.
So you are playing Braum into melees, which I think you're generally going to be happy with. It gives you a lot of
I
really
thought
good
it was
power.
time, y'all. He hovered it not
does
once
make your
but twice. No, like,
Pretty awkward. I
and
like
it
this
was
a
the
lot more.
first hover.
Obviously,
It
your
was the
laning is gonna take
first
hit.
hover. The
Trying to play
first
Rakan
hover
into Poppy is
of
much
Samira.
easier said than done, which is why I'm looking over at Kobe. He's not looking too happy about it.
He's amazing with Samira.
It felt
His
like
Samira is
to
so
me
good.
the Braum would really. I don't know how much utility it would reliably provide, because I also think that the type
That
of melee
was-
checkers that GAM have are able
That was
to
good.
evade, you know, like the kind of linearity of a Braum shield relatively easy.
That was
And
good.
follow up of that, Rakan with the Nocturne and Nico quite strong.
I mean, it's truly philosophical because do you want to add more tools to your Nocturne Nico engage, which I actually do feel very comfortable with.
I think they should.
Team Liquid have really relied on Core JJ's engage. So if you're putting him on the Braum, then you would be putting him on trying to stop what GAM are doing, which is not necessarily a terrible thing, but
All
I
right,
would
y'all.
much prefer
This
them
is
to
it.
play to Core's big strength of being the team captain,
This is it.
in-game leader, the one with the Rakan that gets
Who
to go
will win?
with the Nico and with the
Who will
Nocturne
fall?
to actually be the ones dictating the
It
pace
all
rather than
matters
trying to
right
react to the-
here,
to GAM.
right
That
now.
being said, Elio is playing Poppy, which is not necessarily something a Rakan likes at all. And so we'll see how Core is able to play around the steadfast presence that can be such an incredible problem. But now, the final game of the day. It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen.
It all
Do
comes
or
down to
die
this.
for both TL or GAM.
It
One
all
of these
comes
teams has
down
one last
to
shot
right
in another best
here,
of 3 here in Swiss. The other one
right
goes
now.
home.
Team Liquid put out a video of Spawn talking to the team, you know, after the first game as well, and he talked about them having worked a full 10 months, this whole year, for both of these organizations. You know, does build up to this right here.
Jay.
Your world's life.
We got
your
this.
world's run either stops here
got
or
this.
continues on with huge possibilities. for
Whoever
either one.
loses
And same
this
true for
match
both these teams.
is
So much work
eliminated
put
from
in.
Worlds
And GAM, of
for the
course,
rest of the
having to deal
year.
with so many regional difficulties happening with the league, and this team still being able to
This
bounce
is it.
back and fight back so heavily here versus the
This
LCS
is it,
number
y'all.
2 seed really speaks volumes.
I need
especially
everybody.
for, you know, the players that were added late onto this team.
I need everybody rooting for
One of my favorite
TL right
things
here,
always
right now.
where it starts off as, you know, like, okay, getting into planes.
They can't go out like
gonna be the main
this.
objective. And then have an
They
incredible
can't go
performance,
out
and
like
then
this.
Initially, it feels like everything on top would be gravy, but now you are one game away from just making it to
Guys,
the final round of Swiss, which in
in
of itself
30
is
minutes,
already
we are either depressed for the rest of the day, or we are the happiest that we will ever be. Okay? Well, the happiest we will ever be until tomorrow.
Vietnamese player base. I
So,
mean, Vietnam has a
we are
giant
either
player
depressed
base,
for 24
hugely
hours
passionate.
or
So, always
elated
great to see
for
them
24 hours.
find
Okay?
some success on
There's
the
no in the
international
middle.
stage. Meanwhile, Team Liquid have a lot of
There's no
expectations
one
to
or
live up to.
a half of
Now is
both.
time.
Nope.
Let's see what they can actually get done
This
here
is it.
without having
One
two
or the
kills
other.
by this time in the game.
All
This
the
is gonna be a little
marbles.
bit more honest League of Legends. And speaking of which, no lane swaps as well, which which I know certain
TL, please save my mental health. No, literally. I don't want to be sad today.
He was previously cursed, so let's kind of distance ourselves from that.
As Elio has taken so much damage, maybe mentioning his name's going to work out for TL because that's first blood for CoreJJ. Easy Love not able to get too much done.
That bot lane, you can definitely count on this TL bottom lane.
You can always
2v2.
count on TL, Yun, and CoreJJ.
Mention his name.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
It's beautiful.
I'm surprised you haven't gotten a breakfast bowl for this awesomeness. I actually, before this series started, I went upstairs and I cooked some breakfast. I made eggs, my pumpkin pancakes, and I made some sausage. So I did get to eat a little breakfast. No smoothie today. Instead of putting the matcha in my smoothie, we just ordered some matcha, courtesy of Astro. Shout out to Astro. Sorry if caps bother you. I would actually prefer it if my entire chat only had caps lock on. I would actually prefer it if everybody just typed in all caps.
Are, typical level 6 junglers.
It invokes a certain type of energy.
So if we do see some jungler intervention, probably around a little bit of scrapping maybe towards mid lane.
I freaking love it.
If top lane gets a little
and I freaking love it. And I've listened. Thank you. And I'm a talking caps while speaking. You gonna hear me talking caps, okay? We'll be clocking in.
As you see, the ward's still there.
I freaking love y'all, bro. I freaking love y'all for real. I freaking love y'all down. Oh my gosh. The herd, like nothing's topping y'all, bro. Nothing's topping y'all. I'm so serious.
I mean, especially Raptors as a Nocturne.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly, and you start on those Raptors, so you can get that earlier.
Period.
Mid lane, though, a little bit of a visit from Levi.
Period.
Hovering around there.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Emo was chunked out too heavily.
That's so funny.
Yes,
sir! Yes, sir! TL ain't playing.
So the flash does not save.
She want no little puppy. She want a big dog. And that's big TL right there. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! They are locked in.
That we had in previous games.
Locked
it does mean that even offensively, Emo is going to have a lot less space to play with.
Oh, man, this is what I like to see. This is the TL that we've been knowing, bro. This is the TL we've been knowing.
Since APA used his flash offensively to get the kill, either of the junglers might make a small visit.
Yep. And level 6 is not hit just yet as Kiaya going to find the counter-strike onto Impact. These health bars, just a lot.
All right, let's keep this momentum. Let's keep this momentum.
Top laners, but Impact really wants to get this one crashed in. Going to find that Q. In fact, just goes to Narnia.
Honestly, I am
trimming as best I can.
Like on one hand, I
holds it in a pretty nice spot as counter-strike.
I don't know, I'm getting a little shaky up here in the top lane. On one hand, I do think that
some all-out opportunities. Leap strike there to avoid the third Q.
APA would normally like be trash talking, but I also think since he's playing against other regions, like the trash talking wouldn't really translate. I don't think it would hit the same going from one language to another.
And I don't think that the previous
Q
games
goes to Narnia is crazy commentary.
Honey fruit being eaten here is Umpty looking for Levi as Kiaya could be in trouble actually. Impact looking for a bit of an angle.
Go ahead and take them cheats.
Wanted to line up that all out, but didn't really feel like going under the enemy turret. So he's going to press the button.
Yeah, Umpty.
Right, library.
Here where he had both solo lanes pushing, and so he just comes to wait in the brush and wait.
And when he starts trash talking in French, then what? I'd be surprised.
The grubs are up and available, and you've got the reset from CoreJJ. Smites available
I'd be fully
for both
surprised. I wonder if he trash talks in scrims.
One grub for the extra experience. Try and make sure that they hit that level 6 first. But it looks like it's
right, love.
That it does have the prior impact. Still needs the TP back in.
Okay, so we've got 4 top right now. We're getting some good poke down. The ADCs are in bot, duking it out.
Levi only level 5.
Gorgeous ult.
but it's onto a clone. That's not really going to work out as a heroic charge now from Elio and APA. He's going to be taken out. Levi
Get
over the
Levi.
wall, trying to escape. He takes so
Okay.
long, but the ignite
Oof.
will finish him
We
off at
lose
the
2
cost
for
of
1.
JJ's life. It's a
But we
trade
did
up
take out
again.
the jungle.
In this instance, as Umpty was able to take one of those grubs, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Or is Kiaya the one that's in a lot of trouble? He gets feared, has the counter-strike, and that's going to keep them away. That is a 1-for-1 so far on the grubs, but a good trade for GAM in the kills.
Yeah, APA got juked on his ultimate there. Levi doing a very
Wait,
good
so
job kind of
he
baiting him
ulted
in,
a
and there was
clone?
just the
I didn't
Jax with
notice
the
that he
ultimate
ulted a
on.
clone.
Take a look at
Thought
this.
he ulted
Here it
too.
is. Levi over the wall.
Oh,
So
he
very good
ulted
job
Jax
by playing
and the
around
clone.
that
Okay.
ultimate
I was like, I
by
thought he got
GAM.
both
They
him and the
avoided,
clone.
And then the
But
slam
okay.
into the wall from the Poppy here.
Kiaya also has counter-strike, so it takes less damage from the ultimate. Not really a suitable target. Extra tanky as well with the Grandmaster's might. This game not being decisively swamped
So we got
one way or
2.
another. Umpty is now going to hit 6. Levi obviously is available as well, and both of these
We got 2.
ultimates extremely impactful. 2 grubs for TL when all is said and done.
Yep. It was actually Umpty sneaking back and collecting that last one after all was
Yeah.
said and done. So decently
We
big
take those.
for TL. Only need to get 1 to even
Is
things
there
out in the
any
next spawn,
Canadians?
but also could grab themselves 5.
The coach for G2, if I remember correctly, is Canadian. The head coach for G2.
Basically even because 2 of those kills are on core.
Is Yun Canadian?
Well, we'll see whether Core can use some of that money here as he moves back towards the
Okay,
bottom
we're
lane.
not-
I'm still trying.
Battle Rakan again?
Yeah, the Battle Rakan, man.
I
He
don't
just,
think
like,
Yun is
maybe he just built
Canadian.
a death cap. You never know.
Well, I think
Battle Wukong.
Yeah, well, in goes Levi. He'll find 2 with that Cyclone. The curtains have been called, and maybe they're aptly named, or maybe TL will just move themselves
fine.
away. The 4th one
We're
not really going to be
chilling.
doing too much as True Shot Barrage is not going to connect onto Levi, but was pretty scary, so they are going to get out of there.
Masu.
as soon as
Masu
they
is
get the flash,
Canadian.
I think they don't want to overextend into a Nocturne counter again, because that's the one thing. I think they definitely have enough damage to take down Yonder if they do chase, but you do run the risk.
Oh,
of
Yun's
just
name
ulting
is
in. Could have been a
Sean?
big thing, and with just the flash, I think TL.
I guess that's
happily
his
take the
English
trick if they
name.
can get the dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Since you invested 2 ultimates there,
His
there's no way of
Korean name
fighting
is
Dragon, so
Yun Ho.
does allow Team Liquid the objective afterwards. Umpty can just slip in and hold on to
No,
the
yeah.
Nocturne ult. Nocturne ult, holding this
Yun is
actually
from the
puts a
US.
lot of
Masu
pressure
is from
just by
Canada.
keeping the cooldown available.
Yeah.
The first Nocturne ultimate here kind of hanging
Is
over the
Bucio from
heads
Canada
of all of the laners. So
Lucio, League of
A little bit
Legends.
late on the steadfast presence there from Elio as these Mystic Shots will connect.
Nope, he's from US.
The, Arcane shifting forward, something dangerous when you
I
don't
feel
have a
like
flash,
there's
but of course with
another-
Arcane Shift, not having flash on Ezreal, not as bad as some other champions, as Umpty moving around, seeing whether there was going to be a cheeky
There's
poppy
another
underneath the turret.
Canadian somewhere.
And Life's looking decent for Kiaya, who has been mostly left
Whippo
alone, able to pick up a
inspired
couple of
quad.
assists.
Also,
Still doing good in the
yeah.
1v1, but outside of that, looking
Nope,
a
I
bit
think that's
dire
it.
here, and might have to be another carry job here by Levi and Kiaya. And Levi still completely even in farm, obviously. Didn't have his ultimate yet in that first fight, which is why, even with the nice clone play, we didn't see him too much of an impact. Maybe this
Could
could
be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, Counter-Strike not going to connect there. Levi gives away his position, so now Impact can play a little bit more carefully, especially with Umpty in the area. Paranoia in hand, trying to bait this one out. As, okay, looking for a little bit of a gank, but there's the Paranoia towards the river. The grand entrance is gorgeous, and this is why we liked seeing the Rakan locked in. This combo is beautiful, and Core JJ on a killing spree.
Well, Core JJ also kind of deserves some because he's the one who found
Core JJ being
the
3 and
target
1 is
there,
crazy.
Stayed right next to him
He
to
got
lock
the
him up.
CC chain. He did his work, but come on, Kobe.
He's taking his price, okay?
One of my favorite Ezreal skins too.
Right there.
You're so
Ideally, of
silly,
course,
Red
a
Nose.
little
How are
bit
you doing
more
today?
gold on the damage characters, but
You still got an ultimate
Oh, hey, Fluffy.
I mean, yeah, Rakan getting a bit tankier.
So,
in this one, maybe
how you
allowed to
doing?
deal with the difficulties of playing into the Poppy and stuff like you guys kind of mentioned.
There we go.
Previously. There you
That's
go.
the kind of
That's
positivity that you're cooking out
Okay,
for.
Nico,
Yep.
period.
Appreciate it. But now looking to scry
I
out
thought
some vision
APA
here.
was
To be able
Canadian.
to do so. I think Impact certainly being protected a
APA,
lot by
League of
his squad
Legends.
jungle
Let's
so far
see.
this game, and you can see it has spelt an even lane
He
state. We
is
have
from
seen
the United States as well.
some Casantes really
They
fall
don't
behind
say
in this
what
matchup, and they
state.
just kind of not amount to very much. I think a lot of the idea of this champion
Wasn't
in this
he, like,
matchup
on
is
the
that you get to the late game,
Massachusetts
you do more because
something-
you're a little bit more
Maryville.
frontline than Jax otherwise would be. You can do those Casante things that Showmaker
He was
spams
in
all the time.
on Maryville University.
Impact also is one, and I think Azil mentioned it a bunch of times
Dude.
already as well. but he's very, very happy to play for his team. Which on some champions you just can't get.
I remember,
like once you hit your 2-item core.
So maybe he's from Missouri.
You've seen Casantas really take over games, but
I remember,
I'm going for a different build.
I remember one of my first League of Legends LCS finals. I went to finals and I was in the like LPP section or whatever. And League of Legends had invited a university to like the VIP section to watch the games. And I was one of the first people to arrive, so I was saying hi to everybody. And there were, it was the whole like League of Legends team. So I was like, hey, hi, I'm Reagan. I go by Miss Chim Chim. Da 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 da. Who are y'all? And they were like, oh, we're like the League of Legends team for yada yada yada. I was like, oh cool. What rank are y'all? And they like go down the line, and then it gets down to the last person, and he's like 1. And I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, I'm 1. I was like, what are you saying? They're like, he's ranked number 1. And I was like, oh, you rank 1? Oh, you the best. Oh, you DJ Khaled. You the best. Oh, okay. You couldn't just say challenger, buddy. You couldn't just say challenger. That would have worked. That would have worked. Okay. I would have understood that one more. He said 1. Like he didn't say I'm rank 1. He didn't say that full statement. He said 1. Like I'm dead. I'm dead. And I'm wondering, was it Maryville University? Was APA there that day?
I mean, it looked a little bit more.
I don't remember, bro. I don't remember.
So because of that, they can just.
He is that guy. He said 1 in your face 1 time. That was crazy. And I looked stupid because I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean 1? Because he didn't say rank 1. He just said 1. I was like, and then they were like, no, like he's rank 1. I was like, oh, so you really good. And he was like, haha, no. You did all that. You did all that to be humble. I
am with you.
I know. Look, it's already done.
Whatever.
I mean, they've both got 1, I think, but full boots. That is the difference in gold.
His voice had to back him up. They really did, because I was confused. Personally, I didn't know what he was saying.
And then on the counter engage with that Jin.
I didn't know what he was saying. Dang, I really wish I remember who it was.
That was a fight potentially happening there.
It might have been Maryville.
Still going to be Kiaya trying to get himself away. There's the flash all out from Impact. Can he get on top of Kiaya? He's running out of buttons. A flash of his own, but this is an all-out at Cassante. He has some mobility, but so does a Jax, who just leaps over the wall. That is not a lot of summoner spells left.
I feel like it was in Chicago. I feel like it was the LCS in Chicago. I might be able to ask around and see who was it.
Actually get that tower while they get Dragon.
And the big thing is he also sends Kiaya back. Kiaya had TP, Impact didn't. So if Impact doesn't find that play, Kiaya TP's towards the Dragon. That might have been a fight angle for GAM instead.
I'm about to check the number 1 from that year. Let's see. Worlds? No, not Worlds. LCS Finals. Chicago.
Neither of these teams can't afford to give it up, right? Like looking at the sub, Jin, trying to play.
Jin does not do damage if they get more than like.
It was summer 2022.
I mean, that would be.
We also haven't talked about how
Nocturne coming.
Okay.
It was summer 2022.
No flash up and available. In goes Umpty. They look for it. That is going to be the keeper's verdict, but it does absolutely nothing. And now you've got Kiaya stunned up, charmed up, and destroyed. Elio could be the next one on the chopping block, as it's the tanky members of TL that are up here. Now the damage is arriving. Elio, I think he's just dead. The fear does go off, and APA, he collects his. TL just going from strength to strength.
Oh, and not only did they take out one of the best performing members of GAM, Kiaya goes down.
Oh, okay, that's a Cyclone, but the Pop Blossom is there. Picks up 2, but he dies. Immediately afterwards, now Yon going to get back here once again. The curtains are being called now, and GAM, they could have found a turnaround. Into the Shroud goes Emo, but he doesn't find too much more, and Umpty,
he doesn't find too much.
And TL will
He
back
doesn't
away. They
find
do
much
lose
at all.
APA, though.
That's a little
If we're
bit
honest.
because as I was about to say, like they TP'd Emo in as well. Like they lose Kiaya, they lose the fight. If then Emo's TP is also wasted, it's really rough. So at least
What's the
getting a
score
little
on
bit of
this
kill,
best of 3? It's
a
1 to
little bit of
1.
gold,
So
getting
winner
kill
here
in APA,
takes all the
that's
marbles.
something.
Loser goes
Still
home.
don't think it's enough to bring GAM back into this game. They need more, and they're looking.
Bit dangerous, but the mobility of both Rakan and Ezreal means that they can afford to stand this far up. And Easy Love starting to struggle here against the Trinity Force on Yon. We know that this 2-item spike is coming very, very soon. This Ezreal is going to be extremely scary. And I have to say, this looks like drilled gameplay in this game from TL. I think in game number 1, it was a little bit more fast.
I was going to try and go back in the history to find the pictures from 2022, but the pictures only go back to 2023. Dang, Umpty looks really dominant this game, and last game, honestly.
They get the turnaround. They've taken the top. That's all you need. But he gets in the quickness. Is so good, and they just look to blow up.
Core.
They'll take him down. Yon has the barrier, but he doesn't have his life anymore. The perfect execution is exactly that. It's Emo.
All right, Emo kind of ate. Emo kind of ate, but it's okay.
And now Impact and Umpty against Elio and Emo. I think that TL liked those odds, and Emo's going to have to just try and get himself out.
Emo really saving it there with his
Yeah.
collecting those 2 kills because
Emo
it
saved
was
it there.
a big play from Core JJ to lock up Levi, but Emo equalized it. Meanwhile, you're getting mid push in exchange for bottom. Jax right now, by the way, is on that turret, so he will also finish up an outer. That one that we just saw APA take, though, mid lane secondary. Worth a
Not Spirit Airlines. Baby, please at least put them on Delta if you're going to send them home. Come on now.
So you can clearly see that GAM don't want to just give this up, right? And TL, I think they could have played it a little bit slower, just as you're talking about restraint. They dive the turret when it's already this low. Teleport ends up being, I think, big here because it means that GAM can't quite commit to the fight, but Emo is already in the back line. So gets the flash, gets the Q, still takes down Core despite the fact you see Umpty for a second there be like, can I go? And then he realizes, oh, I don't want to mess.
We cut the video there a little bit after the double kill for the Akali. I think in all of our best interest. As now the Rift Herald going to maneuver its way down this bottom lane. This outer turret still up and available here as Umpty's just playing Biffo with Levi. And I think Umpty likes those odds as the curtain call does come in. He turns off the lights to try and stop those bullets from raining in, but it's just, yeah, too little too late here for GAM.
Too good.
Trying to get himself out, leaps over the wall and gets the blast code as well.
Love a Nocturne. Okay, so I'm noticing he builds Experimental Hexblade, I think is the name of it.
Off his own red buff, steals the buff, takes
And then I
life.
think he's going
Now
to go
you get to
Stride
drive
Breaker.
the Rift Herald into the tower for the extra Void Mites, but APA locked up.
Yeah, Elio actually looking
He's
for
good.
the
He's
ulti
good.
onto APA. Not a lot of follow-up there at all. Of course, Easy Love, no curtain call up and available, and Emo just
Umpty
can't
in
get
their
in there.
business for real. Talk
But
about
TL
it.
Almost taking down another
Talk about
turret,
it.
and this gold is starting to really
What's going on,
blow.
Jairuko? How are you doing, love?
Graph and be like, man, this is not that big. It's 5K. The previous game was just a bit of a statistical outlier.
But it's also
Yep,
all of the
Sanji.
neutral objectives that were
You can't
layered on in
see.
the early game for TL. You know, 5 Void Grubs helps them take towers really quickly. You saw all the extra Void Mites popping out of the Rift Herald. And then the ability to stack these dragons here. They should just head over to Mountain Drake. But Umpty right now actually making his way through the top side of the river, making sure that they don't give away any like sneak plays to GAM while they go for that dragon. Want to make sure that you have some vision around your Baron.
I don't know, I feel like so much of this game is similar to game number 1. Will come down to Levi and Kiaya what they can find in some of these team fights, but otherwise I'm just not seeing as many of the comeback mechanics for GAM in this game. TL, I feel like they have just a lot of the answers available, and that is going to be the first Mountain Drake and Mountain Soul point going over to TL in this game.
Let's go.
We spoke already about how the fact that Mountain Soul really can be a win more button for a lot of teams.
Aw,
This
thank you,
composition certainly will
Castle.
work out that way
Appreciate
for
you,
TL.
love.
I don't know how relevant it's going to be though. This game is looking really difficult anyway as Kiaya He's got a target on his back. He was so good in game 1, and they're looking to try and shut him down once again. And there's the bullet we call Umpty diving in on top. He's fleeing while he's trying to get that counter-strike down. And it's not going to work. The auto is in the air as it was earlier.
Good job, TL. Let's get that Baron.
And now with the Jack's dead, it could be Baron time.
Let's get that Baron. Aiden, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? I would say jungle diff, and it kind of is a jungle diff, but that is not to discredit Levi from being a good jungler. Levi is still an amazing jungler.
Trying to get as much damage as
100%.
possible. Levi looking for a steal as well. They do not know about this Akali yet.
Yeah, the shape splitter was so good at blocking some of these bullets, but the last one does come through. Emo, can he find the angle? That's the question. Is Easylove going to get knocked up and taken down? Elio going to be the next one. The Akali just going to get in time. Umpty now trying to find him,
Umpty
but
dead.
one kill going over. Yon could be in trouble next, but the all out the save.
Impact saves him. Yun lives with 0.25 HP. 0.25.
Digit health. TL, they win the fight, but GAM got so close.
Crucially, though, GAM denies the Baron at least for now. Elio escapes with just a little bit of health, but Emo getting onto the backline there, absolutely huge, but disengaged from core.
Yon escapes with even less, like 15 HP or something, as Impact tried to just peel for him. Here's another look at the turn, though. Core, as you mentioned,
Yo, the
right
golden,
out of the
thank you for the
gates there,
follow.
starts
How are
it
you
out.
doing?
Good turn from Team Liquid, but Emo, the Akali, the
that
hope
went
from
crazy.
GAM into the backline, and Impact ultimate
Do we need 20 people on my top? And do. And did. And will.
With TL coming out ahead.
Y'all need 20 people to try and get this win. Fluffy. Y'all need 20 team members to try and stop our little 5.
Pretty much a wash. You can see no difference as far as the gold is concerned. Having a look at the damage in the team fight, APA and Yon doing their jobs.
Akali mobility just too good? No, like actually.
Real hero.
Like
We're
actually.
starting to see why this Akali was picked up, and he's got some ground to cover.
Oh,
Shroud's down. This is somewhat dangerous, but he's not going to push up any further. Yon and Core JJ just going to collect the wave. That is going to be that. In the bottom lane, we do have both Umpty and APA down there. So not going to be seeing another Baron attempt just yet, as Impact possibly set up on a flank angle, and you can see Umpty, he can attack anyone that is down here.
That's the issue. If you don't know where Nocturne is, you cannot look for a side lane collapse.
I have a fun fact for you. Yon had literally 1 HP.
Oh, he just actually won.
Actually won, going back to look.
Literally
That is
won.
why you limit test, by the way. So
Actually, one is crazy.
He found it. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
Actually, one is insane.
Atlas is still looking okay. He didn't say Atlas.
You're not allowed to say anything mean to me again, Chronicler, because I'm still just, I haven't got to the 1 HP yet. It's mostly 0.
Still calculating.
Yeah, we're still calibrating.
That's the important thing. Right now, GAM,
Literally, one is crazy.
6.5k gold behind. And once this soul comes through, that's it. They need a pick onto someone, but so many summoners are available. Umpty going in!
Yeah, they're just trying to find it. There's 2 with the Pop Blossom.
One
it's not
blocked
the
out.
True Shot Barrage does so much as they dive forward. Emo trying to look for it, but once again, it's Impact that finds the angle, goes all
Yun's
out.
kind of just
Akali out of there. Now he's 1v3.
putting out damage. Nobody can stop him.
The knockup comes through. Kia is dead. Both of the solo
Let's
lanes
go
are down
Team
at
Liquid.
TL.
Let's freaking go Team Liquid. That's what I like to see, bro. That is what I like to see.
You could see them looking, trying to find a mid lane fight, maybe an angle onto
Let's
some of the background. But
freaking go.
again, this Nocturne pick has been one of the breakout picks for Worlds for me. The amount of playmaking you take away once you get ahead with this pick is insane.
And it is so meaningful for Team Liquid as a whole, as a team, for Umpty to have another tool in the toolbox here for them, because he had been one of the players where people look at his champion pool and think that TL can only survive when he is on Maokai, Sejuani, Skarner, these tanks. But the Nocturne has been massive. Once again, he pulls the trigger with APA. It's the duo engage. And even though Poppy ultimate does go off, APA has already hit the ultimate before he goes flying.
Yeah, I think we want to call that a Poppy Blossom, because honestly, it worked really well for APA.
Meanwhile, Impact into the back line took care of the Akali for the rest of the team, and so TL just were able to chase forward.
Well, now a little bit more of a fight here as Kia is going to get pulled back by Impact. Now the curtains are being called, but the paranoia is down. Can't really see his targets, although There is a clone in there, just causing a ruckus.
That
The rest of GAM
paranoia is really good against Chim.
Levi is trying to be tricky, but it's just not quite working. Able to avoid that true shot barrage that may have just been his life, but
Yeah,
now
they
this is
are
game
hungry.
over, right? If this goes down, it's game over.
That's the problem. GAM trying
This makes me sad though. Like, I really like GAM, and I really wish that there was a way for them to continue on. It looks like Team Liquid woke up, bro. This is the Team Liquid that we are used to seeing. But it feels like it's taken Team Liquid so long to wake up. But it feels like they finally arrived at finals or at Worlds. So I'm glad they're here, and I'm glad it's not too late.
Yeah, this is a Showmaker's
honestly.
worst nightmare, Cassante right now, wielded by Impact. And they're going to be able to
Yeah,
take
they finally
down
woke up.
this inhibitor turret. Emo does get some
But this is
bounty
sad
gold,
that
but
this
it's
is
just
going to be
not
the
really
last
going to
time we
work.
see
Bounty gold
GAM,
for Nexus is not
y'all.
a trade you want to take, but there's not a whole lot more that they can do. Yon in this mid lane is going to be able to take yet
This
another.
makes me sad.
TL, they are dotting eyes and they are crossing
Think of your
T's,
pick'ems. Yeah,
making
but
exactly what
I
they need
like
off this map.
GAM.
Levi, you can see hunting
And I
for
don't
an
like it
angle,
when the
hunting for an
players are
opportunity,
sad, but they're going to be really sad.
back. He's a brick wall guarding Yon, guarding him. He gets the double knock up with that Q3, and the keeper's verdict does come on through, but it's once again APA. He's pushed out of the fight. Pop Blossom
lost it
still
at
in
the wrong
hand,
time.
and now Umpty comes from behind the enemy Nexus.
Umpty was literally hitting the turret. It was like, you know what? Okay, I guess I will join the fight.
Swift stroke, and there's the Pop Blossom. Levi was
That's
the
it,
target,
y'all.
understandably so.
Team Liquid will win the series.
Will take down their second Nexus of the series and keep themselves alive.
Let's go!
At Worlds 2024.
They locked in the Nocturne again. They locked in the Nico again. Those two that just hugged on screen.
I'm very sad
Umpty,
that
APA,
we're
they're
gonna
able to complete it here.
leave
Team Liquid
Lil Lily
lock it all
though.
down.
I did really like Lil Lily. I really did like Kiaya. I did like Easy Love and Emo. They were all so cute. I just hate that we have to say goodbye to them.
This is a series that felt winnable.
It's a sad time.
Unfortunately, they didn't end up.
But my boys had to put it
Game number 2, that was a
down.
stomp. Wasn't one that you felt fantastic about.
Way to
as either team,
go!
but this game was TL playing calculated.
Oh,
just
Court
better with
counting
the
them down.
And I think that's exactly
1,
what you're
2,
looking for
3.
if you are a member of Team Liquid. But now it's time for us to throw it back.
He must really be like a great leader. He seems like a very good leader.
Great cast. Straight off the plane.
I pray that they interview
but anyways, it's Team
Yun,
Liquid that
but
lives
I
to
think they're
fight
gonna interview
another day. Before we get
Umpty.
to the interview, we can immediately get to the Oppo player of the series, Azale. We decided to give
GG's,
it for
GAM. We
JJ
love
for,
you. We love you. We really do.
Because it sounds weird because he's also on the team for his impact.
Oh, Levi
And
counted
he
them
games
down
that TL1.
too.
It was unbelievable. And
Levi
even in
counted
the
them
game
down
they
too.
lost,
So I guess that's just what they do. They count them down.
Been a pretty big standout for them.
Not boo. They gonna interview APA. I want a Yun interview, honestly.
You know, walking straight up onto the Poppy and Wing in place, so we couldn't
I
actually
want a
react
Yun.
and be able to interrupt him.
So-
you know, how he was playing in the 2v2 was really impressive. They were able to get 2v2 kills, and once they got ahead in the bot lane, he just moved around the entire map. Played
It's a
really well
sad
with Umpty.
time. You
know, was
tripping.
such
It's a
big
happy
part,
moment. F
as he
anyone
always
else.
seems
To be honest, sorry, not sorry. No, Bryson Tiller.
Where it was Umpty and Core JJ working together to push people
Nico,
off, to
you are so
find plays
silly.
elsewhere. Like, yes, Jan was doing a good job on the Ezreal, but it was, hey, we're going to try and play away elsewhere to get these leads and then just
Good
help on
job,
game.
team.
And
So,
APA,
guys, what
great
this
pick on
means,
the Nico as well, but honestly, Core
TL
JJ
does not
just set them
advance
all
to the
up so well.
quarterfinals yet. They have to play and fight tomorrow for one of the last 3 slots in
Absolutely. And I mean, we'll go for credit, even in
quarterfinals.
the games that
So
weren't
they did
really
win
working
today.
later on, he was
GAM
really
will
good
go
in the lane.
home.
This
That
time
is
he got
the
a solo
end
kill
of their
early on
world's
Emo, which was massive
journey.
for him.
But
And he
at
really
the
had
very
that
same
success in
time,
team fights to boot.
Team
So
Liquid
it was
will
a
have to
really
fight another
promising game
day
for TL.
tomorrow
I would
to
say this
advance
is
to
by
the
far the best
quarterfinals.
game that they have
If
played
you
over the last
lose
2 series.
tomorrow, that's the
When
end
you
of
look
your
at the main
world's
series,
journey.
when
You
look
go
at this
home.
series as a whole, yeah, game 2 they stopped.
Who
but
are
it
they
was
playing
really off of
tomorrow?
level 1. This
Aww.
was lane leads that they actually created, and Impact really showed up on the
We
Cassante,
love
like, thanks to Comfort.
GAM.
And shout out to you. Thank you for all you do at Worlds. Such a pleasure watching GAM and such a pleasure watching him.
Yeah, thank you, TK. And
We're gonna see
generally
who's
GAM.
playing
It is
who.
so bittersweet to
It
see
is
with
bittersweet.
everything that's happening in the region to the region. I
Freaking
should
love
say,
GAM.
next year, and Levi, who we probably will not see
Yeah,
again
they're
as far as
interviewing
how much he's
Umpty.
done
I
for
told
the
y'all.
region overall. I love having the
But,
VCS at Worlds and at MSI, and
we're going to see who's going to be playing who after the interview. They're going to do the drafting.
For what they always show.
Yeah, I think the fact that they show up every single year and show
He
just
did kind of go off on
especially
Rakan.
when there's so much trials and tribulations.
He did have a huge impact that game.
They still show up.
He said, "Why are people calling me washed? Watch this. Bow."
It's always a great
And then he
Oh, yeah,
ate hoes
absolutely.
up.
They do more than give us a run for our money. I mean, they beat TL last year at Worlds. They beat Mad
And then
this
he
year
ate
at Worlds.
hoes
Like, they're
up. He
taking
sure
down our
did.
teams, and they definitely deserve the respect from that. They have some really strong players who obviously aren't going to get the same level of attention as some of the players from the big regions. But I think it's even more impressive to be able to do it with less resources, with less attention, and to be able to still come and show up.
I mean, everything that happened in the region as well. I think it's very commendable. We're just waiting for the interview to get set up. It's going to be with Umti and Lore on stage. But any final notes?
No, I was just going to say for GAM, I think that I love that they always show up with their style. They never really come in and go, oh, well, I'm going to try and change things. I'm going to try and do something. It's like, no, I'm just going to show up and look right on the Wukong. I'm going to have all these plays. And I think that's really sick. And it really did push TL today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Levi is just, to me, one of those guys that I associate so heavily with the region. He has been incredible. We're going to miss him if he doesn't come back.
Indeed, but Umti is standing by in the Verizon postgame interview.
Here we go.
And welcome back to the stage as Team Liquid come out victorious against
Love
GAM
her fit
Esports.
still.
And their run at Worlds continues. Umti, thank you so much for joining me after this series. How do you feel right now?
So, you guys asked for like, how do you feel? After game 1, terrible. Game 2, feels so good that I shit on Levi.
Is that what matters? I'm sorry. I feel like a lot of this series was about the jungle, so how did it feel to come out on top, especially with the 2 Nocturne games you had?
Oh, so I think the game 1 was, there was a lot of my bad too.
Yeah.
And so I thought, I can play better than this. It cannot be more bad than this at the game 2. And I thought my team was playing so well. So I just tried trust myself, come out to the stage, and just play again.
So about trusting yourself, I was looking up some stuff about you, some statistics, and I saw that you did a video teaching how to play Nocturne. You also had 2 good wins on Nocturne today. But then I looked at your win rate, and I saw that you had 40% win rate on Nocturne before coming in today.
Wait. I should fix one, guys. 1 second. So first thing, my win rate is, whole career is 40%, even though 600 game, guys. So 40% is not that low for me. It's high, guys. Are you serious? I'm serious, guys.
All things considered, everything is fine. We played a video of Spawn, the speech, the pep talk that he gave you guys between game 1 and game 2. And looking at you, you were religiously looking at him. Let it all sink in, drinking what he was telling you. How important is it for you to have a pep talk from your coach?
So, yeah, I mean, my coach was just mentally worrying about me. I was a lot pinched at the Worlds because it's a tough scrims, guys. Eastern teams are strong. So it was tough, but they were just worrying me. But I was actually completely fine, and I can come back and bounce back. And my coach was so happy about that. I bounced back with my teammates.
Amazing. And you're going to keep on bouncing back 100%. But I want to know, I know that you had a lot of things to prove this year in North America. I do believe that you have a lot of things to prove at Worlds here as well. What is the main goal for you, Umti?
Main goal? I mean, I'm just happy right now. I am just like playing at this stage. What I have to enjoy more. This is more enjoyable right now.
It's been amazing having you on stage as well. A round of applause for Umti once again, guys. Good luck on the draw. We'll find out about your opponents soon. Thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the draw show.
Is there a draw show too?
Woo!
Yeah, what a loose cannon in the interview.
What an interview.
What do you think?
Welcome.
Thank you.
What an interview.
That's kind of Umti, right? He's a
That's
very
his head
emotional
coach.
guy. And I think that the thing that we do well as a team is we ride his highs very well. And then when he's a little bit down, all the team rallies to pick him back up. So I love working with him. He's such an enjoyable, like, good, kind-hearted soul.
You know, I've kind of got to ask you then, like, how did you, rally to actually be able to come back after game number 1? Because let's be honest, game number 1 was pretty abysmal compared to the level that you guys have shown throughout the year. It's not the same team I've watched in the LCS. You guys know that, and we even got to see a clip of you talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we really want it at the moment, right? And League of Legends, if you really want it too much, sometimes a good play actually just goes away. So I think that that's what we're suffering from at the moment. And I think the reason that we're trying to like grind our way through it is because when you're a good player and you play the game, then you start to see the game a lot more clearly than what
Nah,
we're
let
seeing
him
at
be
the moment.
sassy.
And I think
I don't know why.
what actually happened in game 1 is we got completely destroyed, and then everyone was like, "Oh, this is actually the worst thing that can happen." Like we finally hit rock bottom. Like,
can't go downhill
we got
from
destroyed
here.
by GAM again, and it was like I think everyone at that point took a sigh of relief. Umpty was like, "I don't want to play Maokai again. I'm just not playing well enough to play this champion." We had a couple other drafts prepared, and then I think the great start to game 2 actually just kicked the team back into the gear that they've been playing in domestically.
Yeah, I mean, that level 1, that was amazing. Were you happy at them holding their nerve? Because, it could have turned out differently as well.
Absolutely, it could have. That was actually, shout out to Hatham, head analyst. That was actually a really good scouting prep from him. He knows that when they play strong level 1, they like try and go ward one side and then go the other side really deep, so that when we knew they went that side, that was what they were going to commit to, and then we had a good trap prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, the ward as well that you guys had in the river, spotting them walking up, so you could actually have that prep. Talk to me then, about how
So it was
happy
all
you
set
are,
up.
with the position
It was
for the
truly a
team,
trap.
overall, because obviously you took down GAM, you took down
It was
Pain,
truly a
but
trap.
now you're going to have all these teams in the 2-2 bracket that are pretty terrifying, and potentially a pretty big level up in terms of competition.
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
super shook.
I think that when we came into
'Cause,
Worlds,
like,
we had a lot of confidence because the boot camp was going really well.
They probably
Then, as I said,
have
that
some
confidence
like
kind of eroded with our stage
competitiveness. Like they
performance,
probably
so
know each
I actually
other,
like the
right?
way we're doing it. I feel like I started
But
like
he
Pokemon
just
and I
came
got through
out.
the first badge and the
He
second
was
badge.
like, "Yeah, I'm glad I absolutely dog walked that man."
I was wondering
was just
because
like,
I think we
"Oh."
have 2 very distinct kind of different teams from LCS who are still in the running, right? And FlyQuest has been getting a lot
Girl,
of
you didn't
praise for
speak a
their
word.
approach
I'm
and the fact
sorry.
that they said,
I
"We're
really had to
actually gonna
collect myself.
deprioritize the scrims versus LCK
Yeah,
and
they're doing the
LPL in
picks
order
for
to
tomorrow
protect
soon.
our peace,
They're about to
but
do
also
'em.
protect our strategies.
I
We feel that is the best approach
I was gagged and
to having
gooped.
to beat them. I feel like you guys are different in that
I
you
didn't
took
know
a
what
lot
to
of
say.
scrims with them, right? And you had to deal with also the fallout if it wasn't
I
working well. Can you
truly
talk
did
about
not
that a
know
little
what to
bit?
say.
Yeah, I mean, credit to FlyQuest's coaching staff because they really know what works for their team, and they've been playing brilliantly on stage, right? So I think that that's actually awesome for them. And then I think that the difference for us is that EWC, when we had great
Your
scrims
silence
versus
was
the top
heavy?
teams, we actually found a lot of confidence from that. And I guess Core and I are the 2
'Cause,
leaders of the
you
team,
know,
and we're both just
I
big
like
grinders.
Levi.
We're the kind
I
of
just
people
thought that
when
was
the
crazy.
brick
That
wall's
was a
not going
crazy
down, we just bang our
response.
head into it a couple more times. So if that's what the culture is of the team, that's what people expect. So if you take your foot off the brake at the last moment, then that can sometimes send the wrong message, and we don't want to do that. So, we'll just stick to the grind.
We know you like that. Azale and I have worked with you, and
Right,
you have always
Jamie.
been like this. So it's good to hear that it's still the case, and hopefully it's yielding to results. Talk to me about the possible draws and who you would like, who you'd like to avoid, etc.
I mean, I really don't care who we play, to be honest, at this stage, because I think that you guys will see as well that it's on us to play our game. In saying that, I think the fans have wanted us versus G2 the whole of the year.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's probably, I always say this, we do it for the fans, right? We love the fact that, they support us so much. I love the haters as well. So I think that if we could get the fan game, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, it would be exciting. I'd be interested, what's your opinion on if you guys were going to play FlyQuest? Because I know some people are like, let's get the guaranteed quarters. But I feel like I want to see our teams beat teams from other regions and
Yeah.
prove our worth on the international stage.
I don't even think either of us or FlyQuest would want to make quarters that way, to be completely honest. And it's not because we don't want to make it there, it's because of exactly what you said. And, team kills are never fun. In saying that, I did say the other day that we kind of went 1-1 in playoffs against them, and we do feel like behind the
Gotta
scenes,
finish
when
the
this is
best of
all over,
three.
we need kind of that Rocky scene where Rocky fights Apollo Creed off camera. So I would like to do that with FlyQuest at some point, but definitely not to make a quarterfinal.
No, I get what you mean for sure.
For sure.
For me, the big question is, I think, in watching kind of the LCS and seeing all of the methods, all the work is kind of correct. All the moves are correct. All the work that's put in is correct. But as to come back to what you opened up with, this is kind of it, right? This is the absolute final exam. And do you have confidence that because of maybe the lessons learned in those best of ones, but also in the series versus Spain, also in the series here versus GAM? Are you confident that you've had enough now to get like over that hump and beat whoever you come across tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to remain confident and we have to remain calm. And I think that when we went into split one playoff this year,
That was the last one, but we will see who the teams are playing against each other tomorrow. We have to draw
I'm not saying
them.
this is going to be that momentum shift, but anything can be a momentum shift at this time of the year. It can be a good dinner, can see one player wakes up in a really great mood, says, you know what, guys, I'm going to carry today. So, yeah, I just think we have to keep riding it. We've got to be happy. We've got to enjoy it. I say to the guys all the time, you're playing on the world stage. Like, what more do you want at the moment?
What more do you want? Maybe a good draw, and it is time for it, I believe.
And EU.
To the World's 2024 Swiss stage round 5 draw show.
All right, guys.
I'm your host, Laure,
I play,
and
we do not
already
play
sent
against
few
a
teams to
hungry
quarterfinals
BLG.
already, as NMG
God,
and
please
GTS,
bless us
HLE and T1
with a good
already
draw.
advanced to the Paris stage.
Here we go,
that
y'all.
means that there are only 3 more spots remaining. And I will be joined tonight by official Riot Games tournament, Nick.
Hi,
Thank
Nick.
you so much. This bowl contains our remaining
I do
teams
think
with a
that
score of 2 and
the
2 who will
crowd
be
was
competing
very
for
GAM
a
favored, so I don't
As a
think that they
reminder,
liked what
repeat
Umpty said.
matchups are not allowed
Yeah,
in the Swiss stage,
Umpty
and
just
if a team
tweeted,
is
I
drawn
respect
against
Levi a
someone
lot.
they
It was an
have
honor for me to play against him.
or if a draw
Yeah,
would
I don't think it
force
was
2
like a
other teams
disrespect
to a
thing.
repeated
I think
matchup,
he was just glad to have
the
beaten
drawn
him.
team will be
And
moved to the next
he's
available
been an
matchup.
NA for a little
Our
bit,
2
and that's how they
teams
talk.
consist of
Yeah, it went silent.
Via, FlyQuest,
That
Bilibili Gaming, Weibo
stadium is
Gaming,
very GAM
and
favored. They
Team
were
Liquid.
cheering hard for them.
Now, Nick, would you please draw the first team?
Here we go. I think it's just a competitive sport, Stoogie. I don't think it was any disrespect meant. Honestly, I hope BLG plays
and they will
them.
Be facing
Pick BLG, please. Pick BLG. Pick BLG. Pick BLG. Pick BLG. Pick BLG. Pick BLG.
Weibo Gaming.
Guys, one of our teams is facing BLG.
And now for the second matchup, the first team is FlyQuest.
Like,
And they will be playing
I don't,
against
I don't know who I would want them to go up against.
Team Liquid Honda.
No.
Now let's draw the third matchup. The first team is
No.
G2 Esports.
No.
And they will be facing off against Bilibili Gaming.
It
Here are the
guarantees
final
one team in
matchups of the World's
quarterfinals, but like
2024 Swiss stage. Round 5 will be played tomorrow,
I
October
rather
13, where
like
at least
FlyQuest
3
play
teams
like
will
Weibo and
the
TL
last 3
play
teams
like
will advance to the
G2 or
knockout stage.
something.
And remember, league
Oh,
officials will confirm
man.
the order of the matches later tonight, so be sure to follow us on lollysports.com to see the schedule as it is locked in. Good night, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
No!
I feel like everyone's disappointed this
Yeah,
time.
G2 versus BLG is crazy.
Bring Malu back immediately.
We got no NAEU in the entire Swiss stage.
But you get bragging rights because you're getting out of Swiss, baby.
That's not the way I want it.
Yeah, I don't want
You know what?
FlyQuest versus.
Before the draw, that
I
wasn't the way I
want both our
wanted
teams
either.
to be able to make it in.
However, now the draw's happened.
Man, but wouldn't it be so hype if we had 2 teams in?
Yeah.
it would be.
Can you please be happy with one? Because
No, I can't,
I'm over here
because
having to
it's
play
the way.
BLG, okay?
That's okay.
That's the worst
come on,
possible
no.
draw.
It is. BLG. BLG about to dog walk whoever they play, and it's
This is
G2.
a bad #1 seed. They were in the 1 and 2 bracket.
So TL beats GAM and Pain and gets FlyQuest, and G2 beats Weibo and gets BLG. I love the draw system instead of normal Swiss. I love it. But hey,
Me too, actually.
I'm so pissed. Oh, man. Oh, and DK versus, we didn't even mention it yet, but DK versus Weibo.
How are you feeling about the matchup?
Against FlyQuest?
Yeah.
Obviously, we know each other very well.
Yeah.
So I think that both teams would probably be quite happy that they drew each other from a gameplay perspective.
Yeah,
Obviously,
T1 is
from a
already
narrative
locked
perspective,
in.
Not. We feel like we actually took a lot away from that semifinal. So yeah, bring it on.
Do you think comfort in knowing your opponent helps or hurts you guys in this series? Because obviously, yeah, you did look much better than TL, or rather than Fly for the majority of the split, but then they did kind of dominate you in the finals.
I mean, yeah, but then we beat them a week before the finals
Of
or
course,
whatever
of
it was,
course, of
right?
course.
So, I mean, we will take solace in the fact that we have been a better team than them for the whole of summer split, and they beat us on one day, so we'll see if they can do it again.
Spawn, the minion's locked in the fridge. There's no way you're losing that.
Those damn minions. Eh?
Damn minions, unfortunately.
They lost to
Okay,
minions
let's
in
do
finals,
a
bro.
series then, now that we got all the emotions out. So we have DK versus Weibo. DK, you know, they lost 0-2 to LNG, of course, right?
I rather Fly versus TL. It's a guarantee. I think they would have both lost otherwise. You think?
Today?
I think the
I don't know how
only
much you're
way
gonna
they
read into
lose
that, Spawn, but you're right
otherwise
I
is
actually think both
if
of these teams are so
Team
fucking
Liquid
cold that
plays
whoever
versus
shows up on the day
BLG
is going
and
to
FlyQuest
actually just
plays
run away with
versus
this series, is
Weibo.
how
I
feel.
think that's the
I think
only
that
way
DK
they both
especially needs
lose.
to make it a
But
just a
besides that, if
fantastic
one of
series.
them were to
And then
go
on the
up
side of
against
Weibo,
G2,
top lane seems to be their
I
strength
think
at the
we
moment in this
still would have
tournament.
had
When
the
Breeze is
chance
having
at
a
one
good
getting
game, they
in. I
seem
would have
to
been a little
function
bit
better as a
scared
team,
for
I would
Team
say. So
Liquid
that's kind of my read on it, but I
on the
don't know who's
other.
gonna win.
But
I
like,
think as well, just Tarzan having a good day. Feels
we
like
are really about to send this way.
That's why I think it has to come through at some stage, you know?
This way, we are really about to send our best, baddest hoe out. That's all that this means. I'm very sad that it ends this way, though, because that means someone that we love is definitely about to get sent home. Because whoever loses tomorrow, that's it. You're done.
If they do that against DK, you know, if it is just going to be one of those things that just
I would say FlyQuest would beat G2. I think Team Liquid versus G2 would be more of a rough one.
Thank you very much.
No problem. And we're gonna listen to an interview that was recorded earlier today with Razork after exiting the tournament.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Earlier today, Fnatic's run at Worlds ended sadly against Weibo Gaming, but I have Razork with me to talk about everything that's been happening with you guys and how you guys got here. Reaction on the series from your side, winning the first game, dropping the second too, and also staying on red side, which I think was surprising for Xiaohu when I talked to him. So talk me through the series and how it went.
Yeah, I mean, after the first game, even though we fall behind in early game, I think we had like very good composition and we managed to play good fights. I think the second and third game, we were very scared. Me personally, I feel like I could have done much more with Bai. I could have engaged and looked for more opportunities that I didn't. So yeah, I'm feeling like a bit bad for that.
They
But
might
yeah, I mean,
be
there is also a reason why
last
we chose red
place.
side. We wanted to just get the draft that we had, and I think if we play properly, we should win, right? But wasn't the case because, as you said, we had like engaged champions, and we were not really engaging.
So you said that you were hesitating, and I felt you guys were scared, honestly, and I'm just wondering if it has something to do with confidence, either with your teammates or with, like, I don't know, the plan that you have. How can you explain this? Because I know that when you guys are decisive, you can really clutch any situation, so.
Well, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if it's like we were like hesitating or we were not confident enough. I just felt like, yeah, we were not very crispy at pressing our buttons or very decisive. So, yeah, I mean, if you're not decisive with a composition with Vi, Rel that you can engage, I think maybe we were like respecting them too much.
Okay.
When they were maybe out of position and we thought that maybe it's Weibo
I'll go
or like
over
a
the
SLPL
schedule
team. Maybe they
after
are like
this
actually
interview.
thinking that they have a plan, but in reality they are just inting. So maybe it's a bit of that.
Something that I've heard from an interview with Core JJ and Inspired was agreeing with this is that even if you're dominant within your region, you arrive at Worlds and you're playing against teams who are going to play much faster, think about plays much faster, and it's not that you guys get worse, it's that you have issues adapting to what these guys are doing. Did you agree on this for Fnatic maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I feel like also they punish mistakes harder. Like normally, like if you use a ultimate or like a flash, they actually punish it and play accordingly to it. I feel like in other regions or when you play in LEC, personally, I don't feel like they pressure you that much. And I think yeah, when you face against these teams, you actually feel the pressure like, okay, I actually made a mistake and now I can't play for the next 1 minute and a half.
There's one thing I believe in is your ability to bounce back. Always, Razor. Thank you so much for this year and for this interview.
Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you for that. Indeed, yeah, it's just tragic. I'm just gonna say it because I ultimately think.
All right, so let's go over the schedule, guys. I don't know how I feel. Like it's kind of there's so much bittersweetness in what we just witnessed in terms of the draft, in terms of who got eliminated. Like today we say goodbye to not only Fnatic, but also we say goodbye to GAM. TL 2-1 GAM in the second series, and Fnatic lost 1-2 to Weibo. So that does not mean that Weibo and Team Liquid advance, but it does mean that Fnatic and GAM are officially out of Worlds. Now, what does that mean for tomorrow? It now means that Team Liquid is going to be playing against FlyQuest, and the winner will advance to quarterfinals. That means that NA will officially have a seed in quarterfinals. We will be sending our biggest, baddest hoe off. Unfortunately, I was really hoping that each of them would have been able to fight their way through, but it looks like we're not getting that. It could have, if that happened, it could have been that we lose both of our seeds. So maybe it is better this way, but I just hate that we are fighting our own blood brother to get into quarterfinals. Like it kind of just sucks. We'll be seeing DK versus Weibo Gaming, and then we'll be seeing G2 versus BLG. Now, personally, I do think that BLG is going to curb stomp G2. I do, because BLG, y'all already know, is hungry. Ben gonna be locked in right now, to be honest. The game isn't until tomorrow. Ben already locked in. Ben is already locked in. He is ready. Broken Blade, you about to get solo killed at least 7 times before 5 minutes, bare minimum. Like, I am terrified for G2. The DK versus Weibo Gaming, honestly, couldn't care less, which is why I really wish that either like one of the other teams, Team Liquid, FlyQuest, or G2 was playing versus Weibo or something, so that we have stakes in each and every game. But we're going to be watching one of the games and not caring who wins, basically. Yeah, I'm kind of sad, but y'all, tomorrow is it. After tomorrow, we'll have all of the teams who are locked into quarterfinals. Each and every game will be a best of 3, and 2 wins will have you moving on to the quarterfinals. 2 losses will have you packing your bags and on your way home. The teams that are already in quarterfinals are here in this top right hand corner. We've got Genji, LNG, Top Esports, T1, and HLE. So we've got these 3 series tomorrow to fill out these 3 final teams for a knockout round, for quarterfinals, for Paris, for next week. So it's do or die now, baby. It really is. I'm actually very sad. I thought I was gonna be happy that TL won, but TL won, GAMS got sent home, and we're playing FlyQuest. So it's kind of just, it's a sad time. I don't know what to say. But yeah. I'm ready for quarterfinals. Yeah, I'm ready for quarterfinals. I'm ready to see who, like, it's really about to be go time, y'all. Like, the best teams are really here. We're getting down to the top 8. It's really about to be make it or break it, baby. It really is. But I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. I've got a lot to do today. I kind of want to catch up on sleep. Not gonna cap. Not gonna cap. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, 5 a.m. for these final, very sad games. We're gonna be saying goodbye to 3 teams who have fought their way tooth and nail through so many games, and now it's about to be the last one. So I'm sorry, Juicy. I think I was kind of locked in on the interview, the drawings and everything, but Juicy Bella, thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate you, love. I could be growing a baby in my belly in this time. Instead, my love for you has been growing. Thank you so much, Juicy. I apologize for missing that. I think I was just really focused on the schedule and all of the drawing and stuff. But I love you guys so very much. I'll see y'all tomorrow, bright and early, 5 a.m. for a very sad day. We're going to be saying goodbye to a lot of good teams, but it'll be fun at the very least. So I love you guys so much, and until tomorrow at 5 a.m. I wish you nothing but W's in your games. Bountiful LP in the lowest